I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
Creating this whole trial, Daddy.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Juror podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
That every time you run into Phil Barber, you should reach for it.
Yes. And then I just looked to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
I was in the eye of the storm, and you guys were watching the storm.
Hey, if your porter works, come pop in and say, hey, we'll have some coffee.
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Good morning. Good morning, jurors. Hello. Hello. Hello, my friends. Can y'all hear me? I just had to get everything reset up on here. So it took me an extra couple minutes. So sorry about that. Hello. Hi. Hi, friends. Hi. Hello. Karen Reed is going on today. What's going on today? Karen Reed. Mentally preparing myself for more Karen Reed. Is it freezing in my neck of the woods? Yes. It is freezing down here. It's like, hold on, I'll tell you exactly how cold it is. It's freezing. It's 40 degrees. 40 degrees. Yeah. Freezing. Real quick before we get going, C. Morales mem for 19 whole months. So happy to be here with y'all. Such a great chat. It is a great chat, isn't it? I'm so happy to be back. Such a great chat. Happy 19 months. Lynn and SC, member for 18 whole months. So good to be here. Missed my 13th Juror fam. Hope everyone had a wonderful Christmas and New Year's. Yes. Yes. I had a wonderful Christmas and New Year's and birthday. It was a lot of fun. I hope y'all did too. Candace Hoff, member for 17 whole months. Love it. Good morning, friends. Good morning. Candace Hoff, good morning. We love you. PJ, hello. PJ Wolf, hello. Hi, member for 15 whole months. 15 whole, gosh, it goes by so fast, doesn't it? Happy anniversary. Anne, hello, member 19 whole months. Missed you all. We missed you too. We missed you too. I always worry I'm going to say stuff wrong. Jadzia. Tell me how I'm saying it, and I'll never say it wrong again, I promise. Member for 6 whole months. Happy 6-month anniversary to you. Nancy D, hello. It's good to see you, Nancy D. Member for 16 whole months. Tori the Sea Lady, member for 17 months. 17 months. Wow, so happy to see your face. I'm happy to see your face too. Or, you know, your icon. Whatever. You know what I mean. Selena K, hello. Welcome back, Selena K. It is good to see you. And Christine, hello. Christine Fortunato, member 14 whole months. 14 whole months. I am so glad to see y'all. So glad to see y'all. Oh my gosh, it's 0 degrees here. Oh my gosh, that's insane. Auntie Candy, hello. Member for 19 whole months. Always fun to see you. It is fun to see you too. It is fun to see you too. Before we get going, I have something funny to show y'all, because this is, y'all know I love my Lucy girl, and I've got my other dogs over here with me too today. The camera's like blurry back here. Is it supposed to be like that? It's normally not like that, is it? Look, it's like blurry back here, but not right here. I don't know. Anyway, but you can kind of see the blurry dog. I don't know why it's blurry. But I've got Emmy right here, Tinsley's right here, and then Lucy's at my feet. So I've got the whole crew up in here with me today. But I want to show y'all something really funny with Lucy. Oh, here, we can do this. Lindsay Hendricks, member for 15 whole months. Text in here to validate you that 40 degrees is indeed for it is. it was 70 something degrees yesterday. Like I was out there sweating. We were sitting on the back patio, or lanai. I guess it's like you have to call it something fancy down here, but like the screened in, whatever. And I was like sweating out there. And then last night, I had the window open last night, about froze to death. Lois Mom, hello. Thank you for the super chat. Mittens and scarf train. Stay warm. Missed you. I missed y'all too. I know. Who knew you'd need mittens and scarves in Florida? Intolerant, hello. Mer for 15 whole months. 15 degrees feels warm. Now you're here. Oh, yay. Yay. Thank you. I am clear, but my back. Yeah, it's not usually like that, right? I don't know. Maybe when I reset everything, it changed some setting. I don't know. It's kind of cool being blurry. Yeah, it's like Bigfoot back there. You know, like Bigfoot's blurry in every picture. Okay, here, let me show y'all what I was going to show you. This is super cute. This, look at Lucy girl. This is a screenshot from her when she's running. And I'll show you the video of her running too. But this is a screenshot of her when she's running. And doesn't she look like a little superhero dog? Isn't she cute? And then here's the video. I might get copyright strike for that. Let me turn the music off. But I put this on my Twitter and it's on my Facebook too. But look at her running. I put it in slow motion and put the little music with her. How cute is that? Oh, you have camera setting set to blur your background on startup, so check your cam settings. Okay, I'll have to check it. Y'all know I don't do all that mess. I don't know how to do it. How cute is she though? How cute is she doing her little run? Such a cute little pup. Let's see. I missed a couple here. Let me. Candace Hoff, thank you for the super chat. 40 here in the desert of Arizona also. That's cold for us. It is cold. That's cold. 40 is cold, especially when you're not used to it anymore. When I lived in Ohio for those few years, it wasn't that bad. It is majestic, right? She's like a majestic unicorn galloping through the forest or something. I don't know. Whatever majestic shit happens. I love it. I love it. She's so cute. Didn't I miss another one too? Oh, here we go. Lisa B. Jeep, a member for 7 whole months. 7 whole months. Happy anniversary. And Tosh gifted a membership. Thank you, Tosh. I appreciate it. Thank you. And it went to Mom 28 was gifted a membership by Tosh. Thank you. So here's what we have going on today. We're hopefully finishing up the Daubert hearing for Dr. Marie Russell. We started this on, what was it, December 12th, I think? And it went way longer than I expected it to, way longer than I thought it was going to. But that's okay. It's still going. If you missed the first part, I'm already getting like pre-annoyed, but if you missed the first part, it's basically 17 hours straight. Okay, I rounded up. It's like 8 hours or whatever it was, of them going through Dr. Russell's, her education, her experience, her methodology, what her opinions are, why she came to those opinions, how she got there, is she qualified to get there, is she qualified to tell the jury that these are her opinions. Brennan is snarky with her and pretty rude, so he annoyed me, and I don't, I'm allowed to think that, and I'm allowed to say that. If you don't like it, watch a different channel. I'm not a Brennan fan. he has not made me a fan yet at this point. I don't know if he's better than Lally. I think he's going to play dirtier than Lally. There's also these other, and I'll have this on the episode for this week. I'm putting, instead of doing one of the regular 13 Juror podcast episodes, I'm going to do a Canton episode this week. So I've been cutting back on the Canton episodes a little bit just because it's so exhausting. And I know that once the trial starts, I'm going to be back to doing the Canton episodes at least once a week, probably multiple times a week to keep up. So I know that I have been sparse on the Canton episodes lately and just been doing the other ones, but I'm trying to mentally prepare myself to get back into nonstop Karen Reed morning, noon, and night. So that's where we're at right now. But there's some other motions that have been filed. And like I said, I'll have all this on the episode later this week. But he wants all of every kind of note and everything, every kind of communication, everything from Crash Daddies. He wants Richard Green, who testified about the Google search. He wants him excluded, which is a whole nother thing they're going to have to argue. He says that he has a report from Ian Whiffen, and Ian Whiffen says that Richard Green is wrong, so now he wants Richard Green's testimony excluded. So there's that. It basically feels like, I said something about how, or I put this in the podcast, you'll hear it, but I said something about how it feels like, the Commonwealth spent, 29 days calling almost 70 witnesses and weren't able to prove their case. The defense spent a day and a half calling, 6 witnesses, and now it's like the Commonwealth is trying to get rid of all their witnesses. So it's interesting. We'll see what happens. But the thing about Dr. Russell is, I think that he's trying, and this is just my perspective, I think that what he's seeming like he's trying to do is to make it like, oh, she's not specifically a dog bite expert, so she shouldn't be allowed to give an opinion on if she thinks this is a dog bite or not. But the thing is, she has, training in dog bites, and she also has extensive training in as an ER physician. So she's seen a ton of dog bites, and she's seen a ton of, car accidents and pedestrian accidents. So if, John O'Keefe is brought to the ER, one side is saying that he was brought to the ER because of, with dog attack injuries. One side is saying that he was brought to the ER because he was hit by a car. If she's a trained ER physician who sees both of those, and she has methodology behind her reasoning, I don't see how they can't allow that testimony. I think that he's trying to put that opinion into just a little bubble, oh, she shouldn't be allowed to say it unless she's specifically trained expert on this one thing. And to me, that's not, if I'm a juror, I would want to hear from somebody. Now, does that mean that they have to believe what she says? No, but I feel like as the finders of fact, they should be able to hear all of the information presented and then, decide what they want to give weight to. So we'll see what happens, but nothing surprises me in this case anymore. I can't imagine them. I feel like Judge Beverly will probably allow the testimony in, but limit it, kind of how she did last time. But I don't know exactly what she would limit it to, because this time they have a lot more time to go over. She's not a late addition, so they have a lot more time to go over everything and see, get all this together. So we'll see. I don't know. Like I said, nothing surprises me anymore on here. Nothing surprises me anymore. Let's see. Oh, I missed some stuff. Nikki, hello. I'm here for 20 whole months. 20 months. That's crazy. Hey, Brandi and friends, let's watch this junk. Ugh. That's exactly how it feels, is junk. And the trolls are already starting. And I have like there's like 3 or 4 new accounts that are like, have jumped up and are bringing up, you know, stuff from 20 years ago for me. And I'm like, that's cute. We've been through this. And then there's like I got the one that was the other day that was like threatening my family or whatever. And so like that's already starting. I'm like, y'all, we got like 3 more months. Calm down. Like, let's save all this for when we get a little bit closer. It's too early for this. We're still like Jesus's birthday was just a week or so ago. Like, let's calm down on the hate, you know, like let's just ride out into the sunset with, you know, our holiday cheer for just a little bit longer before you start being, you know, total douches. But, you know, to each their own. To each their own. Jaded Wonder, hello, member for 12 whole months. That's 1 whole year. Hello, everyone. So glad to see Brandi and the gang. I am glad to see y'all too. I'm so glad to see y'all. And Mermaid Mary Arian, hello, member for 13 whole months. Hey, Brandi, will you be streaming a trial soon? I hope so. I hope so, because I miss streaming trials. And I think that I am about to have a little bit of a break where I'm going to be able to do a trial. It probably won't be able to be a long one, but I am going to, I'm hopefully this month going to be able to. I'm very excited. I need it. I need it. I need my time with y'all. It makes me feel sane. As much as you can feel sane in a setting like this. Okay, let me get let's see. Let me get our screen pulled up. Oh yes, Proctor's hearing. So Proctor has a hearing next week to find out what's going to be his permanent, potentially permanent situation. So I hope we'll have an answer for that next week. I'm ready. And yes, I saw Josh Levy, of course, is as of the 17th, I think is the date that he gave. He's giving he put in his notice for stepping down, which is sad. But, you know, he did a lot of good while he was here. So, you know, at least there's that. Hello, hello. Sorry, I'm trying to like read y'all's comments and pull this stuff up over here because I missed y'all. All right. Let me not focus on chat for a second. Let me focus on getting this pulled up. Really, it's not necessary at all. I wish people who disagree could be respectful. I do too. You know, it would be lovely to have
I'm sure.
Enter your participant's ID followed by pound.
to have respectful. All right. Okay, let's see. I don't like that feed. Hold on, let me look at it. Back in the little.
And we're miking the judge, the witness stand. Anything else?
I mean, they talk there and there, but all the questioning will be.
Oh,
So
Lord,
one
here
over
comes
there.
Brendan.
All right, we'll do it. I mean, as we have time, we have.
The beeping. Hello, hello. Okay, that's getting annoying. The energy to hate hurts the troll more than anything, so why waste the time? I don't get it. Yeah, I don't get it. Not really understanding it. You know what was funny though? One of them who's been super obsessed with me like the last week or so, I muted her. I think it's a her. I muted that troll. But then she continues to like tag me and stuff. So, but what's really funny is that one of the things she tagged me in, I think it was like yesterday or the day before, was like, you know, like Brandi Churchwell lies to her viewers and doesn't tell them anything. And, you know, these are the experts that you should be listening to or something. And she had like a clip of the interview that I did with Dr. Kinsey. Because like I brought Dr. Kinsey on to give, you know, his opinions or whatever. And I was like, you moron, like that's my clip. Like saying I'm lying to my viewers because I'm not telling them these things. You're literally playing a clip of my show. People are crazy. People are crazy. All right, let's see. The dogs are snoring, so if you hear that, it's really cute. But as soon as I start eating, they'll wake up and want some of my food. Here comes Alessi. So Alessi did a great job last time. If y'all missed it,
I have 90-year-old parents.
I have dirt on Brandi. She dyed her hair and has a tat. I have multiple tats. Tell the press. Tell the press.
I'm going to sit right in here.
Oh, they're playing nice. Look. It's good. It's good. He's got exhibits. I am at Chat Daddy's house. I have an office at Chat Daddy's house. So I'm in my office there. Hello, hello. It's a lot. It's a lot. Who's Chat Daddy when I miss being away? There's been so much. Oh my goodness, morning from ice cold Iowa. I bet it's cold. I'm complaining about 40 degrees here. I bet Iowa is freezing. I think you just said academic discovery done by the 24th. There's Unetti. Jackson's here. 16 here in Cincinnati feels like 13. I do not miss living in Ohio for that reason. Whew. I wasn't made for cold weather like that. There's the family. $33 in Marion County. It's like, it's 40 here right now. It's freezing. It's freezing. I'm right outside of Orlando. And the kid texted me this morning. He woke up and he said that they had frosted windows. It's a little bit colder there than it is down here. He was like, I thought this wasn't supposed to happen. Crystal Ray, hello. Member for 13 whole months. Ooh, made it over a year. Thanks for all you do, Brandi. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thursday we're getting snow in Oklahoma. I've been seeing my brother and my sister-in-law up in Ohio. They were posting pictures of my nieces out playing in the snow. That was so much snow out there right now. So much snow. Crazy. I'm not built for that. Iguanas are falling from the trees in South Florida, yeah. You live here now. It's called a lanai. I had to learn when I moved to Florida. I'm used to porch. I'm used to porch too. And the only reason I know the word lanai is from Golden Girls because they called it the lanai. But I've been corrected multiple times down here. It's a lanai now. Sounds so fancy. Lally. Lally. Do the gators freeze? So the other day at the golf course, Chat Daddy went and played golf, and he sent me a picture. And there was a gator out there. Big old gator. Yes, this is part 2 of Russell. Daubert Hearing. Comes John O'Keefe's family. It's a deck. I think it's a deck and a porch. What's going to happen with Proctor being called? You know, I don't think that, I don't know. I don't know how they're going to handle it. That's going to be a big problem for them. The thing is, if she doesn't allow anything, Alessi did a great job at making sure to put on the record at the beginning of the last hearing, he put on the record, you know, making it a point to say, we're doing this Daubert hearing, you know, but you yourself said the last time she had to do a Daubert hearing, you know, that there were Daubert type issues and that you were allowing the testimony. So now, if she doesn't allow it this time, when it's already on the record that she allowed it last time, she has to have good reasons to keep it from getting overturned. So we'll see. Alessi is really, I think I remember he's like really into appellate stuff too. So.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, we'll do. Thank you.
Bill King, only 352 days till Christmas. Already. He never for 14 whole months. He's been suspended without pay. This whole time. Hey, Bug Dugger. Today we are continuing the Daubert hearing for Dr. Russell. Lisa Dempsey, hello. Been for 20 months. Good morning. Good morning. Lisa Dempsey, hello. 20 whole months. Oh, there goes that Zoom. Why are we, what's happening here? I have not turned heat on. I don't know, maybe Chat Daddy did. I don't think we have heat on. Hello, hello. Oh, there's that Zoom. What is happening?
Is now open. You may be seated. Judge 22117, Colorado versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves starting with the phone?
Good morning, Your Honor. Hank Brennan, along with Attorney Adam Lally and Attorney Laura McLaughlin.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan. Morning, Mr. Lally. Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Alessi on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Lessie.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, is Dr. Russell in the courtroom? All right, so why don't we have Dr. Russell take the stand?
My own Dr. Russell. She's had to deal with so much crap because of all this.
I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
All right, good morning, doctor. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hello. She's very impressive. She is.
Good morning, Dr. Russell.
Good morning.
Dr. Russell, it's fair to say that your opinions have changed between the time when you first testified at the voir dire to when you testified at the trial and then at our last time we met at the Lanigan hearing.
They have not.
Do you remember we spoke about when you testified at the voir dire hearing, you had uncertainty about what had actually caused the wounds?
I did not.
Do you remember using the words like, most likely a dog?
No.
Let me remind you, in the voir dire, do you remember the court asking you what kind of animal caused the wound? And you said most likely a dog, a large dog?
May I see that?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, we've been through this,
Counsel,
but
page 51, line 18.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Russell, I'm showing you a copy of your voir dire transcript. I'm going to ask you to read it yourself when you're done reading it. When you're comfortable with that time, I'm going to ask you the questions again. You can look at any part of that you would like.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you now remember when the court asked you what kind of animal you said most likely a dog, a large dog?
Yes.
Do you remember at trial your perspective and opinion changing?
No.
Do you remember you were asked at trial whether or not the patterns appear to be injuries you would see consistent with an animal or a large dog, and you said yes? Do you remember that?
May I see that?
You should may. Trial transcript, page 23, line 3. This is a copy of your trial transcript. Feel free to look at any part if you like.
I'm going to do a poll.
Okay, I see. Yes.
She already explained this.
Do you remember now saying that?
I didn't say it.
Okay.
The question had that word possibly in it. I didn't say,
I'm sorry. You can finish, please.
I didn't use the word possibly.
Okay. You were asked, does this appear as a pattern of injury that you see appear consistent with an animal or a large dog? And you said yes. Do you remember that?
Can you show that to me again?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's read it together.
Okay, that's a good idea.
Your Honor, may I make a suggestion if I could, please? I realize it's crossed. Mr. Brennan and I have agreed that with regard to transcripts and the use of them, I have as well. Given that we've agreed for transcripts being in evidence, can the witness keep the transcripts and look at them?
Do you have an extra copy for her?
The answer is I have a copy, yes, that
Do
she
your
can.
colleagues each have a copy?
I don't know if they do, but I can give mine
Okay.
so that she
Problem
can
with
have
that,
it.
Mr. Brennan?
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
Initial on the copy. It is. It's okay. I know what they say.
Well, you might, I'm gonna go through a lot of it, so you might as well give her the whole trial transcript.
Okay.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Mr. McDermott to make a copy of mine. All right, so that we can continue. You can give yours to the witness for a few minutes, and then when these are done, you can have yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Jim.
She explained this last time, though. She said that, like, nothing's 100% medical certainty. So saying things like, most likely came from a large dog is because nothing is 100%.
Why don't we take a 5-minute recess? Mr. Brennan, Mr. Alessi, why don't we take a 5-minute recess? Mr. McDermott will be back with clean copies of the transcripts that I have as part of your exhibits.
Thank you very much.
And the witness can
So
have-
Mr. McDermott doesn't have to do it twice? Mr. Brennan has just indicated to me he's going to go back to the June 18th. So is Mr. McDermott going to copy the June 18th and the June 20th?
I have the voir dire and the trial testimony, so we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Thanks very much.
All right, please.
This is stupid. Off to a great start today. Everything about him just annoys me. Let me look.
Where'd you,
What'd I do? I hope they fix the mic. So she said last time when he's trying to make it sound like she's changed her opinions or like she wasn't sure and now she's saying she's sure. She went over this last time and it was a non-issue. It's still the same thing. It's a reasonable degree of medical certainty or whatever the thing is. He's trying to get her on like the legalese part of it, and she's giving her opinion as a doctor, not an attorney. So he's arguing over the wording because he's trying to. The thing is, he doesn't care about her qualifications or her opinions. He's trying to nitpick what he can so that he can try to get it excluded because he doesn't want the jury to hear it. That's all it is. He's trying to prevent the jury from hearing a doctor who has this much experience get up there and tell them, you know, I think that it's from a dog. Yeah, if she gets up there and testifies, because the thing is, the jury doesn't have to believe like that oh, that definitely came from a dog. But if it's a possibility, that creates reasonable doubt. And if I'm a juror and I get up there and I hear how much experience she has, you know, I will more than likely give some weight to the things that she's saying. Yeah, but I don't think Bev wants her to testify either. That's the whole reason she's doing another Daubert hearing. She said that the reason she's doing it is because of the testimony that she heard. So I don't think Bev wants them to hear it either. Yeah, they already did one of those hearings for the last trial. And now here we are again. How can she be qualified before and not now? That's a good question. Her qualifications haven't changed. He's saying that the methodology of how she came to her conclusions is not sufficient to give the opinions that she's giving. And he's trying to make it like, oh, she's not a dog bite expert. But she didn't claim to be a dog bite expert. She claimed to have knowledge on dog bites because of all of her other training and experience. So he's trying to make it so that, like, trying to make it appear like the only person who can say anything is somebody who's qualified in, you know, dog bites and veterinary medicine and whatever else, like, and that's not the case. But he's trying to make it like that so that nobody else can say it, which is really freaking funny because remember when the Commonwealth had Buchanan up on the stand trying to talk about his experience with head injuries? Please, sir. And there was something with the arms too. He was saying something about, like, you had state troopers up there giving their medical opinions, but yet this doctor with decades of experience is all of a sudden like, that's a step too far. These people. Chrissy G. Member for 13 whole months. 13 months, love it here. We love having you here. Those troopers are super qualified. The super troopers. Oh, the super troopers. Imagine if Trooper Paul had just 1 hour of this type of scrutiny. Trooper Paul. Has he quit his job yet? I don't know. Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, the people who the Commonwealth has had as experts and giving opinions on these things, but yet they're trying to nitpick this. It's just wild to me. It's wild to me. Yeah, it feels like they're trying to prevent the defense from presenting their case, which is not how it works. Even the worst of the worst defendants still deserve a chance to present their case. We may look at that case and be like, yeah, right, like Letitia Stalk, for example, but we still get to hear it. So far, y'all are at 73% say that yes, it'll be allowed. I hope so. I think the jury deserves to hear all the information so that they can make up their mind, whichever way they make up their mind.
Yes, no, that's fine.
We have different stenographers, so sometimes the transcripts might be different, so I just want to make sure you have the same copy I'm working on, because I don't want it to become confused. Do you mind?
No, I don't mind.
Okay.
Same copy.
Unfortunately, I work.
I gotta start practicing my
How about
accent
yourself?
again.
I did some work too.
Did you?
Well, not really. I mean,
Oh, now they mute it. We were just getting to hear stuff. Yeah, at least she's not coming out with the cash baby defense. Yeah, right. I'm doing a 6-part series right now on Letitia from my recaps that I did. I'm doing like a 6-part, like making it like podcast series instead of just the recaps. And I've forgotten how crazy she is. Bug Dugger, thank you for giving a membership. He went to Tina. Tina, welcome. You live here now. Yeah, different copies of the transcript, which is a big deal if he's trying to nitpick the words, you know? So. Here. Tinsley's asleep. Here. Oh, here, Tinsley. Good girl. I have to give them bites of my breakfast. How do we rate AJ's beard? I like it. They want Karen behind bars and won't do anything to put her there. Yeah, I think so. I think that even, I mean, look at all the attorneys and stuff that we hear. They're like, I would never have taken this to trial. There's, you know, not enough to convict, whatever. You hear that from so many attorneys that talk about this case, but they're like determined. Yeah, that became obvious when they didn't want to hear anything that the jury had to say. Like the jurors that were reaching out, when they were like, no, we don't want to hear it. It's too late. That became very obvious. I think so too. I never thought I'd like to see a dog run, but I was wrong. Yours is cute. Isn't she cute when she runs? Such a cute little baby. Good morning. All right, here we go. Let's try this again. Never gonna make it through the day if it goes like this.
We're back in session. You may be seated.
Me too.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm just conferring if with Your Honor's permission, Mr. Brennan, I want to make sure.
Hold on. Only one person can speak at a time. I don't know all right, so you were speaking to me, Mr. Leslie. I think Mr. Brennan was speaking to his co-counsel. No, that's okay.
I just wanted to let you know what we were doing. Mr. Brennan and I are just conferring to make sure we maximize the chances of the exhibits being right. So I've offered to Mr. Brennan something he wants to consider and look at what he has to make sure we do this efficiently.
Okay. So the copies that Mr. McDermott made are the attachments to the motions that were filed.
And provide a copy with the court's permission of the voir dire testimony, the trial testimony, and the Lanigan hearing.
Sure. Okay, I did not have Mr. McDermott do a copy of the Lanigan hearing.
I've had an extra copy that I've given
Great.
to Ms. Russell.
All right.
Sorry, Dr. Russell.
Okay.
And if I may, can I write on the top of each transcript which each one is? That way it'll be easier for Dr. Russell.
Is there a problem with that, Mr.
No
Leslie?
problem at all.
Okay.
Is that better? Crash Daddy shouldn't need a new hearing. But I mean,
Yes.
with this guy, you never know.
May I speak, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Russell, I'm handing you two documents. You have a third. The one before you is a transcript of the last hearing called the Lanigan hearing that you attended. This is a copy of your voir dire testimony. I've noted it on the top right for you, and also trial testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
I had asked you if you had expressed any uncertainty in the past about your opinion as it relates to the opinion you gave at the Lanigan hearing, at the last hearing, whether your position has changed or evolved is what I'm getting at. And you said that your position has not changed. Is that right?
That's correct.
You were asked at the trial about the injuries and how you think they happened. I want you to turn to the trial transcript. If you turn to page 19, line 21. Page
Line-
19, line 21, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So the page number is here?
Yes.
And then line would be... okay. Sorry. My apologies. This one is the trial. Okay. Do you recall at the trial, you were asked about the injuries, and you said, I believe that these injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog, because of the pattern of injuries? Do you remember saying that?
That's not here in front of me.
But I'm asking you, do you remember saying that at the trial, that you believe the injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog?
Something to that effect, yes.
Okay. And when you said that, you used the word possible because you weren't certain, were you?
Can you show me where that is?
Well, I'm asking a question, not asking about the transcript. The reason why, when you were asked and you said it was by an animal, possibly a large dog, is because you were uncertain.
You know, Mr. Brennan, I think I explained that before, that
You did.
In medicine, there are no absolutes. And that's what, our physicians are ingrained to think, is there are no absolutes in medicine. So that's why I expressed it that way. But
Yet
I was certain that it was a dog.
Yet you were testifying as an expert witness, weren't you?
Experts
Yes,
with
I understand that,
opinions.
but I was thinking like a doctor.
I see. And you understood as an expert witness that you were asking the jury to rely on your opinion. You were trying to be as accurate as possible, weren't you?
Yes, I usually do, yes.
You were trying to be precise in your testimony under oath, weren't you?
Yes, and I don't see a difference really between those.
And when you use the word possibly a large animal, that's different than an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
In this witness's view. She can answer that.
That's not what the transcript says that he's referring to.
So he's not asking about the transcript. I'm going to allow the question.
Would you like me to repeat that?
Yes, please.
When you chose the words during your testimony to precisely describe what you thought, and you said possibly a large dog, that is different than to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, isn't it?
No, I don't think so.
You were asked whether or not you could tell what type of animal left these marks, and you said you couldn't with 100% certainty. Isn't that true?
With 100% certainty, that's correct.
And the reason why you don't have certainty when you first testified is because there really is no methodology in identifying dog bite wounds, is there?
That's incorrect.
I see. When you talk about methodology, is there any standard you're comparing your comparisons to?
There are multiple published peer-reviewed articles that describe what dog bites and dog injuries look like.
Is there any standard that you use? Is there any particular things you look at with specificity that you compare to a standard model?
The pattern.
The standard model of patterns, where do you get that from?
Pattern recognition is used throughout medicine. And, it's something that I have been trained on since actually before medical school, but certainly in medical school.
Pattern recognition, you understand, is different than a standard of comparison. You understand there's a difference between those two things, don't you?
Oh, yes.
Okay. We'll talk about pattern recognition analysis in a minute. But what you're saying is that there's a methodology in identifying dog wounds. I'm asking you, where does that standard come from?
It comes from multiple published peer-reviewed articles.
Okay. Tell me one.
De Munich.
I'm sorry?
De Munich. We talked about that one last time.
The gentleman who studied human teeth.
No, he wrote about dog bites.
Okay. And what's the name of the article that you've relied on?
The name of the article, I have to refer to my report, but it's something to the effect of forensic evaluation of...
Do you have any specific memory about what you're relying on as a standard of comparison to identify dog bite marks?
Yes.
Okay, share that with us.
Again, the standard would be what the wound looks like, and the pattern recognition that goes along with it, along with the configuration of the wounds. It's a multifactorial process.
I'm trying to have you assist us in distinguishing between pattern recognition analysis, which we're going to get to, and when you're looking at a wound, the standards in the science, the standards, the methodology you would actually use to look at it and see if there's points of comparison, to see if there's similarity. What standard are you working with?
I'm not so sure I understand what you mean by standard then, because I know how I evaluate wounds.
You have personal experience where you've treated dog wounds and you look at it and you're simply deciding whether or not to you this looks similar. You're giving your personal aside, aren't you?
I actually find that offensive.
Oh, okay. Well, is that what you're doing?
No.
So if you're comparing it to an actual science, a standard, a methodology, I want to learn that methodology from you. So what I'm asking you is, tell us, where does that come from, the methodology where you have a point of comparison, where you look at a wound and you compare it for similarities to another item?
There are several published peer-reviewed articles. that describe what to look for, how to observe, evaluate, and then sometimes treat wounds, dog bite wounds. There are, several authors that have published similar things. And in terms of there being an organization that says, here is the standard for dog bite wounds, I don't think that there is one.
Well, when you say you don't think there is one, if you're an expert in this field, you would know that there is not one, is there?
There is not one that I know of, correct.
Well, you're not guessing there might be one you don't know of.
Oh my God. God, he's annoying.
I don't know of any published standard by an organization.
So it'd be fair to say, when you are giving an opinion, what you personally believe to be a dog bite wound, there is no standard in dog bite science that shows you what the standard is. There's nothing to compare it to.
Again, it's based on a combination of the experiences that I've had over the last 30 years, observing, evaluating, and treating dog bite wounds, plus the numerous articles that I have read on dog bite wounds, their characteristics, morphology, patterns, and other things like complications, etc.
Okay, so to get back to my question, I know that you're using your experience and your memory, but there is no standard of comparison. There's no methodology that is accepted as a practice.
I disagree.
Okay. Can you share with us one of those articles that you've been relying on to combine with your personal experience to come to conclusions in dog bite analysis?
Well, there's the Munich that we talked about.
I didn't talk about. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Oh my God, he's such a douche.
Certainly.
Okay, please.
Okay, would you like to go through it together?
I'm asking you to tell us about what you're basing your opinion on, and you said it's Munich, so I don't know much about
Okay,
it.
that's one of them.
Well, tell us a little bit about that.
Okay, well, in that article, the authors described a fatal case, but also described what some of the characteristics are in dog bite wound cases. What types of wounds you see, their appearance, their distribution, their configuration, the different aspects like that. Many of them are parallel. Things that would affect the appearance of wounds that physicians know about, such as elasticity of skin and other ways that wounds could be distorted from one to another wound. So you have to know a little bit about wound characteristics, and basically things to look for in the forensic evaluation of dog bite wounds.
Did that article lay out a standard of methodology?
Oh my God, stop
I
asking the
guess
same
I don't
question.
understand what you're getting at.
Rather than having a particular case study where that article talks about a person that was attacked by a dog and deceased, correct?
In that case,
Yes.
however, it
And
referenced.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if you can finish the question.
Yes, I'm going to let her finish.
Please.
And Mr. Lessie, for objections, just simply objection.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I will thank you.
Okay. That article, it was a case report, but it was also a review of previous literature.
Okay.
So in the review of previous literature that had been published, they came up with recommendations. So yes, there are recommendations in that article.
In that article, it talked about a wound to the neck where the deceased bled to death, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It didn't talk about pattern recognition analysis
I
in that
disagree.
article. Okay. And did it talk about a standard of practice of methodology?
Recommendations.
No, but that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, did it have a standard, a methodology that it discussed?
These were authors that were practitioners, and I don't believe they were in a position to create a standard.
In fact, you can't point to one place where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites. You can't point to one article, journal, book.
That's correct.
And so because there is no methodology or standard for you to look at, it involves a great deal of your subjective opinion based on your experience treating dog wounds, doesn't it?
With all due respect, Mr. Brennan, I'm not somebody that just came in off the street. I have at least 30 years as a physician, and I use that information in helping me form my opinions about wounds. I've seen all types of wounds.
Okay, so my question was, because there is no methodology, because there is no standard comparative analysis, you need to rely almost virtually on your personal experience treating wounds.
No, I believe you're again mischaracterizing it. I'm relying on my personal experience plus what I've learned from these numerous articles.
And so, because there is no methodology and standard to compare to, you've introduced the idea that you have used a process known as differential diagnosis.
That's one of the processes used.
And as far as differential diagnosis, what that suggests is when, as a doctor or a person looking at symptoms, you try to rule out other conditions that have similar symptoms.
Correct.
Okay. And so you said, although it's traditionally used in a doctor assessing a cause of a patient's symptoms, you're using that in identifying dog bites, this differential diagnosis you speak of, right?
I used it to assist me, yes.
Okay. And so when you're using differential diagnosis, it means that there are many other ways or reasons why the same symptoms can occur.
Not always. Not always. It could mean that there's just one or two other conditions that would resemble this, but it's a process that a responsible physician would go through.
And in this case, you went through differential diagnosis to exclude other causes of these abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I did.
If you had used your training and experience and you were certain to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these were dog bites, you would not need to go through differential diagnosis.
Oh, that's so incorrect.
Okay.
I'm not perfect. I'm not 100% perfect human being, and so so I have to, as a responsible physician, in every case, go through a differential diagnosis to make sure I'm evaluating and treating the right thing if there's treatment involved.
When you chose to go through differential diagnosis, you recognized that these abrasions could be caused by a lot of different mechanics of injury, didn't you?
I considered that they could have been caused by others, but I went through the process.
Well, you were uncertain, weren't you?
No.
Yet you went through this process of differential diagnosis anyways.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And when you did that, you decided that you should focus on car accident.
No, I didn't focus just on car accidents.
Well, what other subjects did you focus on in differential diagnosis other than car accident?
Could these have been self-inflicted, for instance?
You went through that process?
I did.
I didn't see that anywhere in your report whatsoever.
It's in my head. I didn't write it down.
Well, aren't you supposed to report the process you go through before coming to conclusions? Isn't that why you wrote a report in discovery and disclosure?
Yes, but it...
Okay. Is there anything else in your head that you thought about that you didn't put in your report or tell anybody? So we have car accident, we have suicide, we have dog bite. What else did you think of in your differential diagnosis?
Well, I thought, could it possibly be road rash?
Okay. What else did you think?
Oh, I don't remember all the things I thought of at the time, but it wasn't a very large list, but it was a list, and it was a differential diagnosis.
Well, if it was important enough to think about and distinguish and go through differential diagnosis, can't you remember what it was that you thought it could have been the cause other than suicide, road rash, car accident?
Well, of course, I mean, there are some things I thought of and immediately ruled out. Were these stab wounds inflicted by someone else? No.
Okay.
So the list... There was a list that I went through in my head. Would it be worth writing down? No, I don't think so.
Was there any other significant causes that you went through and vetted through differential diagnosis that you didn't write down?
Not that I remember at this time.
And that's why it helps to write it down. Okay.
He's a douche.
So
he's such
one of those
such a douche.
Processes, causes of these abrasions that you went through differential diagnosis for was car accident, wasn't it?
Yes.
In fact, when you first met the defense attorneys, you had an interest in this case, didn't you?
I thought I could clarify the issue of what those wounds were caused by.
So you were learning about information about the case publicly before you got involved in this case,
No.
didn't you? Well, you knew there was an issue.
I heard, yes, I did know that there was an issue. I saw something in the Boston Globe, and Mr. Brennan, I wasn't following the case at all. I don't even subscribe to the Globe for information about this general region.
You don't have to be defensive about it. I'm just asking you.
Okay.
You knew
Just
enough
clarifying.
that you wanted to get involved and you made some phone calls to offer your services.
I didn't want to get involved, but I thought that I should.
I see. And so you learned enough through your study or the Boston Globe or television that you knew generally that there was an issue about the abrasions, correct?
I knew there was a question, yes.
You knew that the defense was claiming that a dog caused those injuries.
I wasn't even sure who was claiming what at that point.
So you didn't know much about anything, but you still made phone calls to introduce yourself to get involved in the case?
Again, I know that there are very few people in this country that have the combination of experiences that I do, and I thought that I could just clarify the issue and maybe, help people move along in the case.
Before you decided that you were going to offer your services, what did you know about the case?
I knew that a police officer had died. I was a former police officer, so I knew a police officer had died. And I knew that there was a trial, and I didn't know details really. I just knew that I believe I read that there was something about a car accident versus dog bites. That's about all I knew about the case.
Had you seen any photographs?
No.
And so just generally knowing that there was an issue, you thought you could help because of the word dog bite in your experience?
Correct.
Okay. So when you ruled out motor vehicle accident, is it fair to say that your perspective was a motor vehicle accident would have caused injuries to the other parts of the body, and that's why you considered car accident as not part of the cause of these abrasions?
That was not the only reason.
That was one of the reasons?
Yes.
Did you look at the wounds and you thought based on the accident there would have been broken bones or other injuries?
That was one of the reasons.
Okay. So based on those two reasons and other reasons, you decided to exclude car accident as the cause of these wounds, correct?
Correct.
And when you made that decision to do that and exclude car accidents, you didn't really have the experience in car accidents to decide whether a car accident was the cause of these injuries, did you?
Mr. Brennan, I've seen thousands of car accident victims through my emergency medicine career, so I had plenty of experience.
Had you ever been trained as an accident reconstructionist?
No, I'm trained as a physician to treat car accident victims.
But that's not what I asked. What I asked you is, you ever been trained as an accident reconstructionist?
No.
Have you ever taken classes and certifications in accident reconstruction?
No.
Have you ever gone to a scene of an accident and been asked to give your opinion and help reconstruct the accident?
No.
Have you ever served as a witness in court as an accident reconstructionist?
No.
In fact, when you decided that this accident couldn't happen, you hadn't even read the investigative reports, had you?
No, I didn't decide that an accident didn't happen. What I decided was that those injuries were not from a motor vehicle accident.
When you first gave your opinion in this case, she was done.
Hold on, Mr. Leslie. Next question, please.
When you first gave your opinion in this case, excluding car accident, you had not even read the investigative reports in this case, had you?
That's correct.
Yeah. And when you were asked about materials that you reviewed to give your opinions, you said you were just trying to focus on the wounds and you hadn't read those reports, right?
That's correct.
Have you read the reports to
Yes.
date? You now have read the reports?
Yes.
Okay. When you excluded the car accident, did you know anything about this collision between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe? Did you know anything about it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that question, Dr. Russell?
Did I know anything about?
Did you know anything about how it happened?
I was, somehow I knew that, well, I believe I knew that the car was backing up. That's what I was, somehow I got that information.
So when you were excluding the collision in this differential diagnosis, did you know how fast that Lexus was going back when it struck Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Do you know how far it traveled when it hit Mr. O'Keefe?
Objection, Your Honor.
So it's a question, the question's proper. Let's see if she can answer it. She may not be able to answer it as asked.
Do you know how far the Lexus traveled backwards when it hit Mr. O'Keefe?
Your Honor, I'm objecting to the
I
assumption.
understand, counsel. Can you answer that question as asked, Dr. Leslie?
As asked, no, I don't know.
When you excluded this collision as differential diagnosis, did you know the angle of the collision between the car and Mr. O'Keefe?
I'm going to see counsel at 7.
Oh my God. He is, oh God, how are we going to deal with this shit sorry. Him saying it like it's fact to her, like, do you know how far it was going when it hit him? And are you a crash reconstructionist? And are you this and that? He is a jerk. This is going to be the most frustrating trial ever. He is rude. He is condescending. And he is trying really hard to keep her off that stand. Yeah, exactly. Like, we don't even know if there was a collision, trying to get her to say it was. Oh, God. As soon as I put myself down so we could see them, then they move. My heart is like this. He's such a, oh. Discworld Edgewitch says, why had nobody pointed out that in the first trial, even a generic animal attack would disprove the state's argument, so they didn't need to positively show that they were dog bites? Yeah, I mean, he's trying to nitpick any little thing he can to try to exclude her from this. And he's such a jackass. You know, I think Lally was annoying, but Brennan is dirty. And I'd rather have annoying over dirty. You know, I'm glad that she said, you know, like, she told him, like, I find that offensive with him being offensive. And then she said, you know, I'm not just someone who walked in off the street. Like, he's trying to make this out to be like she's just some rando who wanted to give her opinion. She didn't have to do that. Like, she said, there's not a lot of people who have this kind of experience and training. So she literally said, I thought that I could offer my assistance to help move the case along. My swear jar is going to be nurse forgot for 19 whole months.
May I?
Yes.
When you engaged in differential diagnosis, excluding a car collision as the cause of these abrasions, did you know or learn any information about the angle of the strike between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Do you know whether or not the person, John O'Keefe, who had these abrasions on his arm, do you know if that person used his arm in any way to defend himself from an oncoming vehicle?
I considered that.
You did?
Yes.
And in considering that, did you consider the body position of John O'Keefe?
Oh, yes. I considered various possibilities.
Okay, what was his body position at the time the car allegedly collided with him?
Objection, Your Honor.
Use the word allegedly. I'm going with
What was his body position?
I considered several possibilities. I considered if he was standing, I considered if he was kneeling or sitting or even lying down. I considered multiple possibilities.
Was he standing?
I don't know, but I considered all of those possibilities.
Was he kneeling?
I don't know.
Was he lying down?
I don't know.
So you considered all these things, but you have no information, fact, or understanding of what body position he was.
Neither do you. Neither
I went
do
through
you.
the process of what the wounds would look like in those various positions.
I see. So if John O'Keefe was trying to defend himself, pulling his arm up to brace himself, what would the injuries have looked like?
Well, if they penetrated his clothing, if there was penetration of his clothing, from broken parts, for instance, they would have been quite irregular. There would not have been multiple parallel abrasions and punctate wounds that were seen in those pictures.
How do you know that?
From my many years of experience.
Okay. Did you do any comparison analysis of the broken taillight in Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
Actually, eventually, I did.
Before you gave these opinions, did you?
I didn't need to, because I've seen thousands of accident victims.
Every accident is dynamic and changes, isn't it?
Yes, but I also had that in consideration. That's why people train for the number of years that I trained.
Every accident is different, isn't it?
Yes, probably.
And so you can have a number of people in an accident, and they can have different injuries from the same accident, can't they?
Oh, absolutely.
Right? If a car drives down the street and runs into 20 people, they may all have different injuries.
I agree.
Same car.
I agree.
Might be the same speed. But they could hit people differently. Some people, unfortunately, they could kill, right?
Yes.
Some people could be catastrophically injured but still alive.
Correct.
Some people could have scratches and bruises.
Correct.
Some people could be in that type of situation, bounce off the car and escape without a scratch.
Possibly, yes.
Right. So there's no science or standard when you say car accidents would have had a certain result. The truth is you don't know.
I disagree with you.
Okay. And so when you were excluding these causes, you have no idea his body position or angle, correct?
I went through various scenarios in my head.
But I'm asking you, not the scenarios in your head, Dr. Russell. I'm asking you about detail, fact, science, okay? I'm asking you, do you have any idea the position of John O'Keefe's body when he allegedly was struck by the car?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going with that.
I considered multiple scenarios.
Tell me the facts you have. Tell me the facts you have. You can tell us how is his body postured on fact. What facts do you have?
What facts do you have?
Again, I considered
douche?
multiple scenarios.
Let me mute myself.
When you... Did you go to the scene of where Mr. O'Keefe was found lying on the ground? Did you go and visit the scene?
No.
Did you take and look at photographs of the scene?
I looked at some photographs.
What did you see in those photographs?
They were very difficult. It was very difficult to see much useful information in the photographs.
When you're engaging in differential diagnosis and you're excluding causes of abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, wouldn't it be important to either go to the scene or look at clear photographs so you could see all the debris and the land and the turf and see what it looked like? Wouldn't that be important?
No, in the 30 years of or emergency medicine experience I've had, I've never gone to the scene of a car accident victim that was brought into the emergency room.
And you've never gone into court and testified as an accident reconstruction expert?
A reconstruction expert? No,
You've
but I've
never-
testified about vehicle accidents.
And you've never gone to court and testified as a dog bite expert before this case, yes?
I was never asked.
And so, when you say what you used to do, you treated people who came in with injuries. I'm talking about when you're going to exclude something as a cause. I'm asking if you have any experience in actually going out and looking at the facts and using science to exclude something fairly.
I use medical science.
Do you know what the ground looked like where Mr. O'Keefe lay that morning?
There was snow.
Now, how many inches of snow were under his body?
Under his body?
Yeah.
No.
Do you know what the ground was? Do you know if it was smooth like a turf football field or frozen jagged like dirt tends to do in the Northeast during the cold winter?
I considered several different possibilities: grass, dirt, asphalt. So I considered several different possibilities to see in my differential diagnosis.
You considered all these different possibilities, but you never even went and looked at the scene to see what it looked like, did you?
Didn't have to.
Do you know if there was twigs or roots or brush nearby?
I don't know.
Do you know if there was a fire hydrant nearby?
There was a fire hydrant nearby.
Do you know if there was a curb nearby?
That I don't know.
So you have no idea really, other than a fire hydrant, what this area of impact, alleged impact, looked like, do you?
Well, again, a curb would not have caused those wounds, so that's irrelevant.
You have no idea.
I disagree.
Okay. Did someone tell you what it looked like?
No.
Did the crime scene talk to you like it did Trooper Paul? He really doesn't want her on that stand. Even he knows he's full of shit right now.
You said that you ruled out car accident or collision in part because there were no broken bones. Yes?
In part.
Yeah. And we've agreed.
Except for no skeletal broken bones.
And we've agreed that car accidents are a dynamic process. Not all car accidents result in broken bones, do they?
That's correct.
It depends on how and where and a number of other factors in the collision. Yes?
That's why it was only one of the factors I used.
Well, it's one of the factors you excluded. Do you know the difference in force between a head-on collision and a side swipe?
I have a general idea.
Is there less force when someone is hit on the side of the car as opposed to being run over?
As opposed to being run over?
Yeah.
Generally, yes.
Right. And I'm sure in your thousands of treatments, you have treated people in the hospital who have come in contact with a car who did not have broken bones.
Oh, yes.
Plenty of times.
Excuse me?
Many times.
Yes, but they weren't dead.
What's that?
They were not dead.
Okay. Well, you don't know when Mr. O'Keefe died that morning, do you? Do you know what time he died?
I have a range.
You didn't think he died from the abrasions on his arm, do you?
No, he did not die from the abrasions.
Okay. He died from a break in the back of his skull from hitting the ground, right?
Oh, he died from a skull fracture and brain injury and hypothermia.
Hypothermia.
Yeah,
Oh.
not from an abrasion to his skull.
Right. The abrasion for his arm had nothing to do with his death, did it?
It did not cause the death.
Okay. And so, is there a difference between the force when a car hits somebody directly on or hits them on a side?
Generally, yes.
Right. And you've seen many times somebody has been in contact with the motor vehicle with no broken bones, many times.
I have seen that, yes.
I mean, there's a difference between being run over and hitting the side of a car, isn't there?
That's correct.
So if someone didn't hit them, they just clipped them, that might be different than being run over in the middle of the crosswalk in the middle of the car, yes?
Yes, that'd be correct, but you have to put it in context.
Now, you said in addition to your experience treating injuries, you also have experience as a police officer.
Yes.
Yes. And you've responded to many car collisions as a police officer, didn't you?
I did.
And when you respond to car collisions, whether it's a pedestrian or another car, there are certain things as a detective you detect that are in the street, right?
As a detective?
Yeah, a detective or a police officer, as you go to a scene and there's a collision, you certainly see things often as a result of the collision, don't you?
Yes.
Tell us some of the things that you'll see as a police officer after a collision. What do you see?
After a collision, you oftentimes see debris from the car.
Right,
From the
debris
vehicles,
from the car.
yes.
You can see rubber, right?
Probably, I don't know if I have, but yes.
Sometimes metal pieces, parts of the car.
Right.
And sometimes when there's a collision, maybe often, you see glass, don't you?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, glass breaks when a car collides with something, oftentimes, doesn't it?
Yes.
And so when you were doing this, engaging in this differential diagnosis, did you consider the circumstances, the physical evidence at the scene from where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I considered the possibilities, yes.
Okay, well, there's a phrase, getting knocked out of one's shoes. You've heard that phrase, right?
I've heard the phrase.
Well, you've heard the phrase in relation to car collisions, haven't you? A person getting knocked out of their shoes.
And other things, yes.
Yeah, but not other things. We're talking about car collisions.
Okay.
That's what we want to talk about today.
Okay.
You've heard the phrase knocked out of one's shoes in car collisions, haven't you?
Yes.
Yes, because the force is so great when a car hits a body, it moves the body, and the shoe from friction on the ground can sometimes be left behind. Yes?
I don't know the actual causation, but yes.
Well, you did know in your review of this case that at the very area where that car backed up and Mr. O'Keefe was found, one of his sneakers was found next to the curb on the street. You know that, don't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Are you aware of that fact?
No.
Okay, next question.
You were never given any of the information, the physical evidence at the scene where Mr. O'Keefe was found to help you engage in this differential diagnosis?
I eventually saw reports.
So you do know. You do know about the sneaker.
I also, well, I don't know that. I don't know where the sneaker was found, no.
Well, what do you know about the sneaker? It sounds like you know a little bit about the sneaker. Tell us
No,
what you-
I know that in hypothermia, there's a condition called paradoxical undressing, where people
What happened?
sometimes are found without their clothes and shoes. Because and in this case, there was hypothermia.
Do you have any opinion that Mr. O'Keefe undressed his shoe before he died?
I have no opinion about that.
Do you have any information, evidence to support such a comment like that?
I'm just advising you that there is a phenomenon called paradoxical undressing, so that is possibly a cause.
Well, in that phenomenon, does somebody take off one shoe and leave all their other clothes on?
It's possible they could, yeah.
Right, and you have a case that you've seen
No,
just like that?
I have not.
No. Okay. And so, in this case, at what point did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe was knocked out of his shoe?
I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor.
Phrase it differently.
At what point in this case did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe's body was about 7 feet off the street, fully clothed, not undressing himself, and that his sneaker was on the roadway right next to the curb?
Objection, Your Honor. Same basis.
So, did you learn that fact?
No.
Next question.
So as you sit here and testify today, you didn't know that?
That's correct.
When you're ruling out car collision in your differential diagnosis, wouldn't it be helpful to know a little bit about the physical evidence of where it was found at the scene?
Again, my focus is injuries. The injuries caused by car accidents, not the scene itself, injuries. So that's what I focused in.
A dog wouldn't knock somebody out of their shoe, would they?
Excuse me?
A dog wouldn't knock somebody out of their shoe, would they?
I don't think so.
Okay. When you were excluding car collision as the cause of these abrasions, and you consider circumstantial evidence as a police officer, if there was trace evidence on that shattered taillight, would you want to know about that?
Yes, I would.
Yes. And DNA is a form of trace evidence, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a pretty sound piece of trace evidence, wouldn't you say?
Yes, if collected properly and chain of evidence, yes.
Right. One of the most formidable pieces of scientific evidence that is used in medicine and science, isn't it?
In forensics, yes.
Yeah, forensics. And so when you used differential diagnosis and excluded the car collision as the cause of the abrasions to John O'Keefe's arm, did you know that there was DNA on the taillight of the defendant's car?
That wasn't blood.
I did not know that.
Would you want it to know
Be
if
specific.
there was DNA? Particularly, would you want it to have known if the DNA on the taillight of the shattered taillight was John O'Keefe's DNA? Would you want to know that in your differential diagnosis?
That would be helpful. However, again, that the car accident did not cause that configuration of wounds.
And when you're considering the cause of the wounds and you're trying to rule out car accident, and you know that that taillight had been shattered, leaving glass and jagged edges, if you had known there was John O'Keefe's DNA on that taillight, would have you wanted to have taken a closer study of the taillight casing and the broken glass?
I don't think it was necessary. Those wounds are so characteristic of a dog attack.
Do you know there was other trace evidence on the back of Miss Reed's car that morning?
Such as?
Hair?
No.
You didn't know that one of John O'Keefe's hair was left on the bumper?
No.
And engaging in your differential diagnosis, considering the mechanic of injury, wouldn't it be important to know that the trace evidence coming from John O'Keefe was left not only on the defendant's car, but in the particular area where the damage to the car, the taillight?
Objection, Your Honor.
Were you aware of that fact, Dr. Russell?
No.
Next question.
When you were excluding a car collision as the cause, did anybody share with you the digital forensics, the black box information showing and demonstrating where the car was, the speed it went back and the distance? Did anybody share that with you?
No.
Did you know that John O'Keefe had a cell phone?
Not surprised.
And do you know that at a certain point when that car left, his cell phone, which was found near his body, never moved? Did you know that?
I read that, yes.
Okay. And when you were using differential diagnosis and thinking about the potential causes of the abrasions in the arm, did it seem important to you that all these facts coincided? The car reversed, the damage, John O'Keefe on the ground, the phone under him?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that question.
Did you consider those things, Dr. Russell?
As I mentioned earlier, I considered various possibilities of a car accident, and a pedestrian accident, I should say. And I went through many scenarios in my head, and no car accident scenario could create that configuration of wounds that's on the arm.
You've done advanced studies on wounds related to car accidents and broken taillights?
I've seen thousands.
Oh, no. Have you done any studies? Do you have any journals that you rely on to say that there's a expected pattern that's going to happen when a taillight intrudes through a sweater and into one's skin?
Yes, there are many textbooks that I have relied on. It's a fundamental area of study in forensic medicine and emergency medicine. And in fact, the examination of the exterior of the body in a motor vehicle accident case is emphasized, and special lectures are given about that topic to the forensic doctors.
You never examined John O'Keefe's body?
By photographs, yes.
You never examined his body?
Personally, no.
No, personally, you never examined his body?
I never touched his body. I examined the photographs that were taken in the hospital and in the coroner's office, medical examiner's office.
When you're treating at the hospital and people are coming in telling you there was a dog bite, you're relying on that reporter's history, aren't you?
Usually, yes.
Or an eyewitness who saw it and told you about it.
Correct.
When I asked you before when we were here the last time about any cases where you had to make a diagnosis without information, you couldn't point to one. I asked you to give me one example, and you couldn't give me an example, could you?
I don't remember patients' names.
And so when you rely on the reporter as a medical expert, you take what they say, right, and you assume it's true.
Oh, not always, no.
I see. You look and see if it's not.
Excuse me. One person speaks at a time. Let
Please.
her answer, Mr. Brennan.
No, I don't always take what they say as true because there's many reasons why people do not tell the truth.
Did somebody ever come in and say it was a dog bite and you did differential diagnosis and pattern recognition analysis and determined they were lying, it was not a dog bite?
No.
In all the hundreds, thousands of cases, never has anybody reported to you a dog bite and you determined independently through your powers that it wasn't a dog bite.
Not dog bites, but other wounds, gunshot wounds, stab wounds, many other kinds of wounds. People report that they occur a certain way, and actually they have occurred a different way.
With respect to dog bites, every time you've treated a patient, they've either told you what happened or somebody with them has told you what happened.
Or they didn't know what happened.
Okay. In this case, when you were excluding the collision as the cause of the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you look at witness statements?
As far as I know, there were no witnesses to the event.
Okay, well, did you read the testimony of Officer Saraf? Because the witness who talked to him was Karen Reed. Did you read that?
Objection, Your Honor.
So ask the question differently, Mr. Brennan.
Okay. Did you know that Officer Saraf reported that Karen Reed said, "This is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this." Did you consider that or know about that when you made your differential diagnosis regarding the collision?
At some point, I did know that there was a statement like that.
Well, not like that. Did you know about this statement?
Oh,
This
God.
is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this. Did you know about this statement?
This is cross-examination stuff. This is not,
Did you know that statement?
this
I'll
is
allow
not
you a question.
Daubert hearing
Let's
stuff.
move on.
Did you know
Mr.
about the statement to Mr. Flamati? I hit him, oh my God, I hit him. Did you know about that statement?
Not that statement, no.
Did you know about the statement that she repeated repeatedly? I hit him. I hit him. Did you know about that?
I learned that there was some question about whether there was a statement or a question, did I hit him? I learned that. But that doesn't, I mean, okay.
Where did you learn that from?
I don't remember.
Okay. You said that you had experience in domestic violence cases?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that it's reported that the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe got in an argument shortly before this happened?
Yes, I know that.
When you were considering the cause of these injuries, did you consider Ms. Reed's statements herself to not just witnesses, but to the public, to national magazines and programs? Did you consider any of that?
I don't read the national magazines.
Well, would it help you if you knew she told Boston Magazine that maybe John hit the back of her car, telling her to stop, and then she ran over his foot, or she clipped him in the knee, and in his drunkenness he passed out? Would that help in your differential diagnosis?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
It wouldn't help because those wounds were caused by a dog.
Well, if you believe that statement that she said about running over his foot and clipping him, it would help you conclude that it wasn't a straight-on accident, that it was on the side, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Even if it were on the side, the car did not cause those injuries.
And we talked about when someone's hit on the side, they could brace or defend themselves, correct?
Oh, correct.
Right. And did you know that if John O'Keefe was standing up and his arm was bent, it would be about the same height as that taillight?
Yes, that I understand. I've been hit on the side. I know about side injuries, side swipe injuries.
Yeah, a clip. It's different, right? And so knowing that his height matches up with the taillight, what other evidence would you want to know before you excluded the taillight as the causes of injury? To be thorough, what else would you want to know?
Well, see pictures of the fragments of the taillight, which I eventually did, and were there any pieces of metal that had the configuration, anything that could cause those parallel lines with the punctate injuries in between.
How about taillight fragments?
Yes.
Little pieces of glass, right? When glass shatters, it shatters randomly, doesn't it?
Well, it depends on what kind of glass. So,
I'm sorry, please.
it depends on what kind of glass.
I want you.
Well, motor vehicle glass, a lot of motor vehicle glass is tempered glass, and that shatters a certain way and creates a characteristic injuries.
Okay. Tell me about your experience in Lexus rear taillight coverings. What is the pattern injury on that?
I'm not aware of any pattern injuries.
And are you aware when the rear taillight of a Lexus breaks, the different pieces it breaks into? Is it random, or is there a standard in how it breaks?
I'm not sure, but I have an idea.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you look at any photographs of the scene in the debris field showing the different size taillight fragments at the very scene where Mr. O'Keefe was found on the ground? Did you look at any of those photographs?
I attempted to, but I couldn't see much detail.
Okay,
Photographs were not good.
Okay, so you don't really have a command of what the debris field looked like relative to the taillight fragments that were on the ground that morning.
Again, I imagine various scenarios of what broken glass and taillight would look like. And again, I could not come up with any scenario that would cause those parallel marks and the pattern that we described.
Well, I don't need you to imagine a scenario. I only want to talk about one scenario. That's the scenario that led to the death of Mr. O'Keefe that morning. That's the scenario I'm asking you about. And the debris field that actually existed that morning. So what I'm asking you, when you engage in differential diagnosis and you take the position that this couldn't have happened, I need to understand what you actually know about the physical evidence that's at the scene. So that's what I'm going to ask you about, that scene. If you don't know, it's okay. But I want to ask you about that scene that morning. Do you know how many pieces of taillight were found on the ground where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
No.
Do you know the shapes and sizes of the shattered parts of the taillight that were found in that debris field where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I've seen a picture of various safe pieces of taillight, yes.
And if you've seen that, you would see that there are a number of different pieces of shattered taillight, yes?
Correct.
Of different sizes.
Yeah.
Of different shapes. Different diameters, right?
Yes, they're irregular, very irregular.
Different, irregular.
Yeah.
Irregular. Many of them sharp.
Yes.
Perhaps almost all of them. Yes?
Possibly, yes.
Well, you say possibly because you never actually have looked at the physical evidence, you just looked at a couple of photos.
I looked at photos, correct.
And as far as the housing for the taillight, what is that made out of?
I believe it's made out of a plastic, and there's a metal around it.
It's metal.
Yeah.
What's the shape of the metal around it?
What's the shape?
Yeah, what is it, when you're describing the metal that you saw, what does it look like?
Well, it looked like there was some curves in it.
Curves?
Yeah.
Any straight lines in it?
Yeah.
Yep. Any jagged parts of it from the breaking?
Yes.
Okay. And inside, were there other parts other than just the casing, like wires or metal sticking out?
Yes.
How many pieces?
I don't know how many.
Okay. Did you ever measure those angles or study the angles of the pieces of metal and the casing?
No.
And you never studied the angles or took measurements of any of the shattered taillight, did you?
No.
No. Okay. Now, sharp objects can cause puncture wounds, can't they?
Yes.
Sharp objects can go through clothes and tear a... No, let me finish. You can answer. Sharp objects can puncture a hole through something like a sweater, can't they?
They can.
And if that object comes back out, it can pull the threads back out with it, couldn't it?
Theoretically, yes.
Yeah. And a sharp object, like glass, can poke or push a hole in a tear in a sweater and then rub up against the skin, causing an abrasion, couldn't it?
And, well, yes. Yes.
And if the glass and the angles and the shattering is irregular, it could cause irregular type abrasions.
Not like that pattern, no.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, can irregular glass that penetrates a sweatshirt or a sweater and rubs up against the skin, can it cause irregular looking abrasions?
Yes.
And if there's two pieces of metal or glass that are straight, could it cause a linear abrasion?
Yes.
Would you agree with this statement? In a car accident, linear wounds are most commonly caused by contact with shattered glass from the windows, particularly tempered glass, which breaks into small, sharp shards that can create linear cuts on the skin when the body impacts it during the collision. These are often referred to as dicing injuries in forensic medicine.
Yes, and so they're not really very long, linear. They are tiny, linear abrasions or lacerations.
Abrasions come in all different sizes.
Right, but the ones that are caused by tempered glass are very, very characteristic.
Does glass cause a slicing pattern?
It can.
And it can cause a linear abrasion?
Yes, but there's a specific pattern with tempered glass.
I understand that you have an opinion.
Oh, no, it's fact.
Okay.
It's in textbooks.
Yeah, it's in textbooks that glass can cause linear abrasions.
The tempered glass pattern is in textbooks.
Okay. Glass from this broken taillight could cause linear abrasions.
Glass from the
Yes,
taillight.
I agree.
Okay.
Glass from the taillight. The taillight
So
is
the
glass now.
glass that was in this debris field that you got a little look at, it had sharp edges, some of it, right?
Taillight is glass now.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah, I imagine so. I don't know for sure.
Okay. Do you know if it had parallel edges?
Parallel?
Yes.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, when you're looking for trace evidence to see if something caused an injury, you look for remnants of that evidence, don't you?
Yes.
In this case, you didn't do any study of the clothes and you didn't do any study of the actual Mr. O'Keefe's body, right?
I did not have hands-on
Okay.
study. Correct.
But you did learn that there was something remarkable in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, didn't you?
Can you be more specific?
I can. Glass shards or broken taillight plastic shards.
It's not glass.
You understand they were found in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, right?
Doesn't surprise me.
Well, I know it doesn't surprise you, but the question I'm asking you is when you decided to engage in differential diagnosis and you decided to exclude collision as the cause of this abrasion, didn't you want to know all the facts and information in considering whether it was the taillight that caused the abrasion? Didn't you want to know that information?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were considering that information, did you know from the criminalistics reports that shards of that broken taillight were littered in his sweater?
I did not know that.
When's the first time you learned of that?
Right now.
Right now. And so when you've prepared for this case and you've received materials from the defense, nobody has ever sent you, ever, the criminalistics reports that show taillight shards were in his sweater where the abrasion was. No one ever showed you that?
I don't recall seeing that at all.
Oh boy. Well, talking about being a detective, using circumstantial evidence and trace evidence, I want you now to consider this new evidence that you didn't know before you testified at the voir dire and the trial in the first Lanigan hearing. I want you to...
I'm sorry.
So let's hear the question first.
When you were ruling out the taillight as the mechanism of injury, when you excluded it in your differential diagnosis, and you said to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these injuries that you looked at were caused by a dog bite, now that you know that there's a debris field of shattered taillight right near the body of Mr. O'Keefe, and now that you know in his very sweater, with the abrasions, the same arm under them, is littered with shards of taillight from that Lexus, Does that in any way change your analysis in your differential diagnosis, excluding the car as the mechanic of injury for that abrasion?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'm going to allow that minus the police officer part, the detective part.
No, it doesn't change my, my conclusion that those injuries, those abrasions were caused by a dog bite.
How do you think the shards of taillight got into his sweater?
They could have got into the sweater from an accident, correct?
From an impact with the taillight, yes?
Could be.
Right. And when the taillight breaks and there's jagged, irregular, linear, sharp edges from that break, what do you think is going to happen to the skin when those shards impact the skin?
They could cause injury, yes.
They could cause puncture wounds, couldn't they?
Yes, they could.
They could cause scratches, couldn't they?
But not in that configuration.
I need to ask you the question so you can answer my question. They could cause scratches, couldn't they?
They could cause scratches.
Mm-hmm. And you have no studies on how abrasion looks after an impact with a taillight that is shattered. You don't have any studies or comparative analysis there, do you?
I have no studies. I just have my years of experience.
You know what wasn't found for trace
Oh, here we
evidence
go, the dog
in
DNA.
that sweater?
Bring up the dog DNA.
DNA of a dog.
I understand that.
You know when dogs bite, saliva, foam, sweat in their mouth, correct?
I also understand that there were issues with the collection.
Yes.
Well, we're going to get to your claims and see if there's any basis for it, but that's not the question I asked you, but I will invite you to talk about that in a second. Looking forward to that. What I'm asking you, you know when dogs bite, they can froth at the mouth.
Yes,
Sweat,
probably.
yeah, saliva,
Saliva, yes.
right? And when they get active and aggressive, it increases the production of those viscous materials, doesn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah. Well, it's in some of those studies and reports and books you've studied all these years, isn't it? That that's exactly what happens?
That they increase their production
Yes.
of saliva? No, I haven't seen that, but
Okay.
it makes sense.
And so when the dog bites a person, if they're biting through material, that saliva naturally could be embedded in the material, couldn't it?
Could be, yes.
Yeah. And something like a sweater, right? It traps liquid, doesn't it? Been out in the rain in the sweater. You don't want to wear a sweater in the rain. You'd be soaking all day, right?
That makes sense, yes.
There was no dog DNA found anywhere on the holes in that sweater, was there?
No.
That's not.
You understand
that's
that
accurate.
the crime lab took swabs of every one of those holes, right?
I don't know how many holes they took, but
Well,
yes.
before you discount or allege a conspiracy about DNA taint, wouldn't you want to know what they did before you criticize them?
I know that they took swabs.
Okay. Do you know that they took swabs of every hole?
No.
Do you know that they then packaged them and they tested and they sent them to UC Davis?
I know there was an interval of time
Well,
between the,
people are exonerated.
Hold it, I just need to hear the answer. Next question, please.
People are exonerated decades after they've been wrongfully convicted based on DNA, yes?
yes,
DNA lasts for a long time sometimes, doesn't it?
it can.
Okay. And so you know that the DNA or the samples that were swabbed from the sweater were sent to UC Davis. You know that.
Yes.
And you know when they did the analysis, there was no dog DNA,
Right,
right, on any of those holes.
right.
Not on
And
any of those
you've
holes. They didn't
opined
test
that
them.
these are bites, teeth going in and out of those holes all the way up and down the arm.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, it is remarkable that there is no dog DNA on any of those holes in the sweater, isn't it?
Again, there's an issue with the collection and transportation of that.
I'd love to talk to you about that. We're going to, but you got to get through my questions first. It is remarkable as a doctor, as a scientist, that there is no dog DNA in any of those swabs or holes. It's remarkable, isn't it?
Remarkable would not be the word I use.
Extraordinary.
No, I disagree.
Hard to believe.
I disagree.
Okay. Now, There is no dog DNA. Do you think somehow that hurts your cause or your case for your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
Assistant.
Do you think that somehow challenges your opinion that there's no dog DNA?
No.
Because many times you've interrupted and tried to talk about a suggested or a supposed taint that doesn't exist. And I'm just curious, why is it so important for you to discount dog...
Oh my gosh.
Why is it so important for you to discount the fact that dog DNA does not exist on any of those holes?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going along.
Of course you're going to allow
I'm aware of the many of the steps that are involved in the collection, preservation, transportation of evidence. And there are multiple places where that can go wrong. So the absence of the evidence is not as remarkable as the presence of the evidence.
What training and experience do you have with regard to DNA evidence? Your answer, not very much. Does that still stand today?
Correct. I've had lectures, but, I'm not a DNA person.
Not very much, right? And so now you're suggesting, without any fact, that many things could have gone wrong.
Absolutely, with any specimen.
Right. So you're willing to come into court and just float an idea without a good faith basis or fact?
Objection, Your Honor.
Assistant.
What went wrong in the collection of this DNA? What went wrong in it?
I can't tell you what went wrong, but I can tell you that there were possibilities that there were errors at various steps.
Okay, well, if you want to claim and allege an error to demean or discount the evidence, tell us what the error was that happened with the production, the preservation and testing of this DNA. What was it?
I can't tell you the exact error, but first of all, the decedent was in the snow for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So it may have washed off some of the evidence.
What evidence do you have that it washed off?
I don't have any proof, but you asked me possibilities.
No, I didn't ask you possibility. You're raising possibilities. I'm asking you what evidence, what fact do you have that DNA was degraded or taken from that sweater because he was lying in the snow? What evidence do you have?
I don't have evidence. I'm considering different possibilities.
Uh-huh. What about the preservation of it? What evidence do you have before you make such a claim that somehow there was an irregularity or a taint? What evidence do you have that there was something about the accumulation of this evidence, this item, that was tainted?
I didn't say, or I didn't mean to say, that there was a definite error in the process. I'm telling you that there could be. So that's why a negative finding is not all that remarkable.
When we're in a courtroom, you know as an expert witness and as a doctor, you can't speculate. That's not a reasonable degree of medical certainty, is it?
I'm telling you, with a process, just like, when blood is drawn from a patient, for instance.
This is coming from somebody who says they don't know very much about DNA. You're floating an idea that you have no factual basis for.
I'm talking about a specimen in general.
I'm not
It doesn't have to be DNA specimens. Specimens in general there can be errors in the process.
Well, we're talking about DNA here because you brought it up last hearing. You suggested that there was an irregularity at the last hearing.
There could be. You asked, for an explanation why DNA was not found. Well, that's a possibility.
So when you're using words like something could have gone wrong, you're not suggesting in good faith, and in fact, that you believe something went wrong, are you?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow it. Are you suggesting that, Dr. Russell?
I'm suggesting there's a possibility that something could have gone wrong.
No, but you can't tell us what that was.
No, there are multiple steps.
Tell me one of the steps that went wrong. Tell me anything.
No, I can't tell you definitively that anything went wrong on a particular step. I'm telling you that there are multiple steps where error can occur. That's all. So, and any physician, even not only scientist but physician, knows that not all test results are 100% accurate.
All right, let's wrap this up. So
Okay.
you've been through the UC Davis report.
Yes.
You've been through the now you know there's a criminologist report and they swabbed all the holes, right? There is an absence of dog DNA. We agree about that, right?
That's what you tell me.
Right. And we also agree that you have no actual science, medicine, or fact to suggest that there was anything wrong whatsoever with the collection, preservation, and testing of this dog DNA?
I have no evidence. That's correct.
Okay. I want to now turn to the actual exhibits and photographs and ask you some questions about the photographs and about some of the statements you've made prior about those.
Okay.
Okay? Can I have Exhibit 5, please? You've seen this exhibit before?
Yes.
You've testified about it a number of times.
Yes.
And you understand this is a photograph of Mr. John O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes.
You've described different abrasions on that arm on different dates in court, haven't you?
Yes.
I want to start from the left to the right. And although we haven't used numbers, I'm going to characterize it as a number so we know which wound we're talking about, so that we can discuss the different statements you've made about each wound. The wound closest to the shoulder, you see that wound?
Yes.
I'm going to call that wound number 1, if you don't mind.
Okay.
When you look at the wound closest to the shoulder, is it fair to say that you've given different versions or statements about what you think was the cause of that abrasion?
Not that I'm aware of.
Remember testifying in the voir dire, in this case, when you first came in before the trial?
Yes.
And you described that that is a pattern, saying there are 2 wounds with perhaps potentially a scratch in the middle?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember saying in that voir dire that they were consistent with teeth marks?
With teeth marks?
Yes.
I believe I do.
And do you remember when you first testified in this case at the voir dire, you said they could also possibly be consistent with nail marks?
Yes.
Okay. So when you were looking at this, and isn't this an example of no methodology in dog bite science? Because when you're looking at that, there's a very big difference between what teeth would have caused and what nails would have caused, isn't there?
No.
Oh. Teeth on a wound start with a puncture and then pull down, or the bottom teeth puncture and then pull up. Is that fair to say?
Not always.
And a nail, a dog's nail is shaped kind of like a horseshoe, right? The nail. And so when it pulls, it's going to leave a very different pattern than a tooth, isn't it?
Not necessarily. It depends on how deep the contact is between the nail or the tooth and the skin.
Suffice to say, when you first testified under oath about wound number 1, you expressed uncertainty whether it was teeth or whether it was nails.
Yes.
Okay. And so you didn't have any standard criteria to look at the wound to try to match up a comparative analysis. There's nothing specific where you would have a standard where you would say, well, this is what I would need to determine it's a nail, and this is what I'd need to determine it's a tooth. You didn't have that, did you?
There is none. And in the literature, authors have mentioned that it's very difficult to tell the difference between a claw wound and tooth mark sometimes.
When we look at wound number 1, when you originally said it was either teeth or nails, you then testified at trial, and you said the same consistent thing at trial, that this could either be teeth or it could be nails.
Would you repeat that?
Sure. After the voir dire, when you said that this wound, number 1, could have been caused by a dog's teeth or a dog's nails, you then testified a few days later at trial. And you said the same thing, didn't you? That this wound could have been caused by teeth or nails.
May I look?
You don't remember?
It sounds right.
Okay. Well, I want you to look and be sure. It is trial transcript, page 20, line 3. Thank you. Page 20. Start line 3. Yeah, right there. Okay. Dr. Russell, do you have the same transcript as us?
Yes.
Okay. When you were talking about the number of patterns, you started with the upper part of the arm, you talked about the parallel lines, and you said they were inflicted by either teeth or claw marks.
Line 3?
Well, start at line 3. Teeth or claw marks is actually line 5.
Line 5 says the word photographs here.
Okay. You must have a different version.
Are you talking about the trial?
I am, so you have a different copy than we do. My apology.
20, line 3?
You're going to have to show my copy only because there's different versions of the transcript going around.
All right,
And it's not going to reconcile.
What I have that Mr. McDermott copied on the trial transcript is what you just read from page 20, starting at line 3.
And that's what we have, but it's not the copy that Dr. Russell has. So if the court would allow me, I'll show her my transcript.
All right, I thought Mr. McDermott's copy went to Dr. Russell. Okay. Sure, go ahead, Sherry.
If I may, I believe one copy has the sidebars and one copy does not.
Okay.
That's what I think the discrepancy is.
Okay.
Do we have a second copy of this trial transcript that I can give her? You sure? Thank you. Here you go. So at trial, you similarly said that this was caused by either teeth or claw marks.
Yes.
Okay. And so there was obvious uncertainty by you whether this was teeth or claw marks when you testified at the voir dire and when you testified before the jury at the first trial.
Yes.
You told counsel when you had your direct examination on the last case that between the time of the trial and between your testimony at the first hearing in this Lanigan hearing, you had not reviewed any further materials.
No, I don't think I said it.
Oh, you did review further materials?
In the process of writing my report.
Which Mr. Lisi helped you with, yes?
Objection, Your Honor.
In the process of writing my report, I did review articles. I re-reviewed the photographs, and and my opinion even, became a little clearer.
So when you testified in front of the first jury, expressing an expert opinion, you weren't very clear?
No, I was certain that these were either teeth or claw marks.
Okay, but things have evolved, haven't they?
Yes, I have, in the course of reviewing and also being challenged, I'm being challenged, so I need to re-review everything, yes. Yes, things have evolved.
So things have changed?
Changed? No.
Well?
It's one of the, I said teeth or claw marks.
Well, it's not one or the other. You're supposed to testify with specificity.
Again, in the articles, in the literature, medical peer review literature, it's mentioned that it's very difficult in some sets of marks to determine what's a claw mark and what's a tooth mark.
So based on your reading of the literature that tells you it's very difficult to distinguish, you nevertheless then come into the hearing and you change your testimony and distinguish, because what you said now at the last hearing is this wasn't claw marks. Your position now is that these were teeth marks, not claw marks.
I also mentioned that I saw some punctate wounds up here, these two little wounds up there, and that helped clarify.
That picture hasn't changed since you looked at it before voir dire.
Perhaps I didn't see them the first time. They're very faint.
You made a mistake.
Oh, God.
No, either teeth or claw marks included, both of those.
So because you overlooked certain things, your opinion you gave to the jury was not an accurate opinion.
At the trial?
Yes, at the trial.
Is this the trial?
Yes.
This is the trial. It isn't accurate. It's either teeth or claw marks.
Well, that's not what you're saying now. Now you're saying it was teeth, not just teeth. You're saying it was canine teeth.
Yes, I believe now that they are more likely canine teeth.
Well, you didn't say more likely. You said to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. Is it more likely or is it to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, those are now dog bites.
Those are, teeth marks.
These right here.
Correct.
All right, and to a reasonable degree of...
It's my opinion that to the reasonable degree of medical certainty, those are marks made by teeth.
And the teeth that you claim that these now made are the canine teeth.
Yes, I believe so.
Well, no, you believe so. I want to know if you're certain about this, a medical certainty.
Yes, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, those are made by canine teeth.
Okay. And so your opinion from the time when you first testified at trial, the opinions you gave to the jury, it's now different.
I don't see it as different.
Okay. What else did you overlook in this wound when you first gave your opinion to the jury? What else did you miss?
I don't think I missed anything. There's another abrasion in the middle.
Well, no, we're not going to move on. We're going to stay right here in one until we're done.
Excuse me. I mean, there's an abrasion right there in the middle.
What's that caused by?
It could be caused by one of the incisor teeth.
When you say it could be, I want you to use science and not just speculate. How many incisors are on the top row of a healthy dog?
6.
And the bottom?
6.
Okay. And if a dog has healthy incisors that are not irregular, that are even, you know it's not going to have one incisor leaving a scratch and the other one's leaving no mark.
No, I disagree with that. It's very possible. Skin is very elastic. And teeth are not always the exact same height and have the exact same configuration.
And if they're irregular, one's bigger or missing or there's a gap, it could leave an irregular mark. Could.
It could.
But you don't know that. You don't know anything about the dog that is claimed to have caused this wound, do you?
I don't know about his specific teeth, no.
Do you know whether there's any irregularities in Chloe's teeth that would cause this irregular scratch by the incisor in the middle and leave out any other marks?
Even if there were no irregularities, the fact that skin is elastic and that that it could mean that not all teeth made contact.
Do you know anything about Chloe's incisors on the top and whether there's any irregularities or missing incisors? Do you know?
I don't know.
Would it help you to know that?
It'd be nice to know, but
when you say nice, is that a medical term of yes, it would be helpful to know that?
It could be helpful.
And so when we look at wound number 1 that you now say is a bite mark, not a scratch mark, caused by canines, how many canines do you think caused these 2 linear lines?
I believe that those are caused by 2 canine teeth.
Okay. So did the teeth start at the top and work their way down, or did they start at the here and work their way up?
I can't say.
Well, wouldn't you, if you're going to say the canine teeth, wouldn't you want to look at the wound and see where the puncture starts and then where it tears from? Wouldn't you want to know that?
You know, excuse me, there is no puncture. There is no puncture in this wound.
Right. And when a dog bites, the bottom jaw with their canines grabs and anchors, and then the top pulls and tears. That's how a dog bite works, isn't it?
Sometimes, if both the upper jaw and the lower jaw actually make contact, but not always do both jaws make contact.
It's a third-prong lever, a jaw, the way it works. It traps and pulls, yes?
If there's contact, yes.
Right. And so
with both jaws.
most animals don't just bite with their top teeth and drag.
It happens quite a bit.
What happens with frogs, right? There's
I don't know anything about
vulnerability area.
frogs.
It
I'm
doesn't
sorry.
happen with dogs. Dogs bite and pull.
They try, but they don't always contact with their lower jaw.
Did you look at the underside of Mr. O'Keefe's arm to see if there was any punctures or abrasions as an anchor that would allow the top canines to pull on this?
I did.
Yeah, and what'd you see?
I didn't see them.
And so what would have had to happen in your version of events is that the dog would have had to not create a puncture, but just scrape with its top two canines and not anchor into anything else.
And that happens often.
Uh-huh. And you can't tell whether the canine started here or started here.
That's correct. I'm not
Right.
sure.
Well, here is not a puncture, but it's a rounder wound. We're still on wound number 1. The right linear abrasion, it's wider and rounder, isn't it?
It appears to be.
Okay. And this is a little more narrow up here than it is down here.
Correct.
Right? But there's no way the canines from the top mouth could have started here and worked their way down here. There's no way that could have happened, right? Because this arc would mean that the dog's mouth is backwards. The dog's mouth is backwards if it went this way.
I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're saying.
You see that this here, 2 teeth, if the dog's canines started here and worked their way down this way, they don't line up. They're not even. It's backwards.
It would be an odd configuration.
Well, odd, it would be like Ripley's Believe It or Not. The dog would have to have their teeth the opposite way.
No, I could see how that could happen.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. And these 2 scratches, there is no puncture, you say. You don't know what direction it's going in. There's no anchor on the bottom. But yet, your opinion is that these are dog bites.
I believe they are, yes.
Based on just simply looking at them, and you've seen something before in your experience that makes you think it looks similar.
Again, based on my 30 years of experience.
But you don't have any comparative sample or any type of model where you're looking at this and matching up particular points of interest with specificity, like a fingerprint, a swirl, or a whirl. You're not looking at this and saying, well, this is endemic of a dog bite or a canine. There's nothing about this that is particular or specific.
The pattern is fairly specific. It's highly specific, actually.
This pattern here
The
can only
pattern
be
of
caused by
the whole configuration, the whole arm.
Let's start with this one, though.
Yeah,
There's
but you have
nothing-
to take things in context.
We're going to go through all of them, then we can talk about all of them in context together. Because I know what you said at the last hearing, but I'm talking about these. There's nothing about these that are particular or specific or endemic to a dog bite, is there?
If the arm only had those 2
Right?
abrasions,
Uh-huh.
yes, it would be extremely difficult to say that those were dog.
Well, it's not difficult. There would be no objective evidence that it was a dog bite. It wouldn't just be difficult. It wouldn't be accurate. There's nothing about these that's a chest dog bite. There's no puncture. The abrasions consistent here. They're different.
There's a
Objection, Your Honor.
Part of you shouting objection adds to the overlay.
What would you like to
So
do?
when you start to stand and say object, that's fine. Dr. Russell, you finish your answer, and Mr.
I'm bad?
Brennan, wait until she finishes her answer before your next question.
I'd like to see the court timeline.
So Brennan can be a douchebag all he wants, but Alessi's not saying objection properly. Got it. Got it. Noted. This is going to be a miserable trial. So about the whole dog DNA thing. He says that they swabbed every hole. They only tested 2 swabs. And they found inhibitors that stop the PCR process from happening. So the inhibitors can
I'm going to
keep
see
you from
counsel
finding the
Daubert.
DNA. That's what the issues were. Oops. It's loud. So he's saying, did you know that they swabbed every single hole and there was no DNA? That's not accurate. That's not accurate at all. Like or let me rephrase, that's very misleading, because they could have swabbed everyone. That's fine, but we don't know where they swabbed it. There's no documentation of that. And they didn't test everyone. They only tested 2 of the swabs. And in the 2 swabs, they did not find canine DNA, but they said that there was a sign of inhibitors, which could be blood or dye on a shirt. Both of those are inhibitors, and both of those I think were present, if I remember correctly. So so the inhibitors can keep you from finding the actual DNA. So what he's saying is very misleading. And I have a feeling that that's going to be how he does the entire trial. It's kind of like that slimy, that slimy mob attorney in him. Why didn't defense stand up and say, well, like she's not really letting defense object. Like she's even mad about how he says objection. Like whatever. This is ridiculous. They'll be able to, Alessia will be able to go back and do this. At this point, it's not as important because there's no jury present. This is for a Daubert hearing. Not like any Daubert hearing I've ever seen in my life. But yeah, there was pig DNA.
All rise to the court, please.
And also the dog claws are not a good source for DNA. It would only be any of the holes. If it's dog, then it would only be any of the holes where there was bites that would have actually had DNA.
You are muted.
No? Short break is all I know. No, they're on a short break. Okay, I'm going to mute this for a second. Okay, so the whole thing with the dog DNA is frustrating, I know, because he's misrepresenting it. But keep in mind, there's no jury there. So when he does this during trial, because I'm sure he will, it's like that slimy lawyer thing, then they'll have the opportunity to clear all of that up. Yeah, no OnlyFan. I feel so cheated out of my day with no OnlyFan to keep us waiting. They're on a short break. I don't know how long the break is going to be, so I guess we'll see. The whole thing that he's going through about how, oh, you're not a crash reconstructionist, you didn't go to the crime scene, you didn't do this and this and this. Okay. Neither did the medical examiner. That's not what they're there for. But he seems like he's trying to discredit her opinions by saying there's evidence that it is this other thing, and I think it's this other thing. And if she knew that there was this evidence, then she wouldn't have this opinion. And he's misrepresenting some of this stuff, even like with the DNA thing on the taillight. That is also very misleading the way he did that. It's not surprising that his DNA is on the taillight. It's not his blood. And when they say, there was a hair, the magical hair, it's not like it was, a hair with, blood stuck to anything. So it's all, he's making it sound like one way when it's not, which I'm sure will be a theme going through the entire trial. Personally, I don't know. I've heard different expert opinions on different things. I don't know enough about, dog bites and stuff to be convinced one way or the other. So I'm not going to say that I 100% know it's this or 100% know it's not this. What I do know is that if a doctor who is this experienced is telling me that that's her opinion, then I think it could be a possibility. If I have another doctor who's very experienced who's telling me it's not, then I would think that that's a possibility. You don't have to be convinced one way or the other to have reasonable doubt. It's just being able to see that there is another option or explanation other than what the prosecution is saying. And so for me, some of the evidence that they're fighting so hard on, like the Google search and the dog stuff, I get that that's important evidence for them to have in the trial. That's part of the defense. For me, neither of those things were the deciding factor for me to say that I would be a not guilty. For me, it was the crash daddies were, that was the biggest part. That's what I gave the most weight to when it comes to the evidence and the experts. This is going to be... Courtney Barr says, I am unsure if I even believe the dog bite theory, but I absolutely believe the defense should be allowed to present this with Dr. Russell. She has beyond proven herself worthy. I totally agree. Like I said, I am not 100% convinced either way because I don't know enough about it and there's different experts saying different things. So I don't know. I'm no dog bite expert, but I think that the jury should be able to hear it. I think that she has proven herself. Look, if the jury can hear that, remember the one case with the owl, and it was like the guy Peterson who he had the whole theory where I think it was his second wife who had fallen down the stairs and died, and they went through the whole theory where the owl was thank you. Chat Daddy's taking the dogs out. They went through the whole thing where it was the second wife that had died falling down the stairs, I think, and then they said that it was an owl attack, and so they came and they had the expert come and explain how it was an owl attack. That sounds very far-fetched, but the jury was allowed to hear it. I don't think they bought it, but they were allowed to hear it. Like with Letitia Stout. Dr. Dorothy Lewis came and gave the whole thing about Maria Sanchez and all of that, how she had multiple personalities. Did we believe it? No. No. But Dr. Dorothy Lewis is a very well-respected doctor, and she has a lot of experience. So she proved herself an expert and was able to testify to that. Did the jury buy it? No. But the defense had the opportunity to present that as their case. So I think it's the same thing here. I think that trying to keep the defense from being able to present their case is, it's not okay. But what do I know? Did the doctor know that the apron was clear? I think that everybody in the country knows that the apron was clear and that there were high top tables and it was snowing. Grace Welch, thank you for the super chat. Tell your dogs I said hi. I will. Cat Daddy's taking them out to go potty, so I'll tell them as soon as they come back in. Yes, that was it. I wasn't born with thorns. New trial on the staircase murder included an owl, and the man was set free. Oh, that one. He pled. Didn't he do an offered plea in order to get out? If I remember right, I think he did an offered plea. Did they overturn his conviction or something? I'm trying to remember. I can't remember the details. Does he mind being called Chat Daddy? He seems a little macho for that. No, he's fine. He thinks it's funny. Commonwealth case is built on non-expert investigations, solo cups and leaf blowers. Throw the case out, in my opinion. I just think there's too many issues in the case. Yes, an offer plea to get out because he was old and sick and wanted out. The owl was falsely accused. His first conviction got overturned. Do you remember why? It's been so long since I remember I think I remember it getting overturned, and then he came back and did the offer plea to leave, because I remember her family was mad about him being able to do that because they wanted him to have to admit guilt. I can't remember why that first one got overturned. How is this lawyer allowed to propose that lack of evidence is proof of anything? This lawyer is getting pretty much to say and do whatever he wants. He can say and do whatever he wants, and unless he's not even allowed to object the way that he's objecting. So I don't know. We're just... Tinsley! Hi, big girl. That's Tinsley. It's blurry. It's Tinsley. Oh, wait. When I put my hand right here, it's not blurry for a second. Thank you.
You're welcome, man.
They found a tiny owl feather in the wound. Yeah, like in her... They said that that was like their whole reason for being able to say that. And then all the claw marks... or they said that like where she had fallen down the stairs, it was claw marks from the owl or something. What was the other owl one? There was another case that they blamed an owl. I can't remember what it was. Can't remember. I'm pulling it up now because I'm interested. A neighbor of the Petersons suggested the theory of the owl after viewing autopsy photographs of Kathleen's head wounds. He said the lacerations on her scalp roughly lined up with owl talons, and then fragments of feathers were found around her. 2 fragments that may have been chips of an avian talon were embedded in Kathleen's skull. There was a smoking feather, which is a photograph of a hair shaft with feathers wrapped around it and held onto her hair with blood. Death by talons. Interesting, interesting. I'd forgotten about that one. What's the other owl one? There's another one other than the Peterson. But I think it happened after Peterson. I think they were like, oh, we'll give that a go. I don't know. I start getting all my cases mixed up after I haven't seen them in a while. Oh, it was the blood spatter expert who got it overturned. Oh. They're on a short break. That's all it says. Oh, yeah, and Peterson, his first wife, fell down a flight of stairs and died. That one was weird. That one was crazy. This court does its own thing. That's true. Brendan is sharpening his talons. Oh, y'all. We have OnlyFans. It's just like old times. It's just like old times. OnlyFans is back. I left the Court TV Facebook group because they're toxic, and I just know they're loving how he is treating Dr. Russell. I don't know how you can love treating her like that. Like, she's like, he's the only time I like when they're that aggressive with the witnesses is when the witnesses are jerks or, you know, condescending or whatever else. But not her. She's not any of those things. If Bev gets annoyed, will she tell them to turn the heat off? Don't make me turn the air conditioner off. Dang it, now I want to. Yeah, that's what me and Chat Daddy had for breakfast. OnlyFans is like the breakout star of 2024. Unmute it so we can hear when they come back. But I have good news. The skirt is clear and it's not snowing. Is there snow up there right now? I know there's a ton of it in Ohio where some of my family is. I don't respect the opinion of people who believe Trooper Paul. Does anybody believe Trooper Paul? I don't even think Trooper Paul believed Trooper Paul. when they behave like Dominique. Oh, Dominique. I need to do a podcast episode on that trial. That's one of my favorite trials. That was one where I was really nervous. And when they said not guilty, it was like this, like I started crying. I was like, it was like just a relief of justice. Dang, 10 inches of snow in Greenville, Indiana. Lawrence, Kentucky, 11 inches. Gosh. Love being here for that trial. That one was that was one of the ones that I think impacted me the most. Melly was back in court, I think yesterday and today. Oh, Melly. That one, before Karen Reed, Melly was the worst one I'd ever covered as far as trolls go. And then I always say, like, the Melly trolls, like, they wanted to ruin your day, but the Karen Reed trolls, they want to ruin your life. It's like a whole new level. Yes, the Travis one with Dominique, that's the one where it was a whole husband. She had a whole husband. She's fussing at him for talking to some girl. And she had a whole husband. Yes, Melly's attorney is under investigation. So Raven, remember I think we were live on stream when I was looking at her stuff, and then we found her mugshot. And then, like, that day it went viral. We watched the body cam from... Anyway, yeah, she's under investigation. Is it because of the trolls you haven't been live? No. I have been working on another big project and then working on the podcast. So that's why I haven't been live much. Wasn't she really intelligent or something? Oh, she is a, what'd she say? An intelligent child or something? What did she say? Dominique? Are you done with the Canton podcast for now? No, I'm not done with it. I haven't. The last one I put out was about a month ago, so there will be one out this week. But I've been working on knowledgeable child. That's what it was. I've been working on other episodes like doing podcast episodes of other cases. I just did Bryce. So I've been doing other ones, but I've got a Canton one scheduled for this week. So, knowledgeable child. I forgot about that. I knew it was something. Okay, while they're at a short break, I'm going to run to the restroom. I'm going to leave the fan on so that y'all can see if it comes back before I get back. I'll be right back.
Yes, Ron.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think we had Exhibit 5, please. Thank you. Dr. Russell, we were talking about these two scratches or abrasions as wound 1. I want to continue asking some questions about wound 1. And I had asked you, now that your position is that these were caused by the canines of the dog, was it the upper or lower canines?
I can't tell 100%.
Well, not 100%. What's your opinion? Are these upper or lower canines?
I believe they're upper canines.
Okay. And why do you believe these are upper canines as opposed to lower canines?
Because when the mouth of the dog opens and attacks, it's usually the upper canines that grasp first.
And you're saying because there's an absence on the other side that this must be the upper canines? Is that your logic?
I'm saying because it's usually the uppers that grasp first.
There's nothing in methodology or comparative study that would tell you that these are consistent with upper canines. You're just deducing that based on there's only one pattern instead of two?
There's nothing that makes it definitive, correct?
Well, not just definitive. There's no cues. There's no clues. There's nothing here that says to a person or even an expert that these are caused by canine teeth.
Well, the other consideration is if the victim was trying to defend himself, it's the upper canines that would impact first on that surface of the arm.
What if the victim was defending himself from a 6,000-pound car? That'd be a different type of wound than this?
This is not caused by a car.
So what evidence do you have that the victim was defending himself, which caused the shape of wounds?
Again, it's very common for someone who's under attack to take their arm and flex it in front of them to protect their vital organs.
Okay.
The neck, head, face.
So if Mr. O'Keefe is flexing his arm to defend himself, that doesn't answer the question, what identifying feature with specificity in these support any conclusion that it was a canine tooth that caused either of them?
Well, first, in general, it's the canine teeth that are going to impact because they are much longer than the incisor teeth.
Right. The question I have is, look at these two scratches here. What objective evidence do you have based on methodology, comparative analysis? What evidence do you have that either of these were caused by a dog tooth, a canine?
Again, the methodology is that I looked at the overall pattern of the wounds on the arm, not just those two wounds up by the shoulder, but the overall pattern.
So your testimony is, if I look at everything together, I can have an opinion. If I look at this separately, it means nothing.
If I look at it separately, I cannot be as definitive, correct?
Well, not as definitive. I'm asking you for an opinion. You don't have any evidence that this has any relation to a dog bite. Without looking at the whole arm and giving that general opinion we'll get to, you have nothing as far as facts or comparative analysis or studies that would say that this was caused by canines on a dog, do you?
It's consistent with two canine teeth. There's a distance between those parallel marks.
Did you measure the distance between where this begins or ends, because you don't know, and this begins or ends?
I would have loved to, but...
If I could just finish, I'm sorry. Did you measure the distance between this and this and this and this?
I could not measure it because there's no ruler in that picture.
You know that when a dog bites, the canines don't move. Unlike paws that might open or close, the teeth stay the same distance apart, don't they?
Correct.
There's nothing that you know of in any dog science that canines, when they bite, they open or close or get wider or more narrow. They're always the same distance, right?
With it, for that dog, yes.
Right, that dog.
Assuming that they're healthy teeth, yes.
Okay. And you don't know if they're healthy of teeth or not because you never looked at Chloe.
Correct.
Okay. And you're not saying there's any punctures anywhere in here, are you?
I don't see a definitive puncture.
Well, do you see a puncture that's not definitive?
At the very lower aspect of the photo, this area is not well defined.
So you're saying this is possibly a puncture?
I can't rule it out by that photograph.
Well, couldn't you rule it out through other analysis and evidence? Couldn't you rule it out as we just spoke about? Because if this was the puncture, that means the bite is going this way. And if it's going this way, the arc is in the total opposite direction. Couldn't you rule it out just on that?
I couldn't rule it out, but it certainly makes sense that it would not, that the punctures would not be down below.
Well, does not make sense. It makes no sense that it would go this way. It wouldn't be going up if the dog has an arc going this way. The arc would have to be this way.
It depends on the position of the victim.
A dog's arc is not going to change depending on the position of a victim.
No.
And the dog's canines are not going to move depending on the position of the victim.
That's right, but if he's bending over and depending on the position of the arm, the wound can change. The wound can have a different appearance than what you would expect.
Okay. Let's move on to number 2, which I'm identifying as these 2 linear scratches and then the scratch on the bottom. And you've testified about this wound number 2, although you didn't characterize it as wound number 2, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you first testified under oath in the voir dire about wound number 2, do you remember what you said that you thought that might be?
I believe I said bites or scratches.
Teeth or claws, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now at trial, did you change your opinion at all about teeth or scratches?
I'm not sure.
Do you think you said at trial that this was not scratches but most likely teeth?
I may have said that.
Okay. And then you testified at this hearing, didn't you?
Yes.
And now definitively you're saying this wasn't scratches at all, it was teeth.
Definitively, I cannot say that. They still could be scratches. There's a possibility that 2 adjacent nail marks made that.
So you're saying this could be nails or could be scratches? I mean, this could be nail scratches or could be teeth?
Yes, there's a possibility that those could be scratches.
When you were asked on direct examination, that wasn't your testimony, was it? I turned you to page 101, line 13.
On what day?
I'm sorry, the last hearing date. It's the thickest of the 3. Yes, it's page 101, line 13. May I approach and help you on that?
Yes.
It's the thick one. You got it.
Okay.
Okay. No, that's the wrong site, so we're gonna, you got that one. At that hearing, when you last testified, did you say that teeth made those marks? You are unable to say which teeth, but it was teeth?
Yes, I believe I did.
Okay, so your position from the voir dire and from the trial testimony changed regarding this wound when you last testified at the Lanigan hearing?
I still think that they are probably teeth, but I cannot 100% rule out scratch marks.
Did you say something like, I'm not sure exactly what teeth made these? They could, one of them could, one set of these could be canine, one part of this, and an adjacent incisor tooth, but I'm not sure on the second set?
Again, it goes to the fact that the wounds are not very specific for differentiating between teeth and claw marks. However, in the setting of a pattern, one can get a whole lot more information, and that is supported by the articles.
So getting back to wound number 2, when you described this for Mr. Alisi, he suggested to you, so even though you may not be able to identify the specific aspect of the dog dentition, you're able to identify this is from some aspect of dog dentition. Is that what you're saying? And you said yes. So you were saying at the last hearing, this is from dog dentition.
Mm-hmm.
Dog dentition is different than toenail marks.
Paw marks, yeah.
So your testimony that you offered the jury in this case was different in regards to wound 2 than the testimony you offered the court at the first part of this hearing.
The jury?
Yeah, the jury. When you testified at trial, you said it was claw marks or teeth.
Uh-huh.
You said at the last hearing this was dentition, teeth. So the opinion has now changed.
I think for the most, well, I'm sorry if maybe I made a mistake.
No, I don't think so. I think your opinion has changed. You said this was either claw marks or tooth marks. You weren't sure. There was uncertainty at trial. At the Lanigan hearing, when you were asked by Mr. Alisi, he asked you specifically if this was dentition, and you said it was.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so ask the question differently, without the commentary.
You're saying now this is not scrape claw marks or toenail marks. This is by teeth, dentition.
I actually think it could be either.
Okay. Now, would you agree that is different than what you said the first time you testified at this hearing?
It sounds like it.
So you've gone back and forth kind of a little bit.
It's not a definite. It's not in and of itself. That set of abrasions is not definitive.
Well, you didn't offer the jury the opinion that they weren't definitive or that you had confusion, did you?
I'm getting a little confused because at the jury, you told me that I said it was one or the other.
Right. And then you changed to it was dentition, and now you're back to claws or teeth?
I think it's still teeth, but yeah, I can't rule out the claws.
Okay. And because you have no comparative standard, you don't have a standard in the industry where you can look at this and say it has 6 points of contact or 6 features of similarity. You don't have anything like that. You're simply relying on your personal empirical experience.
Well, no, I also saw these 2 punctures, the punctate wounds right there.
Okay.
And that made me think that it was more teeth than claw marks.
This here you're describing
Yes.
as punctate?
Punctate, yeah.
Now, you never got the benefit of seeing Mr. O'Keefe, did you?
Personally, no.
Did you know he was Irish? Light skin?
Makes sense with that name.
Freckles, moles. Look at these. They're all over his body. You don't think the dog was puncturing up all over here, did you?
No.
Right. So these are the same. These little things, these skin blemishes, same as these all over the body.
Oh, you're a doctor?
There's no question.
Do you think that what you're describing as dog puncture wounds, you could be mistaken for just his skin and the different types of marks on his skin, like freckles or moles?
I don't believe so, particularly since they're right where those wounds are, the abrasions are.
Well, wouldn't the skin blemishes be there before any abrasions?
I haven't seen a picture of him before this incident.
Right. Okay. So to get back to, we're now at, this is either a dog bite or it's a scratch. What is it about the top 2 that tell you it's a dog bite?
Would you rephrase that? Or, I mean, would you say it again?
You're saying these are either dog bites or scratches. That's what you're saying. You're not sure which one, but it's definitely a dog. That's your position.
Yes.
Okay. What about these 2 are telling you that this is a dog bite?
I think I said it already previously, that they're parallel. They're parallel lines that seem to have these punctate lesions associated with them. And they're in and around the other lesions I believe are dog bites.
When a dog punctures and pulls, there's not an island of skin and then it goes back to the pole. The puncture starts at the pole and then it goes to the bottom, doesn't it?
There are no complete puncture wounds on this arm.
Well, you just cited puncture wound as a reason why you think this was a dog bite. You said these aren't. These are not a skin condition, rather they're puncture wounds, and that was the basis for saying these are bites. If you don't know if these are puncture wounds or not, how can you say these are dog bite?
First of all, I did not say, with all due respect, I did not say they were puncture wounds. They are punctate lesions.
Okay.
They're different.
The punctate lesion, is that caused by a tooth?
Yes, I believe it is.
And you know when a dog punctures, it then tears and pulls.
Only if they penetrate the skin. They have to penetrate in order to pull.
Okay. And
to create a laceration and pull.
And a puncture is not a penetration?
A puncture is. A punctate lesion is not.
And so what about these two linear abrasions? What science, what comparative analysis, what evidence do you have that these are caused by teeth?
It's part of the pattern.
Of this whole pattern?
Of this whole pattern.
But just like wound number one, independently, this doesn't tell you anything. You can't give an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that this was caused by a dog standing on its own.
By itself, it's consistent with, but yes, not by itself that it's caused by a dog.
Okay.
That lesion by itself.
And there's nothing about these scratches that are consistent with the horseshoe shape of a nail of a dog, is there?
You mean the horseshoe shape of the jaw?
No, the dog's nail. The dog's nails.
Paw nail?
Toenail.
Toenail?
Yeah.
There's nothing specific, no.
So again, to have any real opinion to a medical degree of certainty, you need to look at everything together. You cannot look at this and tell us any specific identifying feature that would support an opinion or conclusion to a degree of medical certainty it was caused by a dog bite or a dog scratch.
Mr. Brennan, that's the way medicine is. You know, in medicine, you don't just look at one complaint or one wound or one test and make a diagnosis. You usually need several supporting tests or other lesions to corroborate a diagnosis. So that's part of medicine.
So you would agree with my statement, what I just said?
Would you repeat it?
Of course. So there is nothing specific in regards to these three scratches in and of themselves, without looking at the entire arm. There's nothing about these three that you can say with specificity that supports an opinion that they were caused by a dog bite or a dog scratch.
I disagree. Okay. I think the combination of the punctate lesions right there and there, along with the linear parallel abrasions, supports that assessment.
Do you have any papers, any studies that show that a scratch like this, that would look like this, is a dog bite or a dog scratch based just on the appearance of these three scratches?
Just on the appearance, no. Usually the studies that I've read have pictures of multiple lesions, and in those pictures of multiple lesions, there may be lesions like this, individual lesions.
You can't tell, in your opinion, these are dog bites or dog scratches, so is there anything specific about them that can lead you to a reasonable conclusion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that these were caused by a dog? Putting aside the whole panoply of scratches, these here, what about them is unique and distinct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow just that as what's been called 2.
What about them?
Okay, again, they're consistent with dog bites and scratches, and together with the overall picture of the numerous wounds, it paints a picture that makes me sure that this is from a dog attack.
Okay, I won't ask again, but I wasn't asking about the overall wounds. We're going to get to that. I was asking just about these three, but I'll leave your answer as it stands. Let's move to wound number 3. Now, wound number 3 really is a collection of scrapes, and you gave some testimony about the first 2. So if we look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So in wound 3, we have 5 larger abrasions on the top of the elbow. Do you see that?
I do.
And then you see a couple of dots down here. Yes?
Yes.
And I want to ask you some questions, and what I'll do, even though this is wound 3, I'll talk about scrape 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, so we know what we're referring to. Is that fair?
Yes, but again, any one little tiny part of the image or wound is, it's not going to be sufficient to make a diagnosis. I need the pattern.
You never recognized that in your voir dire testimony or in your trial testimony before the jury that you needed the collection of all abrasions to have an opinion. Instead, isn't it fair to say that you were talking about individual wounds as if they stood on their own?
I believe that.
Your Honor. Can you answer that? I'm going to.
That is unfair. That's incorrect.
It wasn't until Mr. Alisi directed you that you started talking about dog attack and collection of wounds as a whole.
That is incorrect.
Okay. So looking at these wounds, wound number 3, and I know it may be a series of wounds, it might not be one wound in your opinion, but let's talk about this collection of abrasions, okay? Do you remember in the voir dire talking about this collection of abrasions and you were saying they were consistent with teeth or claw marks?
Okay.
Is that what you said at the voir dire?
I'd have to look again.
Okay. Well, why don't we look at page 38, line 13?
Mine is gone. I don't have a voir dire.
Okay. We'll have to get you one.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's 48, line 13. Nope.
What page?
That one's not right either. No. Okay. Well, let me withdraw that question. Did you testify previously that these are consistent with teeth or claw marks?
Did I testify when?
Previously.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And do you have a different opinion today whether these are teeth or claw marks?
No.
So you think that these could either be teeth or claw marks?
I think they're more likely teeth marks.
Which one of these 5 do you think are teeth marks?
All of them.
You think all 3 are teeth marks? Do you think a dog bit Mr. O'Keefe and inflicted these at the same time or different times?
I believe that this was this configuration, this collection right
Yes.
here.
Yeah.
I believe this is one bite.
One bite. And so if we were to follow your theory, this was one bite, this would be the arc of the dog's mouth?
Yes, it could be.
Well, is there an arc here?
There appears to be.
Okay. And we know that when a dog punctures it, then from the top teeth pulls down, the bottom pulls up, right?
Pushes.
So if this is the arc of the dog right here, and it's like a half of a sun or a half moon over the elbow, you claim these 2 dots are consistent with puncture wounds?
No, punctate lesions.
Oh, punctate lesions, I'm sorry. Which teeth, upper or lower teeth, do you think caused these 5?
I believe those were the upper teeth.
So you believe this is a canine on the left, number 1, and a canine on the right, number 5?
It could be.
Okay. Now, if here's the arc of the dog's mouth, and this is a canine on 1 and 5, where do the canines puncture and pull? Up or down?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Where do the canine teeth puncture? From the bottom or from the top?
So if these are, let me use my pointer here. If these are canines, and this could, by the way, be this also could be 2 separate bites. But if these are canines, they usually would start on the based on this picture, the upper or higher area and pull down.
Right. They would have to start up and pull down if that was an arc of a mouth, wouldn't it? But you see the bottom of these wounds, right? The round part that is closer to a puncture is on the bottom. Aren't they going in the wrong direction if this is the arc of the mouth?
No, I don't think that they are going in the wrong direction. You have to keep in mind that presumably Mr. O'Keefe was not standing there and letting the dog just chew on his arm. Okay, that there's
How do you know that?
Objection, Your Honor.
How do you know that?
No, but she's not finishing her answer, Your Honor.
The question's allowed.
How do you know what he was doing?
Because it's normal human behavior that if you're...
How do you know what he was doing? How do you know what Mr. O'Keefe was doing that night?
Again, it's normal human behavior to pull away from someone that's attacking you, a person or an animal. That's normal human behavior. If he was still throughout this whole attack, I would be looking for a different set of wounds.
You're speculating about all of these comments about what he was doing and not doing. You have no idea what he was doing, do you?
I'm just...
Objection, Your Honor.
The question, wait, can you answer that question, Doctor?
I'm basing it on normal human behavior.
And so you would disagree with me that if these were dog bites, the part that's thicker, that is more similar, although not a puncture, would start at the bottom and work up, meaning the dog's head was over here on the top. You disagree with me about that?
Do I disagree?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that that's
Okay.
incorrect.
Okay. And if these are canines, did you measure the distance between the canines?
Again, there's no ruler, but the other thing is we don't know what position his elbow was in at the time of this. So it could be, although it looks like it's a larger, a larger configuration than a normal canine distance, intercanine distance. That's what you're referring to, the intercanine distance. If his arm was flexed, that distance would be shorter. So you cannot make any assessment based on this picture.
Do you notice the differences between the left mark and the right mark are a greater distance than wound number 1, where you said that it was 2 canines that caused these linear abrasions?
And there's no elbow between the linear abrasions of wound collection number 1. There's no elbow up here to be flexed.
Let me ask again, do you notice the difference between these two? Is wider than the difference between wound number 1 when you said it was 2 canines?
You mean this mark here versus this mark here? Is that what you're talking about?
Wound 3, number 1, number 5, where you said these could be canines. You notice the distance is different than the distance where you claim that wound 1 was caused by 2 canines. Do you notice the difference in distance?
Again, I'm not clear what you're asking me. Are you asking me the distance between this tooth and that tooth? I think what you're asking me is the intercanine distance. Is that what you're asking me about?
Intercanine distance, I've never heard that word.
Well...
Is that a new one?
No, that's
Okay.
well known in the medical literature.
Let's just look at simple math or size. The distance between these 2 wounds is a greater distance than where you said it was canines in wound number 1, isn't it?
Again, I believe I just explained it, that if the elbow was flexed at the time that the wound was inflicted, or the bite was inflicted, you would get these 2 wounds that are closer to one another than they appear here, because the arm is partially extended here, and skin moves.
Are you saying this is a full bite, puncture wound top and bottom?
Excuse me?
Are you saying this was a full bite of puncture wounds, bottom canines, top canines? Are you saying this is a full bite?
I don't believe any, no, this is not a full bite. There is no penetration, significant penetration of the skin. So this is not a full bite or a complete bite.
Did you say at trial, at the elbow, there's another different series of marks that again have linear abrasions up where the pointer is, and then down below some punctate, superficial, round, small abrasions, again representing upper and lower teeth, in my opinion. Was that your opinion at trial, that this represented upper and lower teeth?
Yes.
And these lower teeth, what teeth were these?
What teeth?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Were they the canines?
Could be a canine, could be incisors.
Okay. There we go. Thank you. And so your opinion at trial is these 4 could all be canines?
Which 4?
1, 2, and then the 2 punctures, or punctate.
That is a possibility. It is actually, and I think I said this too, that this could actually be a configuration of 2 separate bites. Where you have canine, puncture wound, punctate lesion from the, so upper canines, lower canines. And then this could be a separate one. Just can't tell. There's not enough specificity in this configuration of wound.
And you have nothing to compare it to either.
No.
Do you see the distance is different between what you said is a 4-set upper and lower canine and this one here, this canine? Do you see the obvious difference?
With all due respect, Mr. Brennan, again, the elbow moves, so the skin moves. The skin overlying the elbow moves, and we don't know the configuration that this arm was in at the time those wounds were inflicted. You could not make a generalization.
I'm going to ask you one more time. You don't have to answer. Do you see the obvious distance between wound 1 and 3 where you say that it was the canines? Do you see that?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'm going to strike the part that says you don't need to answer. Can you answer that question, please, Doctor? And then we'll move on, Mr. Brennan.
I see the difference, but I understand the difference.
Okay.
Oh, I hate that.
If these were canine wounds, they can't be claw wounds, right?
Yes.
And based on your knowledge and study and whatever you're relying on, you have no way of telling if this is canines or a claw.
Not 100%, correct?
Not even 100%. You don't have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether it's canines or claws, do you?
I believe those are canines.
Did you testify at the Lanigan hearing when Mr. Alisi was asking you questions? Did you observe any claw marks with regard to the injuries, and you said it's possible?
Possible, yes.
How can you give an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty it was canines, and in the same breath and statement say, well, it's possibly claw wounds as well?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
My opinion about reasonable degree of medical certainty is about the whole arm, the configuration, the pattern of the whole arm, and not any one individual wound.
Okay. Wound 4 up here. What do you think this might be?
I don't know. I'm not certain.
Well, I mean, in the totality of a dog attack, it has to be something related to a dog because we don't know that it was there before. It had to have been something, right?
It's probably related to the dog, yes.
Well, you don't think he just had this independent wound and then all these came from the dog attack and this one just happened to be hanging out waiting for them?
That's correct. I don't
Right.
think that he had a separate wound.
You don't think this one maybe was caused by the broken shards of glass from the taillight during an alleged collision, but the other ones were from something totally different, do you?
No, because it has an orientation about it. It's oriented, again, in a somewhat vertical orientation, similar to many of these other sets of wounds.
I don't know what that means. It has a vertical orientation. How does that help us understand if this wound existed before or after the so-called dog attack?
It has some similarity of pattern.
So you think this was caused during the alleged dog attack?
Yes.
Okay. What caused this wound during the alleged dog attack?
I don't know.
Is that because there's no methodology or comparative standards, so you can't compare it to anything?
No, because there's not enough specificity in that one particular wound all by itself.
What are the options? How could it have been caused during this dog attack?
By a tooth or a claw, most likely.
Could it have been caused by the ground?
I doubt it, considering that, again, it's oriented in a similar fashion to the rest of the lesions.
Okay. When you read the background facts of this case, well, let me ask you, if a dog attacks an arm, it's going to create force on the arm, wouldn't it?
It depends on how much penetration. Yes, it depends on how strong the bite is, how much penetration, it gets through the clothing, clothing that's on the intervening, between the arm and the dog is going to present a little bit of a buffer.
Well, let's talk about the force on the arm. If this was a dog attack, as you claim, that means the teeth and or the claws penetrated that sweater and caused an abrasion on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Yes.
So there had to be an amount of force pulling on the arm to create that friction, which led to the abrasion. Yes? Okay. Did you know from any of the facts that you reviewed that when Mr. O'Keefe supposedly left the car, he had a glass in his hand? Like a straw in the glass?
I'm aware that there was a glass in his hand.
And you're aware when he was found by the side of the road that glass, the broken part of the glass, was right near him with the straw?
I don't know anything about the straw, but yes.
Okay. And so if there's a dog attack and somebody's holding a glass, right, they're not likely to continue to hold on to the glass throughout the duration of the attack and then move somewhere else with that glass.
I don't know if he was holding on to the glass during the dog attack.
Well, hypothetically, assume that the evidence is he supposedly was holding the glass. Wouldn't a dog attack rip that out of his hand? Wouldn't he drop the glass?
There are many possibilities here. He could have transferred it to the other hand.
Let's look at wound number 5. Do you remember testifying about this?
Yes.
And you said it looks like an arch?
It does, to me.
Are you saying the arch is on the top or on the bottom?
No, I thought the arch was on the bottom. By bottom, I mean what we call proximal part of the arm. So here, right here is where I think the arch is.
And if this is an arch and these are dog bites, these would be the canines.
They could be. However, I can't rule out that this is, because of the curvature of the arm, I can't rule out that this was from a canine and incisor teeth.
Well, this is a different angle than here, right? But there's no flexion like in the elbow on this wound area. This is the bottom of the wrist, right?
That's correct. However, that part of the arm has a different configuration than the upper arm. And it's got it's got a bone right underneath it.
So you're saying...
ulnar bone.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's got the ulnar bone. So a wound to that area is going to look different than a similarly placed or caused wound to this area, which has a lot of padding underneath it from the soft tissue, subcutaneous tissue, and doesn't have the protuberance of this bone right here.
We have a distance problem when we compare these, don't we?
We have a what?
A distance problem. The distances are different. If these are canines, obviously it's a different dog or something else that caused it because the distances are clearly different, right?
Again, one has to know how wounds occur, and I didn't say that those are definitely 2 canine teeth on the periphery. I'm saying that I believe that this is a combination of canine and incisor teeth.
When a dog bites and tears, you see a missing tear pattern, don't you? You see the skin gets torn on many occasions?
Yes, but we don't have any of that here. We have no penetrating wounds here.
Right. Is it remarkable to you that if this was a dog bite with canines, there is no tearing of the skin? Is that remarkable to you?
No, because that dog was not able to create the force enough to penetrate the skin through that sweater.
Could I have Exhibit 32, please? Okay. You've seen this picture before?
Yes,
Okay. And this is allegedly is a dog bite from Chloe?
yes,
And you see the tearing of the skin, don't you?
yes,
And you can see the corners where the incisors would penetrate through a puncture. Yes?
I'm not sure what teeth punctured this, but yes,
And
I see the skin is all penetrated.
This is consistent with the literature of a tear and a hold and a pull, right?
No,
Okay.
no, absolutely not.
This is not consistent with a dog biting and then pulling the skin.
This is consistent with an avulsion wound caused by a dog.
Okay. Very different wound than we looked at on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
On
Mr. O'Keefe's arm, very different, right?
correct.
Okay. If we can go back to 5, please. Now, your opinion that this is a dog attack.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had peer review of this opinion with this photograph?
No,
No. You would agree that this dog bite science is what they call a soft science. Would you agree with that?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay, well, it's not like DNA. It's opinion-based, it's subjective-based, the science of dog bites, isn't it?
It's based on a lot of training.
Yeah, and a lot of subjective opinion, too, wouldn't you say?
There's opinion here, yes.
Uncertainty.
There is some, yes.
Right. And being that type of science, haven't you read in the studies about peer review, how peer review works?
What specifically are you?
That you have another qualified professional look at it and question and vet whatever opinions you're giving. Did you go through that process at all?
I've been through that process, yes.
You've been, okay, and who peer reviewed
You
the
mean
findings?
this case?
Yes.
Oh, no, not this case. No, I thought that this information was rather confidential, and I didn't share this information.
Well, you discussed with the defense other information in this case, didn't you, about the accident and about people's opinions? You've discussed that as part of your opinion, haven't you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that the U.S. Attorney's Office employed a deputy medical examiner to look at these bites? And then he had commented that the wounds at 2 to 3 millimeters up to 7 centimeters were documented on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, and the injuries do not photographically appear to be nor are described as puncture bite wounds, and thus are highly unlikely to be the result of an animal bite attack. Did you get that expert opinion from the United States Attorney's Office when they investigated this case to consider as part of peer review?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I did not get that, but...
Did you say you did get that?
No, I did not get that. However, I have a comment about that.
Go ahead.
Please.
Not very not very many medical examiners have the experience that first of all, have experience with dog bites, seeing hundreds and thousands of dog bites and treating them. And not very many medical examiners have even autopsied a case of dog bites. So although, some physicians have certain opinions based on what they know, they don't have my experience.
Do you know if Mr. Walsh had your experience or not?
I don't know, who
The
is it?
gentleman who gave this opinion that was employed by the federal government, do you know if he had your experience or not?
What's his name?
Mr. Walsh, John Walsh.
No, I don't.
So he could have more experience for all you know.
Oh, highly unlikely.
Okay, you have more experience than anybody in the country.
I think I have at least as much experience as any other possible person in the country. And I have it from both aspects, from the clinical aspect and from the forensic aspect.
Did you review the opinion of Dr. Kenneth Kinsey, who said that those injuries were not caused by a canine?
Dr. who?
Kenneth Kinsey.
No.
No. If you look, I believe Mr. O'Keefe's arm were completely bent when he sustained the injuries. A lot of them match up. They're a continuation of another injury.
And I don't even know who Dr. Kinsey is.
Okay.
Is that a medical doctor?
So you don't have any peer review at all? You have nobody who's given an opinion similar to yours about this being dog bites, do you?
Is Dr. King, I'm sorry.
You have no peer review. You have no peer endorsement. Everything that you have no peer endorsement for any of your opinions, do you?
I didn't think I was allowed to show these pictures to anyone.
When you're giving opinions about the teeth and suggesting that there's might be bend, things you don't really know about, you would agree it would be best to look at the dog, Chloe itself, right?
Not necessary.
If you looked at Chloe and examined Chloe, you would know whether or not there are any irregularities in Chloe's teeth, wouldn't you?
Yes, I might.
You would see it, wouldn't you?
Well, if I got close enough, and
right.
I don't know if I want to get close enough to Chloe.
Well, why wouldn't you want to? You're a medical doctor. You want to have an opinion to a degree of medical certainty. Why wouldn't you want to see the best evidence of the distance between the teeth and Chloe? Why wouldn't you?
I'd have to make sure that I wasn't putting myself in danger.
Okay. And if you saw Chloe, you could see if there was any missing teeth, couldn't you?
Yes.
You could actually measure the canines in Chloe, and then you could compare them to what you're calling dog wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. You could do that, couldn't you?
I would have to get a veterinarian to sedate the patient, the dog, because that going near that dog would be very dangerous. They'd have to sedate the dog to measure the intercanine distance.
What if you did get a veterinarian to sedate the dog, and then you could safely go and look at Chloe, and you could actually take a mold of Chloe's mouth, right? Mm-hmm. Yes? You've read that in the literature. The best way to I'm sorry.
There's only one person who knows.
You've read in the literature the best way to compare the teeth and the mark is you actually do a mold of the dog's mouth. You know how valuable that can be in analysis, don't you?
It can be, but the question, I believe the question here is not which dog created these wounds, but did a dog create these wounds?
That's not my question. My question is, if you took a mold of Chloe's mouth, you would see the distance between the canines. And you could measure it, quantify it, not guess and speculate, quantify it, correct?
But Your Honor, could we approach, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, that's our Dr. Kinsey. I did a whole interview with him on the Crash Daddies stuff, and then I asked him about the arm injuries, and he said that to him it didn't look like dog bites. They said that Chloe's rehomed in, what was it? Vermont or something? Yeah, I respect Dr. Kinsey, and that's why I said there's different experts saying different things, and that's why I said I can't decide one way or the other because I don't have enough knowledge on it. So, but I thought it was important to have both sides shown so people can make up their own mind. That was a really interesting interview that we did too. He didn't think they were dog bites, but he also went through Trooper Paul's stuff and said there was no way that happened, which is kind of the same boat I was in. There's no way that what Trooper Paul said happened. And he went through details on explaining that stuff. he said that it would have but based on the pattern, it would have to be some kind of pattern wound, but he said not the tail light. He said it absolutely wasn't the tail light. Grace meant for 6 whole months. I wonder if Peg listens to your show. Who knows? I know all the trolls do. They hate watch me. Didn't Kinsey question presence of damage to the vehicle or not? Yeah, that was one of the things that, and I put all this in the podcast episode too. I've used clips from that interview and put it in the podcast episode, but he went through a lot of that stuff and was saying the same thing about the damage to the car. In order to, if the car would have hit John and keep going that fast or whatever, that there would have been a lot more damage and stuff like that. There was, it was a really good interview. He gave a lot of good insight. I love Dr. Kinsey. Did anyone investigate if it could have been teeth from the plow? I don't think so. Not that I know of. That was my thinking as well. That's why we need to see the blade thing that Higgins had on his truck. Yeah, that's something that we talked about during the first trial about if, because there was so much confusion about where Higgins parked and when he was leaving. And didn't he say he started to, I can't remember exactly, so don't quote me, but didn't he say something about when he was leaving, he thought it was starting to scrape on something or something, so he lifted it up? There was a lot of talk about that during the first trial. That was likely rehomed as well. Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like, he said something about, I can't remember exactly what it was, but something scraped, so then he lifted it up. Yeah, I think that Bev has not been a fan of the defense team, and it has not been a secret. Can we see Trooper Paul's facts? Oh, gosh. That was the biggest joke of a testimony. It was really insulting, honestly, to have somebody do that mess that he did. As like, that's the best investigation you have for the death of a Boston cop. Other dog experts have looked at the arm and agreed with Dr. Russell. See, that's the thing, is that and that's why I say there are experts that are highly qualified that agree, and there are experts that are highly qualified that disagree. And that's one of the things that I remember Dr. Kinsey was saying too about, that's the thing about expert opinions, is that you can have different opinions and different reasons why. That's why they have experts. That's why they do like the battle of the experts in a lot of these trials, because you can have different opinions. You can reach different opinions as long as you can back up why you think that. So that's why I say I can't say one way or the other what caused it, because I don't know enough about it, and there's different experts saying different things. So to me personally, the dog bite thing is not one of those things I put a ton of weight into for my not guilty verdict. It's not, personally, this is just mine. It's not one of the things I put a ton of weight into, because I haven't decided full on exactly what I believe. But I think that for me, most of the weight on my not guilty stuff goes with basically everything that Crash Daddy said. I mean, all the damage to the car versus the damage to John, those two things have never made sense to me. And then when the ARCA guys testified and they did all the testing and they went through all the physics and the science of it and stuff, that for me was like, that was all the reasonable doubt that you need. Maybe the crime scene just told her. Apparently it talks. To me, it was the damage and lack of damage to the car paired with his injuries and lack of injuries and my own understanding of biomechanics and my slim understanding of physics. Yeah, see, none of that stuff made sense to me. And I have said before, I don't know what happened, and I don't buy into any one theory 100% because I don't know what happened, but I know that there's tons of problems with this case, and there's tons of problem with, the evidence, and tons of problem with the investigators, tons of problems with the witnesses, with the police reports, with all of it. And when you pair all of that stuff together with the Crash Daddy stuff, it's just, there's no way I could say guilty. I believe it was Chloe versus believing it was a taillight or something else. See, that was one of the things too that Dr. Kinsey said in the interview, with that plastic in the arm, I can't remember exactly how he worded it, so don't quote me, it'll be on there, but that was one of the things too, that because I was asking him about the injuries being caused by the plastic, and he said not that plastic. So it was actually kind of interesting that he's quoting Dr. Kinsey for this, because Dr. Kinsey also said it wouldn't be caused by the plastic. But Lady Patches, hello, Lady Patches, welcome back. Welcome back. Sideswipe doesn't smash the taillight. I remember I said from the beginning that I thought, like, well, if they were fighting, maybe he threw the glass and that smashed the taillight.
All right, so you can continue, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, when you're examining these separate wounds and the distances and the depths between them and guessing whether or not it was a canine or incisor, wouldn't you agree it would be helpful if you had a safe opportunity to actually examine the dog Chloe?
It could be.
If you had a safe opportunity to examine Chloe, you could look at the size of Chloe's jaw.
It could be, but those wounds on you're shaking your
That's
head.
not my question.
Okay.
My question is, if you had an opportunity to go safely and look at Chloe, you would be able to tell the size of Chloe's jaw. You could measure it.
Possibly, yes.
You could determine the gape of Chloe's jaw, couldn't you?
I don't know what the gape of.
How it bites, how wide it opens up.
I'm not sure I could determine that.
Okay, you could look at Chloe's teeth.
As they are now, yes.
You could measure the distance between the canines if they still exist in Chloe's mouth.
Yes, from a model of, or imprint from Chloe's mouth.
You could take a mold.
Right, a mold.
Or you could take a tape measure or a ruler and you could measure. You could
Oh,
do
that
both.
wouldn't be very reliable.
I see. You could determine whether or not she had one incisor or whether she had 2, 3, 4, or 5, or 6 incisors.
Currently, yes, but I can't tell what the condition of the teeth were during the incident.
You could tell if there's any missing teeth.
Correct.
Right. You could look at Chloe's paws, couldn't you?
Yes.
You could do moldings of those and measure those as well, couldn't you?
I'm not sure that that would be useful.
Well, if
Measuring
you think that some of these wounds could have been scratches, you could look at the nails and the shape of the nails, couldn't you?
Well, nails are frequently cut on a regular basis, and the distance between the distance between the nails, as you mentioned earlier, can change depending on whether or not the paw is in a compressed state or a more relaxed state. So that wouldn't be reliable.
So you would not even consider measuring the paws because you think that would be unreliable?
I don't think it would be reliable, no.
You wouldn't study the toenails to see the shape of them?
If I could, I'd look to see if there's an abnormal toenail.
Right.
For instance, yes.
And so there would be a benefit to doing that. You didn't do that, though, did you? You didn't go see Chloe and take a mold of Chloe's mouth, did you?
It wasn't necessary.
Well, did you go up and take pictures or measure the teeth of Chloe?
No.
Did you ask to?
No. It was my understanding that Chloe was in another state, but again, I didn't think it was necessary, and I have reasons why I didn't think it was necessary.
You thought that Chloe was in another state. Did you ever discuss going to see Chloe and doing these studies on Chloe so you could see if they were dissimilar to these abrasions?
I was asked to evaluate the wounds.
Do you know that Chloe exists, that we provided notice to you, that we went up and saw Chloe and took molds? Did you know that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you know that? I'm going to allow it. Did you know that, Doctor?
I do know that now, yes.
Did you know that before you testified the last date in this case, that we actually went up and found Chloe and took molds and measured the paws and the teeth? Did you know that we did that?
I don't know. I don't recall.
Before you came in and testified at the last hearing, you don't recall whether you knew that Chloe was available?
I believe I knew that there was a consultant, that you hired a consultant, and I didn't know what that consultant was going to be doing.
Okay. Now that you know that Chloe's available, wouldn't those molds be helpful? Wouldn't you want to look at them and compare them to the distances on the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I don't think it's necessary for many reasons.
If the distance of Chloe's canines is significantly different than these abrasions in this picture, you would agree that the abrasions in Mr. O'Keefe's arm could not have been caused by Chloe. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree to that statement. Again, because of the various factors such as elasticity of the skin, shrinkage, there's various factors.
So, if I understand, you have no interest in examining or seeing Chloe. It's irrelevant to your opinion?
I don't think I need to see Chloe.
Well, you said earlier when I asked you about particular wounds, it would be helpful to know these things about missing teeth and spacing and distance between the canines. Is that no longer helpful to your opinion?
No, I think you're mischaracterizing what I said. I believe I said that it would give information about the condition of the teeth now, but it wouldn't give information about the condition of the teeth when that incident happened.
In the spirit of medicine and science, isn't more information good?
Generally.
Generally. But you generally would not want to go see and examine Chloe?
I don't think it's necessary, and there's so many reasons why.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lessie, go right ahead.
If I could have a moment to organize
Sure.
the exhibits. Thank you, Your Honor. They're organized. I just want to make sure I have the right ones. Thank you, Mr. Brandi.
For the record, we have pre-marked number 33, 37.
Thank you.
In Your Honor, and thank you, Mr. Sullivan, I have provided the court and offered to counsel, but counsel already had the copies, a notebook that has exhibit numbers.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Brennan has agreed that all the exhibits in the notebook can be in evidence. So that's number 2. And so if I'm remembering correctly, Your Honor's previous direction that if they're in evidence, just refer to them as such. So that's what I
Yes.
plan on doing.
Yes.
And what I also plan on doing, Your Honor, is taking the exhibits that are in the notebook. I've got non-binder ones individually for the witness that are
Okay.
pre-marked. Does that work also?
Sure, you can just put them up on the stand with Dr. Robson.
In my approach to do that?
Sure.
May I talk to the witness and just point out where they are?
I think you can give them to her. I think
Okay.
she can figure out numerically what's what. All right, Mr. Leslie, I'm not rushing you at all, but is it safe to say that you won't finish in 20 minutes?
That is safe, Your Honor.
Okay, so we will plan on breaking at 1. Mr. Clerk will have to cancel our afternoon list. What, how long do you think it might take? And I'm not holding you to this, just curious.
I appreciate the question. If I can just have a quick moment, because I knew what my redirect was going to be until Mr. Brennan went, and I'd like to consider what he did. My best estimate is approximately 2 hours.
Okay, I'd like us to finish by 4 tonight.
Yes, Your Honor, understood.
Mr. Brennan, I know you have no idea how long recross might be, but we'll try and finish by 4 tonight.
Understood, Your Honor.
This is insane to me. This is insane to me.
on December 12th, you were asked whether aware of any
no idea what happened.
emergency room or emergency department physician being board certified in orthopedics?
No.
Are you aware of any emergency medicine physician being required to be an expert in overall orthopedics?
No. General orthopedics, no.
But do emergency medicine physicians nonetheless routinely evaluate and treat people injured in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
And did you, in your 29 years of experience as emergency medicine physician, routinely evaluate and treat people injured in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes, I worked at a busy level 1 trauma center.
During your cross-examination in response to a question, you stated that you were an expert in emergency orthopedics. Can you please explain that?
Yes. So emergency orthopedics is a subset or just a part of the overall field of general orthopedics. So in emergency orthopedics, physicians care for, evaluate, diagnose, treat patients who have acute injuries and that don't need operative care. So acute fractures, acute dislocations, those types of injuries are done in many busy emergency rooms, right in the emergency room. And that's what I have expertise in.
Did the rotation at the, you just said busy hospital that you were at, did the rotation when you were training, were you required to take a part of the training in emergency orthopedics?
I was required to take a 1-month rotation in orthopedics.
Now, you were asked during cross-examination at this voir dire about one particular specialized training that you had involving motor vehicle accidents, and you, in response to a question from Mr. Brennan, agreed that that particular course was rudimentary. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When did you take that course that you referred to as rudimentary?
It was around 1979.
And what profession did you have when you took this rudimentary course that you were asked about?
I was a police officer at that time.
And since that one rudimentary course that you had, have you had further training with regard and experience to humans injured in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes, much.
And describe the much that experience and training you've had in that area.
Well, during my 29 years working in the emergency department, we saw motor vehicle accident victims on every shift. And usually there were multiple victims on every shift. So that was part of it. Plus we had lectures and seminars on motor vehicle accidents and victims.
And is your focus in your testimony, both in June of this year and in December of this year, on wounds from motor vehicle accidents or how motor vehicle accidents occur?
So as a physician, my focus is on the wounds and injuries caused by motor vehicle accidents and how to diagnose and treat them.
So are you sitting as a medical doctor giving opinions on medical causation of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
During cross-examination, in this hearing, you were asked about whether you were an expert in accident reconstruction. Is being an expert in accident reconstruction necessary to practice emergency medicine?
No.
Does an emergency medicine physician need to be an expert in accident reconstruction to evaluate and treat people injured in motor vehicle accidents in the emergency department?
No.
In your 29 years experience as an emergency medicine physician and training emergency medicine physicians, are you aware of any emergency medicine physician being an expert in accident reconstruction?
No.
Is accident reconstruction even relevant to the practice of emergency medicine?
No.
Is whether an emergency medicine physician an expert in accident reconstruction a reasoned question in the field of emergency medicine?
No.
During cross-examination in this hearing, you were also asked about whether you have a degree in biomechanics. In your 29 years experience as an emergency medicine physician and training emergency medicine physicians, are you aware of any emergency medicine physician who is an expert in biomechanics?
No.
Is being an expert in biomechanics necessary to practice emergency medicine?
No.
Is whether an emergency medicine physician is an expert in the field of biomechanics a reasoned question in the field of emergency medicine?
No.
In your 29 years of experience as a medical doctor, where do most people go for the treatment of acute injuries from motor vehicle accidents?
To the emergency department.
Do you know, or have you had any experience where a person who has an acute injury from a motor vehicle accident goes to an expert in biomechanics?
No.
Do you know whether anybody who's injured in a motor vehicle accident, acute injury, goes to an expert in accident reconstruction?
No.
On cross in this hearing, you were asked about your expertise in, quote, self-defense. Was your direct testimony in this hearing in your report of December 9 about self-defense or defensive wounds?
Would you repeat that question?
Sure. Was your direct testimony in this hearing in December and the report that you prepared dated December 9th, was that about self-defense or defensive wounds?
My testimony was about defensive wounds, not self-defense.
What's the difference between self-defense and defensive wounds?
Well, I believe self-defense is something like martial arts and the study and techniques of defending oneself from an attack. That's what I believe self-defense is.
You were also asked on cross in this hearing about whether not observing how a wound to the posterior side of a forearm occurred provided you with sufficient context to determine whether a wound was a defensive wound. What context did you have with regard to the wounds on the right arm of the decedent to reach your conclusion that those wounds were defensive wounds?
Well, the context is the configuration, the location of the wounds. The location of the wounds and, the presence of a dog.
In the cross in this hearing, you've been asked whether you have observed how wounds are created. In your experience, do emergency physicians or forensic pathologists get to observe how wounds are created?
No.
Do emergency medicine physicians and forensic pathologists nonetheless often reach medical diagnostic conclusions without observing how the wounds are created?
Yes, they do.
And is that a common or uncommon practice for emergency medicine physicians?
Well, that's common.
How common?
Well, I think it's fairly common.
You were also asked whether someone could, and this is on cross in this hearing, whether someone could incur wounds to the posterior side of the forearm if they fall to the ground backwards. Did the wounds to the right arm of the decedent in this case arise from him falling to the ground backwards?
No.
Why not?
Because of the configuration and the pattern of the wounds.
And do you come to that conclusion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
You were also asked on cross in this hearing about when someone hits a moving or a floating object, whether the patterns are dynamic and changing all the time, and the hitting concept. Can you please explain the question that was posed to you about moving, floating objects and hitting objects and how you evaluated those issues with respect to the decedent in this case?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Doctor, did you understand the question?
Not exactly.
Okay, ask the question differently.
On cross, you were asked about when someone hits a moving or floating object, whether the patterns are dynamic or change. Can you please explain those concepts in that question and how you analyze them with regard to the wounds of the decedent in this case?
Okay. When there is movement and there is contact, there is movement of the, for lack of a better word, inflicting object, such as a tooth or something else. There is movement along the skin during the period of time in which they are in contact. That's what I understood that I was being asked.
On cross-examination, you were asked several questions about pattern recognition and pattern recognition methodology. And you were asked about the development, that's what I want to start with, of your pattern recognition skills with regard to dog-inflicted wounds. How did you develop your pattern recognition skills with regard to dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
Well, as I testified earlier, I've seen many dog bite victims. And sometimes I was able to talk to, I closely examined their wounds. And not only examined, but evaluated, treated. But in many cases, I was also able to talk to them and ask them about how the wounds were inflicted. And I did this over and over and over again, hundreds of times. I think I testified to about at least 500 times over the years. So as you do that, you learn. You know, you recognize, you get sharper. So that's how I did.
And did you also edit any peer-reviewed publications that were relevant to pattern recognition and pattern recognition methodology?
Yes, I did. Now, pattern recognition in general, first of all, pattern recognition in general is a really important feature of medicine. It's critical. It's so important. And we start learning pattern recognition from medical school, from the beginning of medical school, learning how to recognize patterns of cells in pap smears and biopsies, patterns of cells. That's what a lot of pathology is, pattern recognition. And so and even radiologists use pattern recognition when they look at x-rays of pneumonia, for instance. Different pneumonias have different patterns. So pattern recognition is something that I've been doing since the beginning of medical school, and actually a little bit before medical school. So that was 50 years ago. I think, 40 years ago. 40
pattern
years ago.
recognition some novel or unscientific process, or is it rooted in evidence-based medical science?
Oh, it's definitely evidence-based medical science. And in fact, there are textbooks on how to recognize certain patterns. So there, for instance, in pathology and, in medicine, there are textbooks on how to, how to tell if somebody's got liver cancer or somebody's got, some other disease. This is pattern recognition for the most part. And x-rays too. It's in textbooks. There are huge textbooks and numerous textbooks written about this.
Is pattern recognition methodology that you've been testifying about, is that generally accepted in the medical community?
Pattern recognition as a methodology? Absolutely.
All right, Mr. Lessing, we're going to take our break. We'll be back at 2 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor. All rise to the court, please.
No OnlyFan? No OnlyFan. Oh, we had our OnlyFan for just a moment, and now it's gone. Oh, gosh. Like I need a drink. So, we have 1 hour. It's interesting that he's going through such lengths to keep this out. And now he also filed papers today to keep the crash daddies out. He wants the crash daddies' testimony out. I want to look at something real quick.
It didn't happen that way, too.
I want to look at my interview with Dr. Kinsey and find... Come on. So the here it is. Here's the exact part that he quoted. This is the exact part that he quoted.
Those injuries were not caused by a canine. Those injuries, if you look,
this is the part.
I believe Mr. O'Keefe's arm was completely bent up when he sustained those injuries, and a lot of them match up. They are a continuation of the other injury. And unfortunately,
that's the exact part that he just quoted. Now here's another
this
part.
trial, we're going to see where underneath, you know, they might have been hiding it or
Right. And the taillight shattering, that's another thing that you and I have talked about that before, because before they even came up with, even before trial, you and I talked about that, and you said, you know, you had never seen a plastic lens create that kind of abrasion or injury on an arm. So they've said a couple different things here that I thought were really interesting. He said that the taillight shattered when hitting the arm, and then as the car continued, the light busted and that caused the abrasions. And they pointed to that he called it the dimples on that part of the taillight, and said that the dimples, you know, could have caused the patterned abrasions. I know you said that you've never seen plastic do that. Can you talk about that?
Miss Brandi, I stick to my original. You know, we spoke about that earlier. If it's not under that vehicle, minus the damage, any damage to the bumper or in the area of impact on that vehicle, I was thinking chassis. I said, surely in this trial.
So I won't play the whole thing right now, but he goes through all of this saying, all of this is where he's saying that he doesn't, he thought that he was, in order to explain those, he thought when trial came out, they were going to say something about under the car or something in the area that caused it, but that the lens from the taillight didn't. So what's interesting about this is he's quoting my interview to discredit her whole thing about the dogs, but in the same interview, Dr. Kinsey is also discrediting his theory. So interesting. What other injury? I think that's where he was talking about how it looks like if the arm is bent, he was thinking that there was going to be some kind of something that explained the scraping, because it wasn't going to be the tail light. And if it's not a dog, he said, I think he was talking about it being like a continuation, as in like it keeps going with your arm bent, like it starts up here and keeps going. So that is that. Here, I can put it. That's it. The dogs are snoring. Okay, we have 1 hour. I'm going to take a little break so that I can stretch and move around for a minute so that my back doesn't completely lock up. Go say hi to Chat Daddy, take the dogs out, and then I will come back and we will talk more. Sound good? Do you hear them snoring? Can you hear the dog snoring? Can you hear that? Snoring so loud. Okay, let me move this. Where is... Here we go. Okay, I'll be right back, y'all. Okay, we're back, I think. Alrighty. Did I scare you? Oops, oops. There we go. Did I scare you? I always scare y'all when I come back. Oh, I've got the background noise thing on. um, I was gonna turn it off so y'all can hear the dogs snoring when they start snoring again. Kelly member for 20 whole months. Happy, happy 20 months. Happy, happy 20 months. I texted Dr. Kinsey and I was like, Dr. Kinsey, you're famous. Said they just quoted your interview that you did with me last year, so you're famous. He's already famous. He's a rock star. He's a rock star. I just watched Robert Devine's hearing, just scheduled the next hearing for February 8th, I believe. Nothing really happened. Okay. Good to know. I have that on my list of stuff I have to check when I have time. When I have time. What you jumping around for, little dog? Who are you playing with? What you jumping for? Huh? Come here. You want to say hi to your friends? Come here. Oh, come say hi to your friends. Say hi to your friends. Say hi. Say hi to your friends. Say hi. Isn't she cute? My little love. My little love. She's over here jumping around. All right, say goodbye. Say goodbye. She pulled her little hair bow out. I know, I love it when she's running. She loves to, we take them back to the back of the neighborhood. We'll take the golf cart out there and all three of the dogs like to get off and run around. And so we'll take off down that one little road and they'll race and they'll follow us. It's the cutest thing. And then we'll be like, okay, you ready to go? But then they'll want to do it again. So then we'll have to turn around and go back the other way so they can run again. It's really cute. I love it. They like to go back there and let loose. Cute little dogs. Cute little dogs. She loves her big sisters. All right, let's see. Oh, my little Aussie just got spayed. I feel so bad she wants to play and she can't. Oh. Lucy's unplugging things. We've still got like 20 minutes. All right, let's see what y'all got going on here. I was like, where'd Brandi go? Yeah, she unplugged my little USB thing. She's down there jumping around, acting like a crazy person. Or crazy dog, I guess. I can't tell you, it'll be a while before I can tell you about what case I'm doing. I actually have 2 things kind of in the works for different cases, so we'll see what happens. See what happens. I'll let y'all know as soon as I'm able, I promise. Dogs are people too. She runs things. She's like the boss around here. Even with the big dogs, can you see Emmy? Wait, how do I fix this where it's blurry? Kelly says my camera settings. Let's see. Wait, is this it? Oh, here we go. Look. There we go. Now it's not blurry. Now you can see the dogs. Let's see. Emmy. Emmy girl. You go say hi? Let's see if I can move so Emmy can say hi. That's Emmy. Say hi, Emmy. Emmy's like, why'd you wake me up from a nap? I was sleeping good. And there's Tinsley. They're my little buddies. Right? What? You my buddy? They're the big dogs. They're the big dogs. And then Lucy just runs them around, tells them what to do. It's cute. Yeah, they follow me around, especially when I'm working in here, they'll stay in here with me pretty much all day. Emmy will follow Chat Daddy sometimes, but Lucy and Tinsley are always with me. Look at her staring at me. Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? You are. All 3 of you are. I know. I love them. And you can't see him, but we also have a turtle named Bruce Leroy. It's a Chinese box turtle. He's super cute. I love him. Now she's making me pet her. She's like, you talked to me. You brought me up. Now you have to love on me. I like it blurry. I kind of like it blurry too. Then y'all can't see what's happening behind me. Maybe I should put it back on there. Hold on. Maybe I should keep it on there. How did I do that? How did I do it? Camera. There it goes. Yeah, I kind of like it. Yeah, Bruce Leroy is the turtle. He's a Chinese box turtle. I have a picture. Hold on. I have a picture of Bruce Leroy smiling that I took last night. I'll show you. Here he is. Here's Bruce Leroy. That's him. That's Bruce Leroy. Isn't he cute? Still catching up, but Brendan is so disrespectful and Bev is allowing everything. I'm so mad. Yeah. Yeah. I think he's been disrespectful too. You know, it's funny though, because the people who are like very like Karen's guilty and, you know, whatever, like all those people are going to say like, oh, he's doing such a great job and he's, you know, whatever. All the people who are like on, like, don't think that she's guilty or think that she's innocent are going to think that he's being rude and disrespectful. So I think he's being aggressive and disrespectful. And I think that that's something that is best reserved for witnesses who deserve it. And she doesn't deserve that. So it frustrates me. He doesn't escape. Chat Daddy built him like this big like thing that he lives in, and he loves it. He does kind of look like he's wearing glasses, doesn't he? He's cute. I have words about Hank, but I will refrain. I just, you know, this case is so toxic. It's so toxic. You can't have an opinion that differs from somebody else's, because then all of a sudden they try to ruin your life. So it's frustrating. I wish that everybody could just have your opinions, feel strongly about your opinions, but not attack other people who don't share your opinions. I don't know why that's so hard. But what do I know? Say bye to Bruce Leroy. You know, that was one of the things that I have never seen a case that was so polarizing and where people are completely unwilling to hear anything else other than exactly what they believe. And that's wild to me. Like, that's wild to me. You know, one of the things I loved about having Dr. Kinsey on here was that he didn't really, you know, agree with either theory, and I didn't either. I had questions on both. So that's one of the things I loved about having him on here, is to, you know, hear different perspectives, hear different opinions, and hear people explain why they think that. And whoever you hear, whoever you listen to, you don't have to agree with them, but why not hear what everybody has to say and then decide? But people in this case do not want that. Do not want that at all. My thing is, if I hear something that somebody else says that I don't agree with, that's fine. That just gives me more of, convinces me more of what I think. So what's the problem? I don't know why it's such a big deal. I think it's hilarious the prosecution is listening to your podcast. Apparently not all of it, because he didn't bring up the part where Dr. Kinsey said that he didn't think it came from the taillight either. And he kept calling the taillight glass. That's interesting, because it's definitely not. Why can't everyone just get along? I wish they could. Yeah, let me pray, selectively listening to the podcast. We've got our OnlyFan. It's like PTSD. I was listening to EDB on break, and the mention of Dr. Kinsey floored her in the chat there. But I saw multiple people, including myself, mentioning your interview with him. Yeah, it's quoted verbatim. He's literally quoting my interview with him. I don't see where any relevant evidence is being presented. What is being discussed most likely has nothing to do with the cause of death. What's interesting to me is that this is much more like a cross-examination than it is a Daubert hearing. That's crazy to me. Troll Wrangler. Speaking of trolls, my inbox is blowing up all of a sudden. People are crazy. All right. I did not realize that Dr. Russell was on trial. That's how it feels, doesn't it? Nick Sorrow pointed out that the prosecution was just playing defense, trying to maintain their theory of what happened. Yeah. Well, you know, the whole last trial started out as prosecution was playing defense. We're just joking with you. We're just teasing. I can't believe this hearing is going on for so long. Me neither. Me neither. It's a full 2-day Daubert hearing and we're not even done yet. The comments I saw were mentioning that he quoted it directly, but not the whole statement nor the whole interview. Right. Yeah, which is what's interesting because he, in that interview, Dr. Kinsey says that he doesn't think it's, to him, it doesn't look like dog bites, but he also says it didn't come from the taillight. So, interesting. I cannot wait to see Hank go up against Crash Daddies. They filed that motion today. They want the Crash Daddies excluded. I can't believe, like, that I feel was the most, which is why I'm sure they're wanting it excluded, but that was the most important evidence for the defense, in my opinion. Also, didn't Lally try to discredit Dr. Russell initially with odontology hogwash, and now Brendan is using the same science to prove it? Like, yeah, I thought the same thing. So the whole like bite mark thing, so it is considered like junk science to compare bite marks of dogs. And this is like, there's a whole, like, if you've watched Innocence Project stuff on Netflix, you'll see that like there's like an episode or two about that where people have been, which this is people, not dogs, but it's the same same science behind it, where they've convicted people because of bite mark patterns. So that's like, it's not, they're trying to get rid of anybody being able to use that anymore because it's considered junk science. You can't really compare. So you can look at the bite marks or whatever of something and be able to determine, you know, more or less what kind of animal it is, or rule out what kind of animal it's not. But you can't look at it and scientifically, like with a degree of, or reasonable degree of scientific certainty or whatever, say that these marks came from this dog or these marks came from this person. That is considered junk science. So that's why it's interesting to, you know, like y'all brought that up and now you're trying to say that now you, whatever. Dr. Kinsey said that he felt like it had to be something that was either like in the area, or he said if it was the car, it would have had to be something under the car. If it wasn't the car, then like something that was in the area that he hit that caused it. Or that hit him or whatever. But he said he thinks his arm was bent like this. And he got hit with, like, or scraped something or did whatever. But he said not plastic lens and not dog. But see, I think that's important too, because, you know, one of the things he said too is that you're, without being able to explain where those came from, they're not going to be able to get a conviction. And I still don't think that they've explained where they came from.
Okay.
Because let's say it's not a dog, and that's the thing I think that people need to understand is that people who don't believe that's a dog bite or dog scratches can still look at this and say, I also don't think it's tail light. So by saying I don't think it's dog doesn't mean that you think it's tail light. So I think it's important. I know some people take it very personally when somebody doesn't think it's a dog bite. But the important thing is you can think it's not a dog bite and still say she's not guilty because you still don't think it's a tail light either. That's annoying. The only fan. Yeah, can't say for sure. And that's the whole thing is if you can't say for sure, that's reasonable doubt. Kelly said, I think it could be teeth of a plow. That could be a possibility. To me, that would make more sense than the tail light. But if I don't know beyond a reasonable doubt, then that's a not guilty. What if it was a car driven by a dog? Wouldn't that still make it a dog attack? I guess technically. Yeah, see, that's one of the things that Crash Daddy talked about too, was the tail light. They said the reason that it broke, or the thing that would make it break like that, would be one thing hitting it. And he said, like, from a hammer, but he said that's why they thought the glass, which is something I said too. Like, I thought, even before trial, I was saying, we know they were fussing and there were angry voicemails or whatever. So maybe she got mad or he got mad and threw the glass, threw the glass at her, But that's one thing that the Crash Daddy said too, is that the way that taillight broke is from a single point of impact and not like a full arm.
Go right ahead, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Welcome back, Dr. Russell. We left off talking about pattern recognition and your pattern recognition methodology. Are there patterns to dog-inflicted wounds from civilian dogs?
Yes.
What are the patterns?
Oh, there are several patterns. There could be just simple abrasions and grouped abrasions. There can be, depending on the depth of the injury, there can be what they call the hole and tear pattern if the teeth penetrated through the skin. There can be a variety of patterns, including parallel lines and others.
Is there support in the medical literature for these patterns and your pattern recognition methodology?
Yes.
Can you name the authors of any peer-reviewed studies supporting the patterns and pattern methodology?
Yes, so the two come to mind right now, and one is written by DeMunic and et al. And there's another one with Dr. Pollock et al.
And to help our stellar stenographer, Demunick is DemunnyNck. If you could please turn to exhibit number 33 that is in front of you.
Yes.
Let me know when you have that exhibit.
I have it.
Do you recognize, is this
They're
the
trying to take it
Demunick
out.
peer-reviewed article that you were just referring to?
Yes.
What I'd like you to do, Dr. Russell, is to point out where in this article there is the rooting of the pattern and pattern methodology, recognition methodology that you've been testifying to. Where is it located? And with the court's permission, I'd like you to read the specific sentences and paragraphs where that methodology is rooted in it.
Tell us first, because if it's a whole page, we're not going to do that.
It's not a whole page, Your
So
Honor.
let's just see
Yeah.
where it is. Okay.
Okay, on page 298. The second paragraph on the left-hand side. Okay.
Your Honor, it's not going to be reading a whole page, it's just the portions of this. Is that acceptable
So
to
you
the
can
court?
read a portion of that paragraph, Doctor? Because what you're trying to do is convince me, right? And these are
Understood.
in evidence, so could you tell me where it is, please?
Okay, so left-hand
Right, first
column.
paragraph, second paragraph. Where do
Second
you start?
paragraph. So it's part of the second, the third, and the fourth parts. So it says, dogs have some very specific dental and maxillofacial features. They have 42 teeth, 20 in the upper jaw, 22 in the lower jaw. Usually the mandibular dental arch is narrower and shorter than the maxillar, and the shape of the dental arches varies among the different breeds. There are natural gaps between the teeth that are attenuated or accentuated depending on the breed.
And then if you could skip to the next paragraph, because we want to follow the court's direction not to read everything, just trying to focus on the key aspects. Is there something in the next paragraph that also supports it?
Okay, yes. Okay. The above features attribute to the characteristics of dog bites.
Can you tell us what that sentence means? And does that sentence have any relation to the concept of pattern recognition?
Yes, it does.
Explain how.
Okay. Well, so they're talking, well, first of all, the previous paragraph was talking about the dentition of the dogs and how there's some variation in the dentition. And then this next sentence says the above features attribute to or relate to or are relevant to the characteristics of what the dog bites would look like.
And then as you continue on in that paragraph, again, not reading every sentence, but is there another part of the paragraph that continues over on to the next page that also supports your testimony that this is talking about pattern recognition methodology?
Yes. So it goes on to say that the puncture wound, a round hole, is made by the canine tooth of either the upper or lower jaw on one side that serves as an anchorage, while the other teeth cut into the flesh, causing stretch lacerations in the process of biting, shaking, and tearing. This should be considered pathognomonic for dog bites, especially when accompanied by tissue defects and claw marks, the latter being narrow, superficial, linear abrasions arranged parallel to each other, 4 or 5 in number, and usually found in the vicinity of the bite. This pattern allows differential diagnosis with bites of other animals which are not accompanied by pulling and shaking, nor by the usage of the prominent canines, and with stab wounds caused by sharp instruments.
Does what you just read
Hey, Lally.
establish the pattern and the pattern recognition methodology for dog bites?
Object, number of grounds.
Objection, what? The objection sustained, ask the question differently.
What do you conclude from the language you just read with regard to patterns and pattern recognition methodology?
Well, I conclude that patterns are important, and they are what I call highly representative, but they call pathognomonic, meaning that there is nothing else that causes those.
Let's focus on the word, people pronounce it differently,
Yeah.
pathognomonic. What does pathognomonic mean in medicine?
Pathognomonic, to me, I believe it means that you can make a diagnosis based on these factors that are present to the exclusion of any other diagnosis because they are so specific.
So we talked about on your direct, and it was raised on cross, the concept of a differential diagnosis, right?
Yes. Yes.
When you have pathognomonic features, is it required to even have a differential diagnosis?
Not really.
Why?
Because the pathognomonic features mean that you have the entity or the condition that that is explained.
Does pathognomonic mean that the features themselves rule out other possibilities?
Yes, that's what I believe it means.
And is that how you interpret what the author is saying in this article?
Yes.
Please proceed lastly to the next two paragraphs, and then we can move on to the next study, I believe.
In conclusion, to identify a lesion as a dog bite wound, it should have ragged and irregular wound edges, show multiple parallel linear scratches or drying scuff abrasions, include a puncture wound and sometimes an avulsion with irregular borders resembling a dental arch print.
And could you please, as the last paragraph will focus on, read what you consider important in the next paragraph?
The shape of dog bite wounds depends on the size and breed of the dog and will differ whether or not the full dentition was used to produce them.
Let's stop there. What does it mean to you when the author says, and will differ whether or not the full dentition was used to produce them?
So what that means is that
No.
if
He was alive.
If the bite does not include the full, well, let me back up. What it means is the appearance of the bite will vary depending on whether or not all of the teeth impacted the skin or just some of the teeth impacted the skin.
Please read the next sentence.
Only in ideal circumstances will a complete impression of all frontal teeth be found, and often only a prominent canine impression can be seen.
Is what you just read relevant at all to what you analyzed with regard to the wounds of the decedent in this case?
Very relevant.
How?
Because many of those wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm were only partial bites. They did not have the complete dentition.
Do you recall Mr. Brennan saying various times that you have no support for your pattern recognition methodology?
Yes.
Is this support for your pattern recognition methodology?
Yes.
Is it direct support for the pattern recognition methodology you have applied in this case?
Yes.
Is there another article, you mentioned two, you mentioned Munich and Pollock, so let's turn to, and Your Honor, this will be the second and last article.
Okay.
Please turn to Exhibit 34. And is this the Pollock, P-O-L-L-A-K, study that you have mentioned multiple times in your testimony and that's in your report?
Yes.
Please, like we just did with the Munich article, please identify the portions of this study that support, you've testified, support your pattern recognition methodology.
Okay.
Now let's do
start
a
in the beginning.
seriatim from the beginning.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'll do
please.
it from the beginning. So, the dog's front, so the first paragraph here.
Okay, the summary?
Yeah, this says summary, yes, summary. In the absence of her parents, a girl of 4 months was killed by a 2-year-old male Rottweiler dog belonging to the same family. The dog's front teeth marks of individual circular or scratch-like abrasions, as well as slit-like skin severances of the skin, arranged in curved lines. It seems to be a word or two missing.
No, you missed a word. That's
I
right.
did.
That's
Yes.
okay, go ahead.
Okay. The pattern of skin lesions largely corresponded to the anatomy of the dog's set of teeth.
Let's stop there. How does the sentence you just read, what's the key component of that sentence that supports your pattern recognition methodology?
That sentence, the pattern of skin lesions.
Now, let's go down to the keywords. Is there anything in the keywords that supports in roots your opinion that you've given several times that there's in dog bite wounds on humans, there's a pattern?
Yes, so there's about five or so keywords. One of them is injury pattern.
Why is there a section in many medical studies of key words?
So when you're researching, you can find the articles quickly.
And is there any importance to the use of key words when there is a study published?
Well, yes, because it's a key concept of the paper.
Please proceed to and I know it may take a little bit of time and with the court's permission, to the next section of this article that supports your opinion that there is a pattern to dog bite wounds on humans and that there's a pattern recognition methodology used to discern them.
Well, I think the next significant section would be 3.2.
And what is the title of that section?
Morphology of dog bite injuries.
What does morphology mean in the medical community?
Basically means form.
And could it mean something in addition to form?
Form, pattern, appearance, yes.
So with regard to morphology section, please identify the sections, the parts of the article under this section that you believe, that you have concluded support your opinion of both the existence of patterns and a pattern recognition methodology with respect to dog-inflicted wounds.
Well, I go to the second paragraph.
Please read that.
Okay. The bite mark on the skin is ideally a complete and congruent imprint of the front dental arch. Sometimes only the protruding canine teeth are imprinted. If the shorter incisors also leave an impression, smaller skin lesions, round pressure marks, or streaky glide marks can be found between the impact points of the canines. In practice, it is hardly expected that all 6 incisors of a jaw will act uniformly. A gap in the injury pattern can have several causes: oblique biting, curvature of the body surface, interposition of textiles.
What does that mean? I'm going to stop you. What is interposition of textiles in layperson speak, and how, if at all, is that relevant to this case?
It's clothing overlying the area that was bitten.
And was there clothing overlying the bite mark wounds of the deceased?
Yes.
And what clothing specifically was that?
It was a hoodie type sweater.
Please continue reading.
Okay, interposition of textiles, different tooth lengths, tooth loss, form and positional anomalies of the teeth.
And keep reading, please.
On the next page.
Yes.
The spectrum of possible injury forms is extremely diverse. Depending on the type and intensity of local tissue damage, skin contusions with epithelial loss, linear abrasions, tears and/or crush wounds, as well as puncture-like lesions can be distinguished.
Thank you. So, do these studies directly or indirectly support your opinions in this case that there's both a pattern to dog bite wounds on humans and that there is a pattern recognition methodology to discern them?
They do.
And is it direct or indirect support, these studies?
I believe this is direct.
And do you believe it's robust, these studies, or do you believe there's equivocation with regard to pathognomonic features?
No, I think it's robust, and these articles are cited elsewhere.
And these articles, particularly the DeMunick article, is the citation ubiquitous in the medical literature, or is it sporadic? Are there a lot of citations to DeMunick in the medical literature, or are there only a few?
There are quite a few.
And do you recall the book that Mr. Brennan showed to you earlier on in the hearing?
Yes.
Does that book cite to DeMunick as support for a section in the book?
It does.
Now, there was confusion. You can put those studies to the side for now, Dr. Russell. Thank you. Now, there was some confusion on cross-examination regarding where these articles could be found. Some were looking for them in your CV. I'm sorry, Mr. Brennan.
All right, so I'll strike that part of it. Just go ahead without commentary and just ask the question, please.
Yes.
Redirect.
Sure. I will, Your Honor. Where are the references? Well, are the references to these articles in your CV, or are the references to these articles in your report?
In my report.
During cross-examination, it was stated that you, quote, suggested that you came to your pattern recognition skills because of communication difficulties or because people couldn't share with you or report to you the cause of the wound. Is that an accurate statement about how you develop your pattern recognition skills?
I don't know where that statement comes from.
I'm happy to provide it, or I could read
So
it.
let's strike that first part of it.
Okay.
And just ask the question.
Hey, Marilyn.
Again, this is redirect, it's not cross-examination.
Understood. Yes, understood. Thank you. Have you ever suggested that you came to pattern recognition skills because of communication difficulties or because people wouldn't share with you or report to you the cause of a wound?
No.
Would that be an accurate statement at all about how you develop pattern recognition skills?
No.
And why is that not accurate?
Because pattern recognition skills are again taught in various subjects in medical school, and I actually started even before medical school, but in medical school they're taught in various subjects and in internship and residency, and that was long before I started interviewing patients, with the dog bites of unknown etiology.
Is pattern recognition common or uncommon in the practice of medicine?
Very common.
Can you please give some examples of pattern recognition and the use of pattern recognition methodology in the practice of medicine?
So I think she already did this before the break, right, doctor?
I mentioned it earlier with pathology, looking at biopsies.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Rizzo. This is about you, and so you've heard it, and I'm going to move on.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to move on to a different section.
Now we get the asked and answered? Now?
You have been asked on cross about whether in your emergency department experiences, well, let me rephrase that. In your emergency department experiences with dog-inflicted wounds, have you ever gone to see the dog in question?
No.
Do emergency medicine physicians need to go see the particular dog or any dog in question to determine whether a wound is from a dog as opposed to some other cause?
No.
Do you, Dr. Russell, need to go to the particular dog to determine whether a wound is from a dog?
No.
Have you ever heard of an emergency medicine physician needing to go visit a dog to evaluate and treat a wound from a dog?
No.
Is that a rational proposition?
I don't believe so.
She got that same cup. I like the color of it.
There was much discussion. Well, let me strike this. You were asked a number of questions about whether your testimony here for this hearing and your statements in your report are different from what you testified to in June 18 and June 21 of 2024. What I'd like to do is to compare the two and go through some questions with regard to that. So, what I would like to do is to have you have Exhibit 35, which is the transcript of the December 12. Do you have that? It's a thick, it's the December 12, 2024. You should have that.
I do.
Okay. And what I would like you to do is to also have available exhibits 35 and 36 and 37, because that's what we're going to do side-by-side comparisons. So, let's start out with the foundation for this. Do you have an opinion with regard to the nature and source of the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
They're from dog bites, dog attack.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Now, at the June 2024 voir dire hearing, the claim is that you didn't say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the bites you looked at were a dog. So can you please go to tab 36, pages 1-30, line 13 to 1-31, line 1. Stop at 1-31, line 1. These were questions in response to what you were asked on direct by Mr. Jackson. And I would, with the court's permission, like you to read the question in the answer to what you actually testified to at that voir dire hearing. So please go to tab 36.
So can I see counsel at sidebar, please?
Yes.
This is never going to end. It's never going to end. We live here now. I have heard that the Wagner sentencing was wild. I have not had a chance to watch it. I've been very busy, but I've heard it was wild, and I've heard that I'm going to get very angry. So I've been putting it off. I've got enough anger in me. Just joking. Wagner made me almost angry in this. I've heard. Can we do it together? Probably. How long was it? I may be able to do it if I can get this podcast episode finished. Maybe Thursday. Depends on what I can get done. It's sick. The judge is terrible. So much so I created a folder on the Safari app about that county and that judge. Oh, wow. That bad, huh? Because I'm going to watch it. So I just don't know when. If I can get the podcast episode done, maybe we'll try to watch it together this week or early next week. We'll see. Hi, Sinbad. Hubby just got caught up on the Rhodes case via your podcast. He was shocked and disgusted and saddened. He said to tell you, great job. Thank you very much. That one is shocking and disgusting and sad. That one is just, it's awful. Awful. If you haven't checked it out, I did a 2-part series on that. We watched the trial together here, but then I put it all together and did 2 episodes on it on the podcast. And thank you to all of y'all who are listening to the podcast. I appreciate it. I've been doing, season 1 is all of the, I'm still putting episodes out for season 1. Season 2 is all conspiracy in Canton. Season 1 is different cases. So there's an episode every week. Tinsley's snoring again. That'd be great. Thank you. I think you should watch with your chat so we can scream together. It's always better to have things that make us angry and sad to watch them together. Season 3, 4, and 5 will all be conspiracy. I thought I'd be done with the conspiracy in Canton episodes by now. I have another case that I really want to do my next deep dive on, but and I was planning on doing it when the Karen Reed trial was over, but now it's never over. Canton is the case that keeps on giving and keeps on taking my sanity. I don't know, because it's 2:38 now, and Bev said she wants to be done by 4. They can't possibly bring Dr. Russell back for a third day for a Daubert hearing, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, could you, first of all, do you recall in questions on cross the claim by Mr. Brennan, or the statement in his question by Mr. Brennan, that you did not express certainty in response to Judge Cannoni's question about the certitude of your opinion? Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Do you recall, well, let's go and look exactly at what you said in response to the question that Mr. Brennan raised, that was raised by the judge. If you could turn to Exhibit 36. And if you could read page 1-51, lines 10 through 23. I'm sorry, bear with me a moment. Bear with me, I want to give you the correct citation. I want you to go to...
I have one of the ones.
Did I say 37? I wanted to say 36. Did I say 36?
You said 36, but you said page 151. You might have meant page 131.
Right. That's what I want to go to, Your Honor, which I will. Okay. Bear with me a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
This is going to be one of only 2 questions in this area.
I'll say this, Alessi does a great
You may have
job
meant
of
page 130.
making
That's
sure
where we started
everything
before we
is
came to
addressed on the
second.
record.
Thank you, Your Honor. What I'm trying to do is to get to Your Honor's question. That's what I'm going to pull out.
My question was on page 151.
I'm sorry?
My question was on page 151.
150. Thank you, Your Honor.
151.
Can you go to page 151 and read the questions from the court, Judge Cannoni, and what your answers were?
Yes, from line 10. The court, question. I just have a couple of questions for you. I don't think I really heard you. So could you tell me again what your opinion is and to what degree you hold that opinion? Answer, yes. These injuries in the arm are, my opinion is that they are the result of animal bites or scratches. Question, do you know what kind of animal? Answer, yes, most likely dog, large dog. And I'm very reasonable, very sure to, what's the word I want? Medical certainty. Very sure, high degree of medical certainty. Question, reasonable degree of medical certainty? Answer, yes, definitely. Question, okay, and another question.
No, that's
it.
That's it. Yep. Now, to be fair and accurate, has your opinion that the wounds to the right arm of the decedent were caused by a large dog attack strengthened from June of 2024 until now?
They have.
Why?
Well, because between then and now, my opinions have been challenged. And as, any good doctor would do, they go back and reevaluate what they base their opinions on. And I did that. I reevaluated. I looked at the pictures again, the evidence again. I looked at peer review studies, and I was convinced that I was correct.
And had you looked at, what caused you to go look at the peer-reviewed studies? What were you
yes.
doing?
Well, so I looked at the peer review studies, and I periodically would do that throughout my whole career in terms of dog bites. But I looked at the peer review studies again because I was asked, why I didn't write a report, and so I was asked to write a report.
Were you asked to write a report before in June of 2024?
No.
But you were asked to write a report after June of 2024?
Correct.
Now, let's go to is this what doctors and scientists do? Go back and analyze a matter, especially when maybe there's a challenge, another doctor is a question, there's a peer review process, whatever it is that something that's common or uncommon in the medical community?
That's very common.
If I were her, I'd regret reaching out. I know she said she was, thought she could offer her
We only have a few more questions,
expertise
Your Honor.
to
I'm
push
just
the case
looking
along.
at them to
But after all
to
this, I
conclude.
bet she's like,
On cross, you were asked about whether you were aware of or whether you saw a need to peer review your opinions and conclusions in this matter. You recall that?
Yes.
Was that necessary?
No.
Why not?
Because first of all, there was no question in my mind that these were from dog bites.
And are there any persons that you're aware of in the entire country who have experience with emergency medicine and forensic pathology that you could even send it to for a peer review?
No, and that was the other issue, is I wouldn't even know who to send it to because I don't know of anybody with such experience.
I am going to, let's assume hypothetically that Mr. Walsh has stated that these injuries do not photographically appear to be described as puncture bite wounds and thus are highly unlikely to be the result of an animal bite attack. The abrasions are unspecific. Abrasions occur in body moves over a blunt or a rough surface such as a skin knee. Do you find that analysis sufficient to evaluate whether the bite wounds in this, the wounds to the right arm of the right arm of the decedent are from a dog or not?
No.
Why not?
Well, clearly that person, whoever wrote that, didn't even recognize the pattern. And so thus couldn't really even make that opinion and, just didn't recognize the features.
In the hypothetical that I just gave you, do the facts that are used in any way support the conclusion that is stated?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so, or can you answer whether they do or they don't? Do the facts stated in that hypothetical support the conclusion that is made in that statement?
Actually, they don't.
Assume the same person said a vehicle backing into O'Keefe is one of many possible causes of his death, though the absence of documented injuries of his torso, hips, and legs appear to be inconsistent with a vehicle impact of significant force to simultaneously shatter a rear taillight. Would you agree or disagree with that statement? Or the conclusion? Would you agree or disagree with the conclusion?
Would you please read it again?
Sure.
Sorry.
A vehicle backing into O'Keefe is one of many possible causes of his death, though the absence of documented injuries of his torso, hips, and legs appear to be inconsistent with a vehicle impact of significant force to simultaneously shatter a rear taillight. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
I agree up until the point, the mention of the taillight.
But what is it that you agree with in that statement?
Well, I agree to the part that says that that it was insufficient to cause the injuries, the death of Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, aside from that hypothetical question, what is your opinion of whether a motor vehicle caused the injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Motor vehicle did not cause.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Are you aware that only microscopic pieces of plastic were found in the hoodie sweatshirt of Mr. O'Keefe as opposed to, quote, littered, end quote, aspects?
I am.
Are you aware of any evidence of littering of pieces of plastic or glass in the hoodie of Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Are you aware that there was pig DNA found on the decedent? Are you aware?
Not on the decedent.
On any aspects of the decedent's clothing?
Yes.
Do you know, from your experience, with regard to dog-inflicted wounds, your many emergency room evaluations and treatments of them, whether, or in your knowledge of dogs and dog dentition in general, are you aware of whether dogs eat any type of food or treat that has pig in it?
I'm aware that dogs, some dogs eat treats that have the pig chews and other kinds of chews. And so yes, they do. Some dogs do eat things that contain pig.
Your Honor, just if you will, a point of information. I believe I'm done with my questions, and the reason why I say I believe I'm
Why
done.
don't you come to sidebar instead of having a discussion across the courtroom?
So now Brennan gets a chance to recross. He's been over there taking notes. Hopefully it won't be a full hour. I think he covered everything. I think that the one thing about the her going back and reevaluating, she said that some of her opinions were challenged, so she wanted to go back, as any good doctor would, and reevaluate. I thought that was good. That was really important. So when he's saying some of your opinions changed, she's saying no, they evolved. That explains that. Like, she went back and went over it even more. They tried to have Bev removed from this case, but she didn't. She refused to recuse herself.
All right, so recross examination.
You need a moment? Okay.
Thank you. I'm holding Mr. Brennan up. I just
That's
want to
okay.
move my stuff, and I'll be ready in a moment.
Okay.
Dr. Russell, Attorney Lisi, pardon me, asked you about Dr. Walsh's statement about the cause of injuries. Do you remember? He just asked you that?
Yeah.
What he didn't offer in the report is this, and let me know if you agree with it. Decedent John O'Keefe was documented to have craniocerebral injuries, including skull fractures of the optical skull and the right parietal bone with associated subdural and subarachnoid hemorrhages. These injuries of the scalp, skull, and brain are consistent with, among other things, a backwards fall, unprotected falls due to various reasons are known to result in serious craniocerebral injuries resulting in death. Other mechanisms of injury cannot be excluded. Do you agree with that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow him to do it.
Do you agree with that part that you didn't hear of Mr. Walsh's opinion?
Yes.
The documented changes in color, swelling of soft tissue around the eyes are most consistent with the medical finding of periorbital ecchymosis, as documented in the autopsy report. Periorbital ecchymosis is a passive accumulation of blood around the eyes secondary to the documented skull fractures. These findings are less consistent with and are not documented as contusions of the eyes. The 1 centimeter laceration of the right upper eye may have occurred to a variety of mechanisms. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. The 2 red contusions on the dorsal aspect of the right hand were documented. The hand injuries may represent an injury sustained during an unprotected fall in which the back of the hand impacts the ground. These hand injuries are nonspecific and may have resulted from impact of hand with any blunt object. Do you agree with that?
It's possible, but there are other mechanisms.
Okay. When you talked about those articles that Mr. Alisi had you read, there is nothing that details what pattern recognition analysis is, the specificity which you are looking for when you're looking for a wound, does it?
I disagree.
Okay. When you looked at that Exhibit 5, if you could pull that up, you said individually none of those wounds could you say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty were caused by a dog. It's only if you looked at them collectively.
Yes.
Okay. When you look at those collectively, it does not tell you the order in which the wounds were incurred, does it?
No.
It doesn't tell you if they're all incurred at the same time, does it?
They were occurred around the same time, I can tell you that.
Yes. But they don't tell you the order, the chronology, do they?
No.
No. In fact, when you look at the studies that you introduced with Mr. Alisi, let's talk about the Munich one very quickly. There's a chart, page 298. It talks about the things you would want to do to identify a wound. It talks about scene investigation, doesn't it, in the chart? Table 2.
That's a fatal case, though.
Scene investigation is something you would look for?
That's in a fatal case caused by a dog. The cause of death was the dog.
This whole thing is, the whole excerpt is a fatal case that you're relying on for this pattern recognition analysis. This whole article is about a fatal case,
That's
isn't
what
it?
I'm saying.
Right. And in this fatal case that you're relying on to say this pattern recognition analysis, it points out scene investigation is the priority, doesn't it?
I think you misunderstand. The focus of that article is to identify the dog that caused the fatal injury. In this particular case, I don't believe any of those are fatal injury. That is not the purpose of the identification of those injuries.
Does the chart also say examination of the victim?
Excuse me?
Examination of the victim. Does it also say examination of the victim?
I don't have it in front of me anymore, but...
Well, you relied on it. You don't remember
Yes.
this?
I think we have it. We don't have it.
Oh, wait, do I have it? Oh, yeah, give me a minute. Okay.
Table 2,
Okay.
page 98, examination of the victim. You did not examine the victim, did you?
Table 2.
Yes,
No.
table 2, page 90. Then the last part is examination of the...
I examined photos.
The last part is examination of the dog. You did not examine Chloe, did you?
No.
Okay, so the 3 things in the table it tells you to do, you didn't do any 3 of those, not one of them.
Those, again, the purpose of this article was about the fatal, the forensic approach to a fatal dog attack. We did not have a fatal dog attack here.
You didn't do any of those 3 things, did you?
No.
Okay. The shards in the sleeve, exactly where those wounds are, same area, same limb, right? The
That's what you
shards.
say.
How many shards were in that sweater?
Objection, Your Honor.
So, I'm sorry, you said that's what you say, doctor? Is that what,
Yeah,
is that
and
what your
he
answer
said,
is?
Mr. Brennan said that these shards were in the exact same location as those wounds.
Okay,
And
let me
that's-
rephrase that. The shards in the right arm of the sweater, the shards from the taillight that was shattered,
Yes.
those shards, how many were there? How many
I believe there were only a couple.
Why do you believe there were only a couple? Where did you read that?
This is what I was told
This is you were told by who?
by defense.
Oh, so instead of looking at the actual criminalistics report, you simply rely on what they tell you to base your facts?
That's what I was told, yeah.
Wouldn't it be more prudent to actually look at the criminalistics report and make your own determination objectively and medically rather than regurgitate a point of the defense?
Well, I was told, this morning you said that the sleeve was littered with glass. And I was told that it was not littered.
Have you ever looked at that criminalistics report for
I'd be
yourself?
happy to do so now.
I'm asking if you've ever looked at it before you offered this opinion.
No.
No. If the glass shards were in that sweater in the arm, and we know glass can cause a hole in a sweater, in a fabric, can puncture it, and it can cause an abrasion to skin. Have you done any tests or studies to rule out that the broken taillight that was in the arm sleeve of Mr. O'Keefe, did you do any studies to rule out that it didn't cause those injuries?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
The glass shards would not have caused all the round wounds in the sweater. Those holes. The defects in the sweater mostly were round. They were not slit-like defects that I would expect with glass or plastic.
You're telling us that a sharp piece of glass cannot cause a hole to a sweater.
No, I didn't say that. I said they would not, especially on multiple sites, the same exact type wound, defect.
If the glass was shattered and the glass had a number of pointy edges, wouldn't you agree with me that can cause a number of punctures in somebody's arm if the glass went into the arm and then came out?
Yes, but they wouldn't look like that.
You don't have any past case of history to suggest what the glass shards would look like randomly when they hit somebody, do you?
That's incorrect. I have seen hundreds of motor vehicle accident victims who have been cut by glass. They don't look like that.
So from your perspective, the glass just remained dormant in the sweater but never protruded through the sweater and caused the abrasions. That's your opinion?
I didn't say
Your
that.
Honor, could we have a sidebar on this? Sure.
I have no further questions. I'm good.
Okay, since when were the pieces of the taillight that were found in the arm? That was never testified to. The person who testified to that said that once they had cleaned it up or whatever, they took that scraper thing and scraped the whole thing, and then that's how they found whatever it was they found. Any pieces of dirt, taillight, whatever. There was never anything that was said ever about those pieces being on the arm. And he keeps calling the taillight glass. It wasn't glass, it's plastic. This is going to be the longest trial of my life.
Dr. Russell, when I'm referring to these shards, and I've said glass shards in Mr. O'Keefe's sweater, a more accurate way to define it would be that these were plastic shards, the plastic covering of the taillight, not glass. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Dr. Russell, you are all set.
We're done?
We're done. You're done. We're not done. You're done. You can step down, doctor.
Thank you.
She's like, thank God.
If counsel really can keep your, Mr. Lessie, if counsel really can keep your arguments to 15 or 20 minutes, I'll give you 5 minutes to pull them together, 5 or 10 minutes to pull them together.
Thank you very much, Your
I
Honor.
really
right.
can't keep the arguments to 15.
All right, so are we back out at 3:15?
All rise, please.
So I am curious to find out where this is coming from, where they're saying that, oh, they hear people outside. Dogs do. Now they're getting mad. It's okay. They're just walking. It's okay. Calm down. Calm down. That is not something they've ever said. That's actually not even close to what they said, that there was plastic pieces in the arm. That's never been testified to, never been in a report, never been talked about to anything that we've ever heard. So I'm curious. Yeah, the taillight was not glass. He kept saying that earlier too. Driving me crazy. Because the reason, okay, here's the reason that I picked up on that too. He had her agree with him on that one part where he's saying, you know, the study or whatever it was that said that in a car wreck, the most common, something about the most common thing is like the glass can break and shatter or whatever and cause whatever. He said glass and she agreed with that. And then he started referring, right after he got her to agree with that, which is fine, it's true, the glass. Right after he got her to agree with that, then he started referring to the taillight pieces as glass. So he was making it sound like she agreed to the glass thing, and then he's like, oh yeah, and see, and all of this glass, it's not glass, it's a totally different thing. He's talking about two totally different things. That's a perfect word for him. Verbal contortionist. Annoying. Well, she doesn't want to wake the baby. Kind of. Not the baby, the teenager. Remember, guys, Brendan has not read or viewed the whole trial. Yeah, that came out during the trial. Hold on. – Okay. Yeah, there weren't any pieces of taillight in the wounds. There was never any determination as to where on the hoodie the tiny taillight bits were. That's the whole thing. Is the person who testified to it said that like the way that they do it is after they get anything, the big pieces of anything off the clothing, then they take like a scraper thing and they scrape it, and then it makes like a little pile, and whatever they find in that little pile of everything that they scrape. So there was never anything that was said about those pieces coming from the sleeve. Does anyone think he actually has the molds, or was that just a bluff because he's banking on Bev dismissing her? I don't know, because even if he has the molds, Lally even like gave the stuff that's talking about how that's junk science. So even if he has the molds, you can't be like Commonwealth is saying like this is junk science, and then Commonwealth is also using this junk science against that. Like that doesn't even make sense. She will not rule today. She's going to come back and let each of them do their arguments based on everything. And then she'll say, I'll take it under advisement. And then she'll issue a ruling at a later date. What's going to be really messed up is if he is able to get the crash daddies to not testify and able to get Dr. Russell to not testify. It's like he's like, that's dirty. Like that's, you know, she has a constitutional right to put on a defense, and she has qualified people ready to testify. And so I think this case is just a shit show. If they had molds in the first trial, I don't think that we ever heard anything about it. April B12 says he was hoping the doctor would say that molds would definitely prove or disprove those were Chloe bites. Yeah, which is not true. So, but yeah, you're right. He did kind of seem like he was pushing that whole thing. So. It's definitely a stretch to try to say that she changed her opinions. That's a stretch, especially because he went back. It's a good thing he did that too. He went back and had her read the transcript on the record from her June, whatever it was that, I don't know if that one was the hearing or I think that one was the hearing. The first Daubert hearing we did, because that was the very first time, because Bev even was asking her to clarify or whatever. That's the very first time that she came in, and he had her read that part on the record where she's saying, you know, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, I can say that these are dog bites. having that on the record shows that she has not changed her opinion. So as much as he tries to keep making it sound like as much, you repeating it over and over doesn't make it true, you know? So that was a really strong way for him to close out his line of questioning, to point that out and get that on the record and have her read it. He's a smart lawyer. That was smart. Yeah, a lot of Brandon's statements were disingenuous or outright lies, which is, it's crazy, isn't it? I mean, I know attorneys do that sometimes, but and Bev kind of got worried because I remember that specific moment. Bev chimed in. Yeah. Having Dr. Russell read the record and like, the court said this and I answered this. Pretty genius. Pretty genius. That's what Lally did also. Yeah, there were some things like, remember when he said during that one hearing, he said something about how Karen Reed was on video saying, you know, I saw him smash his head into the taillight or whatever. And we were all like, what? What? We're going to hear that after lunch? And then it was not that at all. We were all like, okay. I think that with this case, there is not one thing that, as with most cases, let's be honest, there's not one thing that you can point to that says my decision is based on this one thing. It's like a totality of it. There's so many things that are just off on this. The investigation, the witnesses, the, you know, just butt dials. There's so many things that are just off. And yet here we are, it's like we're in an upside down world. It really does feel like it. Yeah, that was something they tried to say too.
All right, did counsel have enough time to pull your thoughts together?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brennan, it's your motion, so I will hear you.
I agree with the judge, Mr. Brennan.
I'd like to start with a couple of very important cases for Your Honor's consideration. The first is one out of the District of Massachusetts Federal Court. It's Hines 55 Federal Supplement, second, page 62. It's a 1992 case, authored by Judge Gerber. It had to do with a soft science handwriting analysis. It was a very thorough and thoughtful case that talked about soft sciences, methodology, and when there is an absence of methodology. In that case, I'm sure Your Honor is aware, it had to do with a proposed witness who wanted to look at a handwriting exemplar and provide an opinion of a so-called match. The court said there were very important canons, very important principles or foundations that have to be considered when we're discussing a soft science. Empirical study is not enough. Simply because somebody has seen something before, whether it's once or twice or 100 times, it's not a science. It's not a methodology. It's not medicine. It is a personal aside. A potential expert has to be in a better position to understand and explain to jurors rather than a simple layperson. That means there has to be some level of methodology, some type of guidance, some type of study so that they can assist the jury in better understanding what they believe their conclusions are. Empirical is not enough because a subjective opinion without medical, factual, scientific support is just an opinion. A person can look at the constellations and see the Big Dipper, they can see Orion. It's a matter of perspective. It's no different when we have something like a soft science, something different than DNA, where a person wants to give an opinion because they've seen something before. That's not enough. And in this case, Dr. Russell has never been in the business of identifying dog bite wounds. She treats them. She's an emergency room physician, had some experience as an ME. She treats a wound that is brought to her. She's not diagnosing the wound or determining the mechanics of injury. She doesn't have the education, she doesn't have the qualifications, she doesn't have the training for that. That is not what her job is. It is to treat the injuries. And so all of her perspective and opinions are empirical. She doesn't have a book, she doesn't have a study that teaches her how to, she never took a training, she never took a class, she never got a degree or certificate. She's looking at her past experience when someone reports to her that it was a dog bite wound, and she's trying to use her memory and make a decision whether or not she thinks this is similar. That is not science. That is not medical certainty.
Oh, boy.
And so there's nothing to suggest that whatever method she used, I still can't identify it because I don't know, despite many questions of asking her, what her methodology is, other than she says it's pattern recognition analysis. It's empty phrasing unless you can identify and articulate what is the specificity, what is the standard, and we still don't know. After all of this testimony, we don't know. In Cromwell versus Rintala, that case had to do with a prosecution expert talking about paint spill.
The white paint.
And this is, could not fit more closely to this case. The conviction was overturned because the prosecution called the paint spill expert. It was found to be prejudicial because the expert relayed their past experience about paint spills. Exactly what Dr. Russell did in this case. No more, no less. Her past experience treating injuries that were reported as dog bites, a person with a past experience with paint spills. The court was very specific in Rinaldi about why this was improper and why it was prejudicial. It said that just because a witness has experience or particular experience and decides to use that as a methodology does not make it methodology. And it's just like Dr. Russell's testimony. There is nothing about it that employs methodology. In Rinaldi, pardon?
Rintala.
It's Rintala, not,
Thank you.
thank you. Yeah, get it right. At least it's something.
Direct the court to page 39. And it talks about when the expert used methods to determine that paint was poured or spilled. And the problem, why this case was reversed, the court said, instead, meaning the expert, he simply relayed his past experiences working with and around paint and drew conclusions therefrom. That is exactly what Dr. Russell has done. She has relayed her past experiences working with and around treating dog bites and drew her conclusions from that. They cite Cromwell versus Franceschi, probably saying that wrong as well. But what that quotes is, while training and experience, to which the expert referred, might have taught the expert methodology, it is not itself a methodology. And so while Dr. Russell may have taught herself or been intrigued or interested in dog bites, it is no methodology. The defense has introduced a couple of articles. Those articles do not describe or lay out a methodology for identifying dog bite wounds. They don't provide a standard. They do not provide a comparison. They don't provide any guidance. And so the danger in having somebody go before a jury and portray themselves as an expert when they have no methodology is they can pretty much provide any opinion they want to the jury that can be unchecked because it's not factually based. It can't be compared. It can't be analyzed. It's not peer reviewed. It's just an opinion. And when an expert lacks methodology, classic things happen, which happened in this case. What happens is that a witness does not actually have certainty about what they're saying. A witness is prone to change their opinion because there is no standard or methodology to confine them. A witness can just change their mind without new information because it suits their purpose. When we looked at Exhibit 5, and we actually broke down the wounds into separate wounds, 5 wounds, the doctor, I believe, concedes when you look at each of those abrasions independently. She cannot say with scientific certainty. She can't say with any certainty that those were caused by a dog. Her fallback was when you look at the entire series of wounds, that equals a dog attack. No basis, no reason why we reached that bridge from uncertainty to dog attack other than just because she said so. That can't be challenged because there's no methodology. And so the risk we have is you have an expert who gets up in a voir dire and they give opinions that wound number 1 could have been teeth marks, could have been claw marks. Wound number 2 could have been teeth, could have been claw. Wound number 3 the same. Really no idea. It's just guessing or speculating. And then they get up later and they change their opinion that more benefits their side. She later testifies at trial, sometimes maintaining teeth or claws. And then she appears in this hearing after writing a report and consulting, and she is emphatic that these are not scratches, but that they are dog bites. Think about the posture of death. If she is now saying that these are dog bites and they're not scratches, and she's changed her, that impliedly concedes that her testimony in front of the jury, for which she was allowed to testify as an expert, not only was inaccurate, not only unsure, but inevitably it's misleading. It cannot be helpful testimony if an expert provides an opinion to a jury and they, later on, without any real changes in information, changes their opinion for whatever reason. They're not constricted because there's no methodology or standard. And so the fact that this witness was allowed to testify at the last trial with opinions she no longer endorses or stands behind, and the fact that we can reasonably conclude that is misleading to the jury, well, that begets the argument that she should not be given another chance to go in front of a jury and give a different opinion without having actual factual and medical and scientific support, and she does not. There is no doubt about one thing, she has no idea. When I walked her through the different wounds on Exhibit 5, I invited her to explain to your honor, why is it that this wound was caused by a dog? There's no circumstantial evidence to support that, none whatsoever. It's just her personal, empirical history dealing with dog injuries in the ER. And when I asked her for wound 1, what direction were these canines? She couldn't tell. Where's the puncture wound where the dog anchors and pulls? There is none. The distance and width of those wounds, how could she reasonably and fairly say they were caused by canines? Any indication, any support, any pattern recognition that would tell us that was caused by canines, and she couldn't give us any information. Not weak information, not information that I could fight with another expert, not information that I could say, wait, not the admissibility. None. She could just fall back on, well, when I look at everything, it's a dog bite. Same thing with number 2. Number 2, interestingly, the widths are much different than wound number 1. It doesn't take an expert to know that it wasn't the same mechanism that caused the injuries to wound 1 and 2. And if they want to continue to pretend it's a dog bite on wound 1, there's no way they can reconcile that wound 1 is in any way similar to wound 2. It would have had to be a baby dog or a different dog, or the pack of dogs I asked her about the first time I talked to her. It is totally different. And again, when I asked her for any specificity, these weren't hard leading questions. I opened to her to explain to us, why is that a dog bite now? She would only give us a conclusory answer. It just is. There was nothing about teeth or detention or about the dog, about anything that would support the claim that that was a dog bite and why she changed it from a scratch. None. We get to the elbow wound number 3. There's the speculation that the arm could have moved, would have moved. But yet she has no idea. She has no factual support for this. None. And she vacillates between this being potentially bites, scratches. All 5 of the different points on wound number 3 could be canines on both sides, or maybe there was a 4-point canine in the smaller fraction of number 1 and number 2 in wound 3. That cannot be. It defies common sense and reasonableness to say the same dog caused wound number 3, points 1 and 2, with the so-called punctures, and caused number 1 and number 2. Again, you can simply look at the distance between canines are not going to move when a dog bites an arm. An arm can move, it can change the angle, the depth. The canines are not going to move. Then we get to wound number 4, equally baseless. Wound number 4 at first wasn't sure if it even had to do with the dog attack. But then that made no sense. So Dr. Russell retreated to say, well, it did have something to do with the dog attack, but hard to define. And then wound number 5, again, a 4-point bite that is totally reconcilable with 1, 2, and 3. There is no collateral or supportive evidence to suggest that this is a dog bite at all. It's fertile imagination for her to get on the stand and claim it's a dog bite. Not just that there was no opportunity and that there was no dog that touched her, but the wounds are dissimilar. She cannot point to a pattern, a methodology, a standard to say, this is why this is a dog bite. It's just a dog bite. So it's interesting when we learn that she didn't know about much of the evidence that wholly contradicts the fact that this is a dog bite. She didn't know that there were plastic shards in the sleeve of his arm. The fact that there is physical evidence that results from a collision left in the very place where this wound happens to be there isn't mere coincidence. It isn't mere coincidence. It's exacting evidence. And what is not exacting evidence? The absence of DNA. Now, this is important because Dr. Russell was comfortable taking the stand and providing information to Your Honor for consideration that was totally baseless. It didn't in any way hamper her willingness to do that. She floated theories of taint in the DNA, or manipulation, or the DNA wasn't handled properly. There was absolutely no good faith basis whatsoever for her to suggest for a second that that DNA collection, preservation, and testing wasn't sound. She had a right to look at the evidence in the criminalistics reports and the DNA processing. She knew she could not admit the significance because it would undermine the entire theory. And so she was comfortable on the stand using her experience as a doctor to try to convince Your Honor that DNA was insignificant based on a demeaning of the evidence with no basis. An insulting claim that somebody did something wrong with no basis. The reason why that's important, it shows that this witness has the willingness to testify to Your Honor about a conclusion for which there is no support. This witness has the comfortableness to testify to Your Honor about an opinion that has no factual basis. And her doing that with the DNA was a parallel to her doing it with the dog bites. She is comfortable getting on the stand and simply giving the ultimate opinion that is helpful for her cause without any support.
Her cause?
And so that DNA attack by her is reflective of her willingness to compromise fact, science, and medicine to just provide an opinion. Knowing there is no real methodology here, there just isn't. Knowing there's no standard, unable to provide us any balance for why this is a dog bite. Having the free rein of an opportunity to look at the exhibit and tell us anything she wants to support as a dog bite, and being unable to do that, the defense employs differential diagnosis. That's a fancy way of saying, well, we might not be able to prove this, but we can disprove everything else. That's the way they presented this expert. They own that. Because when you look at those different wounds, and you can't identify them as dog bites individually, you can't say the whole series becomes a dog bite. Wound 1 has 0 value. Wound 2 has 0 value. So 5 times 0 is 0. Cumulatively does nothing for us. Even the word dog attack doesn't make you look at that and say, well, that's methodology. That is nothing. And so differential diagnosis is a very compelling argument for the government why you should not allow this. This witness is in no position, kind of like the DNA and kind of like the opinion on dog bites, she is in no position to engage in differential diagnosis regarding car accidents. She may have been a police officer and she treats injuries at the hospital. She is not an accident reconstruction specialist. She has never gone to an accident and done reconstruction. In fact, she never even went to the scene in this case. She never saw Mr. O'Keefe. She doesn't even know about much of the evidence that exists. She didn't consider the black box. She didn't consider the speed.
Why
she doesn't
the hell
know
would
the
she? She's a
angle of the
fucking doctor,
collision.
you moron.
She doesn't know what Mr. Keefe was doing in his last moments. She has no idea about any of that, none. Yet she'll be presented on the stand as if she can exclude a car collision as the cause of those injuries. Not that they could be, it's consistent with what didn't happen. How dare she get on the stand with no experience, no training, no methodology, no facts, and ignore reality and say this couldn't have been a car collision. It's funny that as a emergency room physician, she considers the basis of mechanical injury based on what people tell her. If they come in and say, I got bit by a dog, or a parent says, my child was bit by a dog, they rely on statements of witnesses. She didn't rely on statements of witnesses here. I hit him, I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him. Maybe I clipped him. Maybe I hit him in the knee. Maybe he dropped his phone. Whatever the statements were. All the various statements. An expert like her, as she proposes to be, would consider the witness statements to try to determine the cause of mechanical injury. So for her to take the stand respectfully and suggest for a moment that this was not caused by the collision to Mr. O'Keefe, not only with any no factual basis, in defiance of actual fact, it's repugnant to the sense of fairness in the courtroom. A witness, just because they have experience as a doctor, doesn't mean they can just come into court and say what they want and then let the government try to counter it. That's not how it works.
He is so full of shit.
When we consider not only what she doesn't know, but what she chose not to know, it is overwhelming. This is not a qualified person to come in and talk about dog bites. From her perspective, she's probably one, if not a few people in the country who can even do this kind of thing, which suggests that there is no real methodology. If she is the only expert in the country, it is not generally accepted in the community. It can't be. It can't be. And as much as the defense may want her to testify to promote this theory, she does not have the credentials and qualifications to do that. She didn't even take the basic steps that you'll see in some of the literature of going to the dog. Chloe, they knew we found Chloe. They know we've done moles. And she says they told her. And she tried to fight with every posturing angle that may be important, but she didn't need to do that.
She doesn't need to do that.
Say,
it's junk science.
If she had taken some steps to try to do due diligence, it wouldn't have ended well for her theory. Perhaps that's why she didn't.
He's full of shit, and Bev's gonna.
She doesn't have the qualifications. She doesn't have the experience. She doesn't have the methodology.
They're about to railroad her.
To tell opinions.
They brought
that
Brennan on to railroad her.
Factually wrong, not based in science and math, should disqualify her from giving another baseless opinion about a so-called dog bite wound. There is no DNA. There is plastic shards in his arm. She has done no due diligence. And she can't describe any methodology because there is none.
They're about to railroad her.
And she, most importantly, has changed her testimony from hearing to hearing, and we should not let that happen again. Thank you.
He literally lied during
All right, Mr. Lessie.
60% of that. They're about to railroad her.
The greatest danger to the issues in this case, the greatest danger to a defense right to a jury trial and present its witnesses to have an entire motion supported by nothing but the assertions of an attorney on the other side.
Thank you.
That is the greatest danger to our system. That is the greatest danger to a defendant being able to present their case in their view. Remarkably, all of the arguments you just heard now do not come from a medical doctor, which Your Honor has said causation of an injury to a person in Massachusetts must come from a medical doctor. Where is the affidavit? Where is the report of a prosecution witness to support one statement Mr. Brennan just made in 30 minutes? Where is it? It doesn't exist. Yes. I would like to start my argument and tell you exactly where I'm going to go. I am going to go to why we're here and what the issues are for this motion. So I'm going to start my argument with what is the legal standard that Your Honor faces to answer it. And I know Your Honor knows it. I'm just doing it for the logic in the presentation. I'm going to go through that. I'm going to identify specific case law of dog wound cases, not paint cases, not others, because it matters, because Daubert and Lanigan are so flexible and so nuanced. It's got to be the issue before it. Paint cases that Mr. Brennan mentioned are irrelevant. So I'm going to go through cases that speak specifically to dog wounds on humans. Then what I'm going to do is to go through the completely inaccurate statements of Mr. Brennan. He said it, I marked it down 8 times in just his argument alone. There's no methodology. I'm going to go through and say what the methodology she testified to was, where it's rooted, and then I am going to go into why Dr. Russell is actually stronger in December than she was in June. So let me start out with the baseline for this hearing.
He's good.
The January 20th transcript, page 1-4. And if Your Honor will indulge me, it's what Your Honor said, and I'm going to read it verbatim. This was when Dr. Russell was challenged by the prosecution the first time. Line 15. I find that she is a medical doctor. She's an experienced ER doctor, albeit, several years ago since she's worked in that capacity, but that she does have specialized knowledge in that field that may assist the jury in that regard. So if you compare the level of information that Your Honor had at that time to reach the conclusion to what we have presented in this hearing, 11-page single-spaced report. And Your Honor noted before that there wasn't a report, so we wanted to respect that and get a report. Your Honor has sat through testimony, which I'm going to adduce, but not too much because you sat and heard it, and went through her qualifications, and we adduced much more of her qualifications, much more than were adduced when Your Honor first found that finding and made that finding. So let's start with the law.
That's a big point.
Mr. Brennan and I agree on one thing. The Rottola case is relevant. But respectfully, Mr. Brennan went off in a tangent. Because what does Rottola stand for that's relevant here? Quote, the crucial issue, in determining whether a witness is qualified to give an expert opinion is whether the witness has sufficient education, training, experience, and familiarity with the subject matter of the testimony. What is the subject matter of the testimony? It's what are the cause of the wounds to the decedent's right arm. I submit that if you ran an artificial intelligence program, you couldn't come up with a more perfect witness for the subject matter of this testimony. Emergency medicine physician, 29 years experience, forensic trained pathologist who has co-authored books on dog bites. She's well-versed in the articles. She is consulted by experts like Dr. Vail that you heard about for these types of issues. The crucial issue of whether she's qualified to me is 100% in your favor, and I don't believe you could find another witness more qualified. And that's the crucial inquiry. What's the second prong of the inquiry? After qualifications, is the methodology reliable? That's the second. Whether Mr. Brennan agrees and 95% of what he argued, that's for cross at trial. But more importantly, that's for a jury to determine. That's the job and province of a jury to determine whether, assuming Mr. Brennan ever gets a doctor to come in and counter Dr. Russell, it's for a jury to decide which expert do we give more weight to. But the focus of this hearing, why are we here? The second prong is the methodology. Mr. Brennan, 8 times in just this argument now, and he tried it on cross, said there's absolutely no methodology. Your Honor sat and heard the same thing that all of us heard. She went through her own pattern recognition methodology, especially in redirect, but she did it very thoroughly in a report and very thoroughly on direct. She went through what it is. And importantly, counter to what the Commonwealth just said, she says it's rooted in the medical literature. We just heard the statement that there's no support for it. Munich and Pollock. And we walked through, with your Honor's gracious indulgence, we walked through specific sentences and paragraphs where that pattern recognition methodology is stated. And here's a key. Remember, please, the word pathognomonic. This pattern is so specific that it almost by itself rules out anything else. That's the definition of pathognomonic. And that's the definition, and Dr. Russell used highly characteristic, but she did note and explain what another study said was pathognomonic. It's incredible to me that it can be stated that there's no methodology here and that there's no basis for it. It is generally accepted in the medical community. That's the purpose of the Pollock and the Munich article, is to establish that it is accepted. Dr. Russell is not coming here to the court and just testifying, it's my subjective empirical statement. Mr. Brennan tries to do in his argument exactly what an expert rejected and for which he has no support. And that is to say, we got to look at these wound by wound by wound, and he said 0, 0, 0, 5 times 0 is 0. He tried that on cross. Dr. Russell rejected that resoundingly. She said, you're missing the point. The point is the pattern. You look at these all together, and it's the pattern that matters. And the authors, Pollock and Munich, say that pattern is pathognomonic. You really don't even have to go to other causes, although Dr. Russell said she did because that's what good, thorough doctors do. So it is incorrect that Dr. Russell didn't explicate a methodology. It's incorrect that she didn't explicate that there's a rooting in the medical community and that it's generally accepted. Now let's go to the cases. Mr. Brennan cited to a paint case, etc., but interestingly, and in contrast, in our papers, which Mr. Brennan has had for almost a month, and he didn't respond, interestingly, we cited to the Lobello case, the Brinker case, both of which are dog wound injury cases, not pain cases. I know a little bit about Lobello because I know a little bit about the firm that sponsored the expert in Lobello. It's my firm, my law firm. And the exact argument that Mr. Brennan just made was expressly rejected by the court on a dog bite case, a dog wound case. Here's what the court said. The court finds that Dr. Sirota qualified as an expert on the presentation. This is on Westlaw, page 10. The court finds Dr. Sirota qualified as an expert on the presentation, treatment, and medical sequelae of an attack by a dog. Here's the key. As explained in his expert report, Dr. Sirota has personally repaired thousands of wounds and lacerations, including wounds and lacerations caused by dog bites. And he's authored a number of peer-reviewed articles in the areas of his certification, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so there is a dog bite case from the Southern District of New York, not an insignificant court, as recent as 2023, saying a doctor that sees and treats all these, that's reliable. And this was a Daubert challenge, Your Honor. This wasn't an incidental question. The challenge was defendant's motion to preclude expert testimony, albeit federal rules of 702, but we know in Massachusetts it's Daubert, Lanigan. You can satisfy Daubert, the federal, but you also Lanigan, and under Davis, you can have generally accepted in the medical community as well. There's one case. Another dog bite case we cite, Brinker, that Mr. Brennan didn't address is a federal court case in Indiana where the same challenge to a doctor about the cause, and it was italicized, the cause of the injury to the person there. And the court basically said in that case that this expert here, and they challenged the causation issue, said that doctors who have experience in treating them, that's enough in and of itself. We don't need to go into, we know Daubert's flexible. You don't have to use all 5 factors. They're called non-exclusive factors for a reason, which is a good segue now to Massachusetts cases. Mr. Brennan's hypothesis is that you can't just have somebody use their years and years of experience. You've got to have something more complicated. We cited the Goodman case, a Massachusetts case, and I'll read the relevant portion. The challenge in that case was to a burn pattern. So it's not a dog bite case, I want to be clear about that, but it's a burn pattern. And here's what the court said. The foundation for Slowick's methodology, that was the expert here, was simplicity itself. Examine the exterior of the facility for external causes, and finding none, examine the interior of the building to locate the origin of the fire by following the burn patterns. And the court put by following the burn patterns in italics, not me. And so the court basically said, here, it's simple. Just look at the patterns. This person has experience with seeing these patterns. Next case we cite, another Massachusetts case, Pasteur. What's the issue there? Not a dog bite case, I've already given you 2, but a firearm examiner in that case. The court said, and I'm going to quote, a judge may also look to his, let's get it correct, her, for this case, own common sense, as well as the depth and quality of the proffered expert's education, training, experience, read on, to determine reliability. All right? So even in situations where courts have repeatedly said, including dog bite cases, if a doctor has repeatedly looked at, treated, etc., they get to testify with regard to whether they believe a wound is caused by whatever, and in the 2 cases I've given you, dogs. So the law is very clear for what the position is of the defense with regard to methodology, and that's what this hearing's about. That's why we're here. Is her methodology reliable? And there is one methodology, there's a pattern methodology, she testified to it, and the Commonwealth has no competent evidence whatsoever to counter that. It's remarkable to me that we're being faced with the challenge to whether the defense could put up a defense and put up a witness when there's no opposition to her methodology from, as your doctor has, or your honor has required, a medical doctor that is required under law in Massachusetts.
That's a really
Your
strong
Honor, want to go to now what the Commonwealth has argued in its papers. which I think further underscores the waywardness of their argument. On page 11 of their papers, the Commonwealth further attempts to criticize, what we said in our papers on page 11, the Commonwealth further attempts to criticize Dr. Russell for being a, quote, trained emergency room physician as opposed to a professional in the field of canine bites or claw marks, veterinary medical science, forensic odontology, or canine behavior. How does that square with Your Honor's standard that it must be a medical doctor that speaks to the causation of this injury? By definition, a veterinary medical science person is not a medical doctor. A forensic odontologist, most always a dentist, is not a medical doctor. And certainly canine behavior. And why are those words there? Because that describes exactly the expert that the Commonwealth has sat on since the trial, Dr. Cosby. That's him. And in the book that Mr. Brennan attempted to use, Dr. Cosby has written some of those articles, interestingly enough, citing the very articles that Dr. Russell relies upon for the very pattern methodology. So again, the waywardness of the Commonwealth's argument is they're not addressing the need to have a medical doctor. We are not here arguing over whether the dog behaved correctly. We are here to determine, and this is the focus, what is the medical cause of the injuries to the decedent's right arm? And what we have done, perhaps too thoroughly, is we have established the credentials of Dr. Russell, not only with regard to dog bites, but with regard to medical causation, a broader umbrella. And under that umbrella of medical causation is expertise in dog bite wounds, expertise in motor vehicle accidents, but importantly, expertise in wounds caused by motor vehicle accidents. We never presented her as an accident reconstruction because if you need to be a medical doctor to be able to opine on these wounds, I've established through Dr. Russell, and it's unrefuted by the Commonwealth, that Dr. Russell has never heard of someone who's an ER doctor who is an accident reconstructionist. They're two different disciplines. And lastly, on this point, before I move to my next, if an accident reconstructionist is going to come in and try to testify about the nature of wounds, I think I can predict what Your Honor might do. So, in terms of why we are here, it's straightforward. Her credentials are enormous. Her experience is enormous. She has been truthful and honest. Your Honor has the notebook for the exhibits for today and can look and see that she did not make inconsistent statements. By way of example, when she said, when it was alleged that she said possibly was in the question, not in her answer. When it was alleged that she didn't answer your question to a medical degree of certainty, we proved that that was wrong with specific language. So on the methodology, this is straightforward. In the law, in the cases I've given you, in Massachusetts as well as dog bite cases, it is completely accepted for a medical doctor to use their many years of experience in treating these types of wounds, and that's exactly what Dr. Russell did in this case. Now a very important, in my judgment, Your Honor, legal point. The Commonwealth has waived its entire motion, and here's how they did it. I asked Dr. Russell what I refer to in these Daubert hearings as the magic question. I said, do you have an opinion on the cause of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm? Yes, I do. What is that opinion? I believe that those wounds were caused by a dog attack. Do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty? I do. The Commonwealth never objected to that question. To me, that's a waiver of the entire issue. If they thought she was unqualified to answer that question, they should have done what Mr. Lally did in the June 21st trial.
Because another part I've got in the notebook for Your Honor to see is she never got the opportunity at the June 21 trial to answer the question of whether she had that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, because Mr. Lally objected, as is his right, and Your Honor sustained it, and sustained it, and sustained it. That's yet another reason why it's not inconsistent, because at the June 21 trial, she never got to answer that question because of the Commonwealth. But back to the waiver. The Commonwealth should have, at that moment in the hearing, objected, but they didn't, and they have waived that objection for this motion. Lastly, I want to just cover...
now I know why Yannetti said he was one of the best.
A couple more items that Mr. Brennan had quickly. He kept saying, can't be, equally basis, evidence wholly contradicted. Where's the medical profession to support that? Those are Mr. Brennan's opinions. And respectfully, Your Honor, I don't believe that's even for the court in this hearing to decide. That's for the jury to decide. As almost all of these cases go to, the Labello case that I cited, those arguments go to the weight of the testimony. They go to cross-examination. As Your Honor well knows, you're the gatekeeper to see whether Dr. Russell gets to go to the jury, whether you're going to keep that gate open that I believe you very carefully and judiciously decided on June 18th. And I respectfully submit that gate should be much wider open now, given what Your Honor has heard and the basis for it. But even if Your Honor might be inclined to be interested with, maybe even persuaded by some of the things Mr. Brennan said, those have nothing to do to whether there's a methodology or whether it's reliable. Those are easily answered by DeMunick and Pollack. And that's the end of the inquiry. Everything else is beside the point. With regard to the DNA that the Commonwealth has tried to make so much about, there was only one reason why that was brought up. It was brought up because Dr. Russell answered she didn't need to know much about the DNA. Why? Because the pattern of the wounds are so highly characteristic of a dog bite and a dog attack, and because the authors used the word pathognomonic. But because she was careful, she went through a differential diagnosis, but she was consistently honest and forthright. When she didn't know something, she said so. So in terms of this particular matter, and I'll conclude my points at this point and keep to below the 20-minute mark.
30 minutes.
I'm sorry, 30-minute mark. The tremendous importance of a defendant's right, especially in charges of this seriousness, to present a defense, to present a counter argument to the whole theory of the prosecutor's case. Their theory is that a motor vehicle hit the decedent and caused these injuries to the right forearm. The presumption should be the defendant gets the right to present evidence. Now, they don't have an absolute right. You got to satisfy Daubert, but I believe the satisfaction on the crucial inquiry of qualifications and then the methodology and reliability is overwhelming. So, Your Honor, I would urge that Your Honor find that Dr. Russell is qualified. She's qualified as a medical causation witness, which has her able to not only testify at trial with regard to whether those wounds are caused by a dog attack, but also she can testify, and she's qualified to do so, that it's not from a motor vehicle accident, and she's also allowed to testify with regard to her forensic pathology hat, because contrary to the impression of the first in June, she's been doing forensic pathology as recently as her time at Courtroom. And my last point, Your Honor, is this, and it blends in with the point I made earlier about the jury. Shouldn't a jury be able to hear the alternative theory of the defense? Shouldn't the jury have that information so that justice can be served, so that the best decision can be made about whose theory about these injuries is right? We've satisfied beyond my view, respectfully, any reasonable doubt about her qualifications and methodology. Let's let everything else go to the jury and decide, so Ms. Reed can have her fair day in court.
Very strong arguments.
Thank you. We have some scheduling things that we should take care of. There's another motion from the Commonwealth on another Daubert hearing regarding the digital evidence expert.
There is, and also, I don't know if it's documented, but I filed a notice to the court regarding my concerns about ARPA witnesses, and the reason I filed that prior to filing an actual motion is because I appreciate the trial court date, and I do not want the defense to be unaware of my intention.
Okay. All right. So let's set a date for a Daubert hearing. Any idea how long you expect it will take regarding the digital evidence expert?
Well, Your Honor, when you say that a Daubert hearing, you don't mean an evidentiary hearing. You mean a hearing on whether or not an evidentiary hearing is required.
So we can do that tomorrow, or we can set it. Well, then we'll stay now and do that. Are you ready to do that, Mr. Jackson?
We just got this on January 31st.
Okay.
We've not had an opportunity to respond to it.
December 31st, probably.
What did I say?
January.
Yes. On New Year's Eve. We've not had an opportunity to respond to it. We expect to have an opportunity to respond to it.
How long will it take you to respond to it?
Probably a couple weeks.
All right, so what I want to do, because I want to set some dates, and if we're not going to have a hearing, we'll cancel it. It's easier than getting a motion, deciding that there'll be a hearing, and setting a date, because we're sticking with that April 1st trial date.
I understand that, but the problem with setting a date for a hearing and an evidentiary hearing requires us to bring someone in from out of state.
No, so what I'm saying is, file your paperwork.
Okay.
All right? We'll set a date for a hearing.
Okay.
We'll set an evidentiary hearing date. I just want to lock those in. I'm trying to do them on Mondays or Fridays for you, thinking that it would be better for your schedule if we tried to accommodate that. But we've got a full session, so.
Mr. Brennan and I talked briefly, I don't want to speak for him, but we talked briefly about the January 27th date. I think all counsel have that date cleared because it was a trial date at one point in our history. So what about the 27th for the motion on Mr. Brennan's Daubert request?
On all witnesses, not just that you said you're filing.
The only one he's got is for Greg Green.
What did you file a notice of, you said today?
Notice that I expect that I will likely move to exclude the ARPA witnesses at failure to comply with Rule 14. It's not a Daubert hearing.
Okay.
It's compliance with Rule 14.
Okay, so that's different.
Yes. I am waiting for a response from the United States Attorney's Office that I'm supposed to expect next week.
Okay.
If that changes my position, I'll notify the defense and the court. If it doesn't, then I'm going to pursue that motion.
Okay.
Karen, may we be seen briefly at sidebar scheduling?
This is going to be the longest trial ever. Those were really strong arguments. Okay, do you remember when the Crash Daddies were getting ready to testify and they did like the little hearing for them to see, like, to go over things and like go over their opinions and what they're allowed to testify to and what they're not? Well, you remember the one Crash Daddy, not the Canton one, but the other one. Their names escape me right now, and I apologize. He was going to testify that he was prepared to testify. He had opinions in his paper about the causation of injuries. She said that he was not allowed to testify to that because in the state of Massachusetts, only a medical doctor can testify to the causation of injuries. So Alessi bringing up the fact that only a medical doctor can testify to the causation of injuries is the biggest argument that they have. That's like mic drop, because you don't need a dog bite expert. You don't need an odontology expert. You don't need a crash reconstructionist. Only a medical doctor can testify to the causation. She's a medical doctor. That's the biggest, like that's the mic drop moment. That's the biggest argument that they have. That's huge. Because you don't get to get up there and say now, you know, oh, we didn't want him to testify to this before because only a medical doctor can. Now you have a medical doctor and you don't want, now they can't be like, oh, well, we don't want her to testify to this because she's only a medical doctor. It doesn't make sense. And the fact that he's saying her opinions as a doctor should not be discarded because of an attorney's opinions on the opposing side. That's a huge argument. If that was his argument was, we sat through 2 days of all this nonsense. His arguments, those closing arguments, were so factual in law that if she doesn't allow this, I am not an attorney, but I can't see how that wouldn't be grounds for appeal, because that's literally the only person allowed to testify about causation of injuries is a doctor. Yeah, Brennan was very condescending. It's annoying. Yeah, and Dr. Russell isn't there for the crash. That's why I got so mad. I thought I was muted. I dropped an F-bomb. I expect there will probably be more. But yeah, that's why I got so mad, because he was like, did you even go to the scene? Did you ask the medical examiner that? No. Who would? She's a doctor. Why'd she need to go to the scene? Stupid. Stupid. There's a lot of grounds for, I mean, I'll say this, Alessi being so, because y'all, we watched that one, the appellate courts are so different than regular court, and it's all like just rapid fire law. And with him being so versed in the appellate stuff, I think that's great for them, especially with, Lord knows, with this court.
It's clear the 31st will be oral argument at 9 a.m. And if there's an evidentiary hearing, it will be conducted on February 6th. We'll block off the day, and February 7th, and we'll also hear the ARCA motion if there's something on that. So we'll go for the 6th, but we'll leave time if it carries over, so we don't have what happened with Dr. Russell, such a big gap in between. Okay? All right, we'll see everybody then. Thank you.
Thank you. Court, all right, please.
Thank you, everybody.
It's exhausting. These people exhaust me. These people exhaust me. So January 31st is the next one. And then February 6th and 7th, we're set up as well. That's my birthday. Congratulations, you get Brennan on your B-Day. Yay. No Supreme Court ruling yet. That was a really good argument. I'm very impressed by him. And him reading back her own words from the first Daubert hearing was huge. He's literally reading her own words as to why she allowed testimony in the first Daubert hearing. So it's like, you already allowed this. And now here we've had time to go over more education, more training, more experience, get more in depth into everything. And you've already approved it. These are your words, ma'am. Your words. So annoyed. All right, let's see. I see them outside. Are they outside? Are they outside? Oh no, I can't find it. Your words, ma'am. Your words. Yeah. That was good. That was a good moment. These people. All right, here we go. I think I found it. Let's see.
No Chloe, unless Chloe's in an undisclosed location. I mean, the freaking dog and witness protection?
It's a freaking dog and witness protection.
Canine protection.
Morrissey's office, I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, and I got to tip my cap to Dr. Russell, man. She did great. She
Did a wonderful job today, considering everything.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I guess you're right. I guess you could dig up a dead dog and take a mold of its mouth. I guess you could do that. That's
yeah, but you got to produce the dogs.
Yeah, you're right.
I wonder if they're doing the Rule 14 for crash daddies. So that's not a Daubert hearing. That's different. That's going to be interesting because of... Oh, are they coming out? That's going to be interesting because of them working with U.S. Attorney's Office and all that, or for, hired by, whatever. And he's wanting everything about everything. And he's expecting, he said it's anticipatory, basically, that he's expecting for them not to be able to meet those requirements. And so he wants them excluded.
Alan, I want to play with Kelly. Nice to see you. Karen, can I get a quick picture? Thank you so much. Where's she?
Got a screenshot. I got a screenshot of you.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Great job, Dr. Russell. I got a screenshot for you. Someone will take a screenshot, right, people?
Dr. Russell.
I don't.
Ridiculous. It feels like a team. I don't know. Thank you for all your hard work and ponies.
Poor Dr. Russell.
Pull back. I'm the running back. Karen, do you have Judge Levy in the office? Any concerns for your investigation? None? None. Okay. Do you have any indication of if anything's coming? None. I wish I did. Neither do we.
Joseph King just throwing the membership up there, please.
You're getting to Alan today.
I feel stronger every day. It's great support. I'm here and I'm well. I feel blessed every day. Are you glad you have that extra time to prepare for retrial? Time is always good. Time is always good. We have so much work to do. And now we have trial transcripts on top of state grand jury, federal grand jury, police reports. So tons. We do 4 years, not 3 months, but I'm appreciative that we have it. I know you probably take it as a strategy, but is there anything you're going to be doing differently this retrial? We're going to retool everything. It's maybe some things will stay similar, but we're going to shuffle a lot of things around. We've been open and listening to all the feedback we've gotten, positive and negative, and conjunction, and what resonated, what didn't. We've been fortunate enough to hear from jurors. Doesn't always happen. Oh, what kind of feedback you got? Just what's been in the public forum.
Are you
Strong
happy?
always, Jonathan. Yes, I'm happy.
Is April 1 the right date for the trial? You plan it
April 1,
to late
2026 is better, but I'm glad for the continuance.
so you can get everything together.
Yes,
How do you think Dr. Russell did?
fella. All thanks.
He's a dog.
Yeah.
What do you think about Mr. Brendan so far?
What do I think of Mr. Brennan?
Let's get the dog.
Be careful, it's cold out.
I will plead the fifth.
Stay warm, guys. Good job today.
Yeah, the sound's jumpy on there. Well,
No doubt. You guys hear that? You guys hear Karen?
Yeah, we did.
Man.
I love their accents. So, to be continued, I guess. We'll see. We'll see how she rules on this. I feel like after those arguments, there's no way that she can rule against having Dr. Russell on there. But, you know, look, she's done plenty of things that shocked the hell out of me before, so whatever. We'll see. No, I don't think, no, she doesn't have a monitor or anything. Debbie Long went for 19 whole months. 19 whole months. So happy to be here with everyone. Thanks, Brandi. Thank you. Thank you. What was Bev wanting them to argue today that AJ essentially laughed at? The Richard Green thing. About them not wanting Richard Green to testify anymore either on the Google searches and stuff. They just want all of the defense witnesses gone. It's interesting. I will work on the podcast episode Green was a defense witness. So they want him excluded now. I'll have the breakdown of it on the podcast episode that's going to be out. I don't know if it's going to be out Thursday or Friday, but it'll be out sometime later this week. I got to add in all the stuff from this hearing in there now. Go back, reread, see anything I missed, summarize, and put it in there. What a... Oh. Dogs are getting anxious. Chat Daddy's home. Yeah, I'm glad to have y'all here. It's been, I won't say it's been a fun day because Brennan annoys me, but I had the most fun that I could have given that we had to listen to him. How's that? Yes, the guy who used the right phone and the right iOS system to do the testing. Did you tell Chat Daddy that your interview was essentially mentioned in court by the prosecution? Not yet. He just got home. Hey, Chat Daddy. He laughed. Yeah, I'm wrapped up. You want to say Chat Daddy's home? They're glad to see you. All right, I will see y'all on the 31st. We got dog chaos going on. I will see y'all on the 31st. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you, and I will have the podcast episode out either Thursday or Friday. So they say hi, Chat Daddy. He's waving. All right, I will see y'all later.
Yeah, I gotta go. I can't stick around here forever.
Everybody was wonderful. Everybody behaved. Everybody's always so nice to me.
Just love your channel and
Goodbye, good people. Now, how the heck do I get out of here?